Good morning to Yate Ben and to everyone listening in, Mr. President, Vice President, you and your team members across the street, to all the executive branch employees, to the judicial branch. Good morning, morning, Justice, and all the justices and all the judicial branch employees, and good morning to all the legislative branch employees too as well. Good morning to everyone that's listening in inside and outside the Four Sacred Mountains. Thank you for being a part of this discussion. We're here in Wind Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. Today's date is Thursday, July 14th, 2022. The time now is 10:10 a.m. We do have a proposed agenda that was posted more than 24 hours in advance. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call the meeting to order, so it's listed as item number 1 on the proposed agenda. Let's go to get a roll call, and then we'll continue on down on our proposed agenda. That roll call, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call and is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati did not answer roll call. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Freeland. Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning. Hello, Mr. President. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Yate Pena, Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. and did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica is present in the chambers. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm
Honorable
here.
Jimmy. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates, including yourself, who are present for today's meeting.
Thank you again, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council's Naabik'íyáti Committee. We do have 15 members present. For the record, I do have Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Edison Juanica here in the chambers with us as well. And let's continue on down on our proposed agenda. We did have an invocation this morning by Honorable Kealan Begay. Thank you, Che, for blessing the day there at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission meeting. So we'll take that as our invocation and blessing not only the meetings, but also blessing of the nation. So let's move on down. Item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Colleagues, are there any recognitions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's continue on down. Item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record, the agenda that is, then I'll go ahead and go to the floor for motion.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting via telecommunication. Windrock Navajo Nation, Thursday, July 14, 2022. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 2 journals, June 9th, 2022, June 22nd, 2022. 5, receive reports. Report A, update report by the Office of Controller, Office of Management and Budget, and the Department of Justice regarding the memorandum dated July 7th, 2022, addressed to the NMVA Executive Director regarding fiscal year 2023 recommended budget, Veterans Trust Fund Program, and Veterans Trust Fund Home. 6, old business. There is 1 old business, legislation 0003-22. 7, new business A, legislation 0007-22. B, legislation 0258-21. C, legislation 0065-22. D, legislation 0066-22. E, legislation 0021-22. F, legislation 0022-22. G, legislation 0024-22. H, legislation 0092-22. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Delegate Otto So.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion? Honorable Otto, so is there a second? Second.
I'll second
Honorable
Delegate Brown.
Speaker,
Second,
put me in the
Honorable
queue.
Olona.
Otto So.
That, colleagues, any comments or questions on our proposed agenda here?
Speaker, Otto So.
Speaker, who second the motion?
Honorable Otto, so then Chairman Daniel, so good morning, Chairman Nez, is that you?
So too.
Yes, I just asked a question. Who second the motion?
Honorable Helena. So this is, I have Honorable Otto So motion, Honorable Pernell Helena second. I have Honorable Otto So, then Chairman Daniel So, then Honorable Eugene So in the queue at this time. So I'm going to go to the floor. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to propose amendment number 1 to move all reports of this committee meeting of the Naabik'íyáti committee to the end of the agenda. And then add on legislation 0104-22. And I'm open for a modification for add-ons on legislation. Thank you very much. That's my motion.
Second, Delegate Yell here.
Okay. So there's 2 action items. Thank you, colleagues. With that, there's Honorable Otto So is reading a motion, amendment number 1 to the agenda. And that is to move reports, receiving reports, which is currently item number 5, to after new business. So that would become new item number 7, correct? And with that, also adding on legislation 0104-22, Mr. Rico, can you read that into the record? 0104-22. or just a heading at least, just so our colleagues know what legislation that is.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0104-22 is an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $25 million from the Sehasin Fund to the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation for its long-term care, cancer, and rehabilitation facility, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay Jr., Honorable Seth Damon, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Chairman Daniel Eso, and Honorable Edison J. Wanika. This legislation will move on to Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, is there a second? Honorable Jimmy Elher. A second.
Biga.
Okay, with that, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Eugene, so.
Request to speak, Delegate Daniel So.
Honorable Eugene So, then Chairman Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Delegate Elmer Begato. Come in on that.
Honorable Eugene So.
I would like to request a modification for orders amendment to add on the 0107-22 AGA 13 million. If he would allow me, thank you.
There's a request to modify Honorable Otto So to add on legislation 0107-22, and that's an action related to the Budget and Finance Committee, Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and then ultimately to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $13,334,871 from the UUFB for the renovations necessary at certain Navajo Nation government facilities to provide access to persons with disabilities, and waiving 12 NNC subsection 820M regarding the OMB review. That Honorable Otto So request to modify.
Chairman, I'm gonna go ahead and, I'm trying to look for my magic wand, so, I'm gonna grant that. Thank you.
Thank you. That Honorable Yellow Hair.
Biga,
Second.
Speaker,
Thank you.
Speaker.
Hey, with that, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, good
Daniel.
morning.
Point of order, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newman.
Good morning, Madam Chair. What is your point of order this morning?
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. My point of order, Speaker, is I just want to clarify. So Amendment 1 is to move the report to the end of the agenda and now to add on 2 more legislations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker Otto and I, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislative staff, and all our folks on the call. I would request Vice Chair Otto So to also modify the Amendment 1 to include legislation 0106-22, 0111-22, and 0112-22 to the motion to modify. And my understanding that all the committee reports have been submitted to qualify for being placed on the Naabik'íyáti agenda. With that, Speaker, that would be my request to the moving parties.
And thank you, Chairman. With that, Honorable Otto So, there's a request to modify to add legislation 0106-22. It's an act relating to RDC, BNF, and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and ultimately to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,500,000 from the CSN fund to the Capital Projects Management Department to complete the Tisto Chapter Community Center project, reapproving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501 to 2508, sponsors by Honorable Elmer Begay. Next legislation is 0111-22. It's an action related to the Resource and Development Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition, a collaborative land management plan for the Bears Ears National Monument. It's sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels. And then also legislation 0112-22 is an act related to the Health Education Human Services and the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting the Tahajale Community School Board, Inc. to hire foreign nationals to address critical teacher shortages and requesting the Bureau of Indian Education, U.S. Department of Interior, and the U.S. State Department to facilitate and approve permanent working status issuance of individual green cards and extensions of individuals' existing J-1 visas pending issuance of green cards for such foreign nationals, provided that no non-Navajo tribal member and no U.S. citizens are displaced by the hiring of such foreign nationals. Sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel So. That Honorable Otto So, there's those three legislations, request to modify to add on.
Chairman, Naabik'íyáti Committee, I wave my wand. Granted.
Great, thank you. That Honorable Yellow Hair, good morning. As a second, are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that, Speaker. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, let me go back to the motion on Amendment 1. I do have one more member of our Naabik'íyáti Committee member actually in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay, good morning. Floor is yours.
Speaker, I'll go ahead and waive my time. I think it's already been added. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go to the board. Oh, actually, Mr. Rico, recap.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, amendment number 1 is to move reports after new business, which will become new item number 7, and is to add legislation 0104-22 as new item I, 0107-22 as new item J, 0106-22 as K, 0111-22 as new item new item L, 0112-22 as new item M, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, let's go to the board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanezbakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable
Vote
Eugene
green,
So.
thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Oh, excuse me, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates that voted in favor, 0 delegates that oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting on Amendment 1. That, let me go back to the floor. I do have back on the main motion of our agenda this morning. I have Chairman Daniel So. Chairman? Chairman Daniel So, can you hear me?
Oh, *6. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Seth Damon and colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I would propose a consent agenda respective of all the legislations that have appropriations to be sent to the Navajo Nation Council agenda. Speaker Seth Damon, committee chair. Thank you. I would ask the assistant of legislative staff to put those funding appropriations in this motion to develop the consent agenda.
That there's a motion, colleagues. I'm going to go turn the floor over to Mr. Rico. As it is, you should read at least the, no, we already read the other one, so you can just state all of them are read into the record already.
Yeah.
So just do the numbers then. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Those legislations would be under new business A 0007-22, new business B 0258-21, legislation C 0065-22, D legislation 0066-22. New item I, legislation 0104-22, J, legislation 0107-22, K, legislation 0106-22, and that's it, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, 6A.
Oh, yeah, and old business legislation 0003-22.
Okay. So that's 6A, B, C, D, I, J, and K, colleagues. There's a motion by Chairman Daniel So for amendment number 2.
Second, Halona.
Consent agenda item. With that, second, it's my honorable Halona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, can you go through that one more time? Did you say old business A, new business A, B, C, D, and then I lost you from there.
A, B, C, D, and then item number I, which is 0104, item number J, 0107, item number K, 0106-22.
Mr. Speaker, this is Lurleen with Legislative Council.
Yes, Ms. Tabahi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I understand it, 0107 is going to be in the consent agenda. That has several amendments that OLC is recommending. So I'm hoping it's not going to be in the consent agenda, but that of course is up to you all. Thank you.
I'm still allowing it in the consent agenda items because even if it goes to council, those items can be, if this is approved, those amendments still could be made at the Navajo Nation Council level. Because that legislation is destined for council appropriation. That, colleagues, again, amendment number 2 is putting consent agenda items together for legislation 0003-22, which is under old business, and then new business 0007-22, 025821, 0065-22, 0066-22, 0104-22, 0107-22, and 0106-22. That, colleagues, I do have a motion and I do have a second. Any comments, questions?
This is Vice Chair Smith, Speaker.
Yes,
Chairman
Vice,
Damon.
yes, Vice Chair Smith.
I oppose the fact that we're doing the consent. I would rather have them heard, all of them. And but I guess the council, we're always asking for additional time. So I'd like to request that we hear each one individually.
Okay, with that, colleagues, there's no consent agenda item. Moving on down, back. Honorable Eugene So on the main motion of a review and adopting our agenda.
Mr. Chair, I was going to make a motion that I value also reserve my time.
Honorable Eugene So, there's no reserving time at Naabik'íyáti committee. Okay, with that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the main motion for our agenda. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? That going twice. Going 3 times, Mr. Rico. Could you get a second reading?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is to hear new business before report, or to move reports after new business. That will make it new item number 7, and to add legislation 0104-22, 0107-22, 0106-22, 0111-22, and 0112-22 to the agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let's go to board, colleagues. Let's vote on our main motion for our agenda today.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, what's green? Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Oh, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
I vote green. Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Once more, Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, do have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. So we do have an agenda before us, colleagues. So let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 2 journals, June 9th, 2022 and June 22nd, 2022. And those were sent out yesterday at 12 noon, colleagues. What is the will of the committee?
Motion by Henio.
Motion to accept those by Chairman Henio. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues. Let's go to the board. Accept those written reports. Journals, written journals.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanazbakrati is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark
I vote green.
Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, the vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. And colleagues, we are on our approved agenda for the day, so let's continue on down. We did move reports till the end, so next up is old business. Item number A, legislation 0003-22. Mr. Rico, could you do a recap before I go back and do we?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0003-22 was referred back by the Navajo Nation Council to the Naabik'íyáti Committee for further discussion. That motion was made by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater and second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair with a vote of 20 in favor, 2 opposed, with Speaker Damon not voting. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll go on and read the legislation into the record. Tracking number 0003-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department for personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass without amendment. Committee report from the Naabik'íyáti Committee that recommend do pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council. There is a Navajo Nation Council action report dated January 26, 2022. The legislation was deleted off the agenda. There is an action report from the Navajo Nation Council. The legislation was referred back to Naabik'íyáti Committee on April 20th, 2022. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0003-22, is there a motion?
Delegate Rick Nez, motions.
Chairman Nez. Second?
Charles Newton will second.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? This legislation goes back to council.
Chairman Damon,
Chairman Henio, then Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Chairman Henio. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm jumping the hoop. Let me go to this Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, we have 20 minutes on the board.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Continue.
Is he here? Okay, with that point of privilege.
Speaker, I'll let you know that I'm on a loose signal here in a little bit. I'm on my way to Toll Lake from I-40 to the community, and if you happen to come back to me by the time I dial in, if I don't answer, I'll be dialing back in once I get to the chat house. See ya.
Okay, thank you. That Honorable Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, Delegate Otto.
Honorable Stewart, going twice. Honorable Otto. Honorable Otto, what did you say?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What did you say?
Muted. Give me some time. I wanted, if it's possible,
I can barely hear you on the bottom, so you need to use your magic wand to speak.
my magic
Honorable-
wand is not working right now.
Honorable Stewart, going 3 times. That, colleagues, moving on down. Item number 7, new business legislation 0007-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. I'm gonna call for you again, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, going twice. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, going 3 times. That, colleagues, moving on down. Item number 7B, legislation 0258-21, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. I know she's on the line. So, Mr. Rico, could you read this into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0258-21, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP CAP-19-16 to transfer the responsibility and permanent trust fund interest funding for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, allocating $11,400,000 from the Citizen Fund to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project, and approving the NNHE's Shiprock Hotel Restaurant Project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass without amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Delegate Yellen had a motion.
Okay, with that, colleagues, motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez. That. Any comments, questions, colleagues? This legislation is destined for council.
Vice Chair Smith has a question.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, colleagues. I do have legislation as 00258-21 that is before you here at this time. I would like to start off first by saying that the Navajo Nation needs a hotel and a location that draws tourism. Shiprock has been identified as a community that should receive a hotel. Near Shiprock, we have monuments like Mesa Verde, Four Corners Monument, and the Shiprock Pinnacle with of course, the beautiful rocks that surround the community. We also have had several movies filmed in the Shiprock area. In 2021, we had Tom Hanks in the Shiprock community when he was filming the movie Finch. In 2019, we had stars like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Jack Black, Kevin Hart, Awkwafina, Danny DeVito, and Danny Glover, all in the Shiprock community when they were filming the movie Jumanji: The Next Level. In 2013, we had Johnny Depp, who was here in the Shiprock community when he was filming The Lone Ranger. Many of these stars have spoken to the Albuquerque Film offices and have stated that there is nowhere to stay here in the Shiprock community. In addition to that, the Shiprock community hosts the largest marathon on the Navajo Nation, which is the Shiprock Marathon. We also have the Shiprock Fair that attracts thousands of not only Navajo people, but outside vendors as well. The Division of Economic Development has identified Shiprock as a prime location for receiving a hotel. This project originally started during the Russell Begay and Jonathan Nez administration. Both President and Vice President Nez at the time both received hotels in their communities. However, Shiprock is the project that has been stalled for the past few years. On September 20th, 2019, the United States Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, did send a letter to President Jonathan Nez informing him that the land in which the hotel was to be built did not belong to the BIA, and that the Navajo Nation did have full rights over the land, and they could begin with their construction as soon as possible. However, the letter was not delivered to anyone within the Shiprock community, nor was it delivered to any delegate or the speaker's office until February of 2020. Right before the pandemic, I believe that the letter was sent to the speaker's office, but it wasn't until the middle of the pandemic, I believe it was in March or April, when we received a copy of the letter. For that reason, construction never began. And as council may recall, we did ask gaming to spend all of their funds before coming back to council to ask for additional funds to keep them afloat. Some of the funds that gaming did use during that time were the project money. So the money that they had set aside for the Shiprock Hotel was used during COVID to pay out the employees. The gaming department did come back to the Navajo Nation, did come back to Budget and Finance and the Investment Committee, and they did inform us that all of their project revenues were depleted, and it would take them about 10 years possibly to build back up to where they were at prior to COVID. It was at that time that the decision was made to give the project to Hospitality and ask them to take over this project. Hospitality found themselves in the same situation where they also had to use their funds for COVID. And then also their business was affected during the time when the closure did happen on the Navajo Nation. And colleagues, as you know, we are still at, I believe it's 50% opening. So many of our businesses, actually all of our businesses on the Navajo Nation are not open to 100%, which has affected the revenue for a lot of our enterprises, our small businesses, and our private businesses as well. During that time, I have been working with Hospitality with Mr. Stan Sapp, who is my agent. We have been working to get this project moving forward, as well as working with JT Willie with Economic Development, and then also with tourism. So I do have Mr. Stan Sapp on the line, who can serve as my agent, but I do want to give you kind of a quick overview of why the Shiprock community needs this hotel, and also the history involving this project. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Stan Sapp. Mr. Sapp, speaker.
Thank you very much. That, Madam Chair, is Mr. Sapp on the line?
Yes, he is, speaker.
I'm here.
Are you turning the floor over to him at this time, Madam Chair, or is he just standing by for questions?
Yeah, I'm turning the floor over to him so he can talk to you a little bit about the Shiprock Hotel. Maybe
Hey, with
give you-
that, Mr. Sapp, good afternoon. Floor is yours. Actually, good morning still.
Good morning, delegates and Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I would briefly emphasize what Chairwoman Charles Newton has said. The hospitality enterprise is willing to step in. The board was very committed. Maybe, I don't know what questions you might have, but we have been doing a lot of construction in Window Rock. We have good cost per square foot. These estimates you see that's revised, that's the additional funding request. We spent a lot of time on talking with general contractors to kind of get a feel for what it really would cost on a general square footage. Hotels, just for your general information, are of course more expensive to build than general office space, and we've got a factor for that in there. So we know approximately the footprint and the square footage at each floor and what we build. We're very, very close as you can get in estimating it. So we're very comfortable with these numbers. And what that means is we do not believe we'll have to come back to council in any way, shape, or form for additional fundings. We're able to start quickly. We've put out the architecture and everything out to bid. The only thing that's maybe troubling when I first looked at the project that maybe some of you have questions about, it's just that it's been costs are so much higher due to COVID and supply chain problems, but additionally just the length of time that's gone by from when this project was conceived and designed and originally funded to this date. But yeah, any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Speaker, I'd like to add a few more if I've got time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sapp. Yes, Madam Chair, you have 12 minutes and 38 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, there was a 2018 market study that was completed on this project. The hotel would be a AAA 3-diamond property project. It would be Navajo design and culture infused with 80 rooms and sufficient parking. It would also serve limited breakfast for hotel guests. It would also have a full theme service restaurant, which would include lunch and evening hours that would be open to the public. So this hotel is not only a hotel, but it will also provide a restaurant for the Shiprock community. It will also have an indoor pool, a fitness center, meeting rooms, and laundry. We certainly do need meeting rooms here in the community, as there is none aside from the Shiprock chapter house, but this hotel would be able to provide us that opportunity to have meeting rooms. Again, a market study, I understand, was done by Gaming. And that was the information that they used to put together the needs of the Shiprock community, the Four Corners community, actually, in building this hotel. In addition to the restaurant being provided to the community, there would also be jobs that would become available for the Four Corners Northern Agency employees. Many of them now are traveling off the Navajo Nation to be employed. So this is a really good opportunity for Shiprock or for the community to have people stay in the community, stay on the Navajo Nation, and to build jobs. In addition to that, there's also a Shiprock River Vision master plan that is currently being developed right now by Indigenous Design Studio and Architect out of Albuquerque. And what they are doing is they received the capacity builders received a grant, and they hired the Indigenous Design Studio and Architecture firm to come up with a Shiprock River Vision Master Plan. In 2019, we did hold a community meeting with Shiprock, and part of that master plan, what the people had envisioned was stores and shops opened up along the San Juan River. Now, I know that there has been some concerns that have been brought out by delegates regarding the location, but the location at this point, we understand, there won't be an issue with any flooding. I know that area at one time, years and years ago, it did flood at one time, but the study that has been conducted has shown that this may be a viable area since there are other businesses that are located in that area. One such business that has been there that has never been affected by the river is the Wells Fargo Bank. There was also the BIA complex. We are moving towards demolishing the Shiprock area reserve buildings. I believe that there are 43 buildings that have been identified. We have been successful in getting, I believe it's a little over $3 million for them to demolish that area so that we can start building businesses. In addition to that, we also have across the street at the T-junction, the flea market that draws hundreds of people every Saturday to the area. So it is a viable project. This money would be going to the hospitality enterprise, and that money would be infused back into the Navajo Nation as possible revenue sources coming in. We have, we're not working with a private vendor. Money is not going to non-Indians or non-Navajos. That money is going directly into a enterprise owned by the Navajo Nation. Money that gets garnered from this hotel will go back into the funds, which will service our Navajo people. So I'd like to say that, this Shiprock Hotel would be owned by the Navajo people, and it would be located here in the Shiprock community. As far as we do have the number of traffic that does go through. And I do apologize. I had that information because I know that question did come up at the Resources and Development Committee, and I did present that information to Budget and Finance when I did present this legislation. Unfortunately, I didn't print it. So if that is a question, I can certainly look for the email where we did get that from the state of New Mexico with the traffic count, which was actually pretty high. So with that, committee members, colleagues, speaker, I believe that concludes my presentation at this time. I stand for questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Sapp, let me go ahead and go to the floor as thank you. As we do have a motion by Honorable Jimmy O'Hare and second by Chairman Rick Nez. Colleagues, I do have Vice Chair Smith and Honorable Slater in the queue. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours on legislation 0258-21.
Okay, Chairman Damon, both Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation Council, and those listening on board. Those that sit for the legislation on 0258-21 and the aspects of getting a AAA type hotel and restaurant in that particular area. Question I have is the 5-year plan, permit trust fund. There was 2 payments totaling $8,300,000 and was intended to allow the gaming to construct the hotel, which is Exhibit A. However, under that CAP 1916, CAP-19-16, the 2 payments were divided. One was at $2,800 rather. The other one was the amount of $5,500,000 in the second year, and the third year was the $2,800,000. If that's the case, then Navajo Gaming Enterprise received 2 payments according to the way that legislation is drafted here. And then it goes on to say that in July of 2018, there was a memorandum agreement and to provide Navajo Gaming Enterprise approved a $2,805,000 for design and infrastructure. Is this funds that was provided under the CAP 19-16 and the amount of $8,300,000? The question is, was that utilized, or is that going to be transferred completely to the hospitality to run the and to build the Shiprock project? The way I understand this is that there's an additional amount needed. Is that how I read this legislation? On top of the $8,300,000, this legislation is asking for $11,400,000 regarding the Shiprock project under Exhibit G. So if that's the case, then that's going to be additional funds added to that $8,300,000. The other question I have is this a block grant given to hospitality? Is there any funding that, when any business that goes into business, there's usually that 2-year, 3-year trying to reestablish their investment, and then finally revenues start to flow in, and then they start making profit. In this legislation, is there anywhere saying that the hospitality is at least paying back some of the citizen dollars? Or are we just giving grants out and not providing that? That's my question on that behalf, Chairman Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, let me go to Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and then I'll come back to you, to the sponsor. Honorable Vice Chair, good morning. Floor is yours.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. Presently, Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Crotty, and myself are participating in the net action plan meeting, and appreciate the opportunity to step aside and ask a couple questions here. I think this is a great idea to keep moving forward on this hotel concept, and I support the idea. I share a couple concerns that I just want to make known, and that is half the funding, it sounds like 11.1 million, has already been allocated as a grant to the enterprise, and then that's going to transfer to another enterprise. And I just want to know what the projected return on investment will be for the nation, and what the jobs created during construction and during operation will be. And I'd also like to know if the sponsor, Delegate Charles Newton, if you could forward the feasibility study, and it's not included in the legislation copy that I have, but I'd appreciate an opportunity to review that. The concern that I have is that we will allocate another 11 million as a grant, and then the nation may not receive any portion of the profits back as a return on the investment. And I would like to know if the sponsor, or if the hospitality enterprise, or if the gaming enterprise approached the investment committee to do a direct investment from the nation, and if outside financing was pursued, and what sort of considerations were made there. I think we have the ability to make investments as a nation, and that's through the investment committee. And within those, the nation will then receive, through a contract, a return on the investment. Whereas here, we'll stand everything up, and then someone else will operate and collect the profits and the proceeds off of that. The nation will yield some tax revenues from it, from what I understand, our occupancy tax and business activity tax. But I want to know, is this the best deal for the nation, considering half the funding is going to be grants already? Is there possibly a better deal where there'll be more revenues either to the local government or to the central government to help us out? But I'm really happy to see it moving forward. And those are a couple questions that I have right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. With that, let me go back to sponsor, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Floor is yours. You have to turn it over to Mr. Sapp. You're able to too as well. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, colleagues, for the questions. So what I would like to ask my colleagues at this time, and also Delegate Raymond Smith, is to picture 3 buckets. The first bucket is the permanent trust fund bucket. And you are correct that 8.3 million of the permanent trust fund interest was given for this project. That is correct. To answer your question, that money has to be transferred to hospitality. So this legislation that is currently in front of you, 0258-21, is doing 2 things. Number 1 is it's transferring the permanent trust fund income to hospitality. It's taking it from gaming and it's transferring it to hospitality. All of the work has already been done, meaning the gaming board came together. They passed a resolution saying that, we are going to transfer this project over to hospitality. Hospitality board has come together. They themselves have also passed a resolution stating that they are accepting this project and everything that goes with it. We have met on 3 occasions with Department of Justice, Office of Legislative Counsel, Division of Economic Development, Mr. Stan Sapp, gaming, and every attorney involved that we can think of to make sure that everything was done properly. So this legislation, again, does 2 things. Number 1 is it transfers the permanent trust fund income that was given to this project from gaming, and it gives it to hospitality. And again, per DOJ, per all of the attorneys involved, everything has been done correctly. In addition to that, this legislation, the second thing that it's doing is it is asking for citizen funds, and be mindful that gaming did have the remaining funds at that. I believe from my notes, gaming had $3.9 million invested into this project. However, that money again was used to keep gaming afloat during COVID, and that was a requirement that we, 24th Navajo Nation Council, put on gaming. So all of the project funds were used. So to answer your question regarding the first bucket, the permanent trust fund income funds, Delegate Raymond Smith, the answer to your question is no. Gaming did not receive that money. They never drew down on it. It was just all on paper. But now that transfer does have to happen. The second bucket that I want you to, colleagues, to think about is the Division of Economic Sales Tax. So the last 5 years ago, 2.8 million of the Division of Economic Sales Tax was given to the Shiprock Hotel for for this project specifically. From that 2.8 million, 805,000 was drawn down from by gaming. However, gaming has returned that funds, and there was no interest gained on any of this money because per the law, it's not allowed. You can't do that. And I know that that was a question that Delegate Crotty raised at Budget and Finance, but no interest was raised on these funds. So when gaming drew down on the 805,000, they did not spend, or they did not touch, not $1. That money was returned back to the Navajo Nation, and there's currently a memorandum of agreement that is that has been developed between both gaming and also, I believe it's hospitality, where they transferred the funds. That bucket, or that $805,000 transfer, does not require a legislation. It only requires a memorandum of agreement. And so that's the second bucket. Keep in mind that the first bucket, the permanent trust fund, that requires a legislation, and that's what this legislation is covering. The second bucket, the Division of Economic Development funding, doesn't require a legislation. It requires only a memorandum of agreement, which has been completed, and it has, as I understand, gone through the process. And DOJ has been helping and assisting through this whole process. So DOJ is aware and has been, again, assisting us with making sure that everything is done properly. So I hope that that is, that satisfies the question and the concern. So to be clear, gaming did not take any money. They did not spend any of that money. They're simply giving it back. And so that's where the legislation covers the permanent trust fund, and that memorandum of agreement is covered with the Division of Economic Development's 5-year plan. In addition to that, I should also let you know that the third bucket was technically the 3.9 million gaming enterprise money that they were willing to invest, and any other funds after that. They did have 3.9 that was devoted to this project. However, they did use that funding, which put us right back to where we're at. But as Mr. Sapp indicated, COVID has increased, a lot of the building supplies and materials, and we have seen an inflation. In addition to that, there were other things that we also, I guess it was the 11 million is to cover the remaining funds. However, that money may be decreased. I say that because we are currently asking for the 11,400,000 from citizen funds. We are waiting the Division of Economic Development's 5-year plan, and they did state to Budget and Finance that they would have the Shiprock Hotel listed as what Budget and Finance and RDC. Mr. J.T. Willie did state that Shiprock would be receiving more funds from the economic development pot, but at that point, they were not sure how much that was going to be. And so that 11.4 that we're currently asking from citizen may, be a little bit less than that, depending on what Division of Economic Development can give for this project. We also are looking to invest possibly the chapter citizen funds, because a lot of our projects are not going through. And we do have a meeting with a Division of Community Development to talk about this option of transferring some of the funds to this project. So right now we are asking for the 11.4, but I do believe that once things start rolling, there may be some funds returned back to citizen after the Division of Economic Development releases their 5-year plan, and the Shiprock community comes together to approve extra funds to go towards the project. How much that will be from the citizen Shiprock chapter projects, I don't know yet, because we haven't had the meeting. In terms of the question that was raised both by Delegate Raymond Smith and Carl Slater regarding, how much of that money will be going back into citizen, the bottom line is that would probably have to be a question that I'm going to give to Stan Sapp. I'm not really sure if any of that kind of study was ever done with, I don't want to say study, but how much potential projection revenue, we would be getting from the hotel. I can say, colleagues, that we did on a few occasions, on several occasions, actually try to get economic development to provide us that information. But the last 2 or 3 meetings, economic development was not a part of those meetings. I don't know why they weren't a part of it. There was really never an explanation given. But they were part of the discussion that we had at RDC and Budget and Finance when we talked about this project. So in terms of the investment going back into Sihisin, or how much of that money will go back into Sihisin, I will have to say that I'd have to turn that over to Stan Sapp to answer. But I just also wondered, is this a question that we have asked our colleagues when they've had Sihisin projects presented where they're asking for funding? I know that we have invested in several C-stores. We've also invested in other projects. I don't know if this is a question that was asked during that time. I feel like this is the first time that question is being asked. I have heard, the question regarding the return on investment, which is why I did state that, part of that investment is an investment in the community and an investment in the Navajo people. This hotel will create jobs. And if that's one thing that we can do for our people, that is certainly, one reason why I vote for a lot of your projects going through asking for Sihisin, is because I know that in the long run, that jobs will be created. It'll also, as Delegate Slater stated, there's also the tax potential or the tax revenue that will be coming back into the Navajo Nation. And I see that as a return on investment. I also see, people here in our community having another restaurant, again, which will create jobs, but will also give the community a restaurant. We have one restaurant and a lot of fast food restaurants. And the one restaurant right now, because we are at 50% capacity, can't open, completely. It used to serve really good Navajo breakfast, but because we're not at 100%, it's very hard for them to open their doors for breakfast, and it's hard for them to be open on the weekend. So I'm hoping that we can change that law before we come out of 24th Navajo Nation Council to open up our Navajo Nation to allow our businesses to thrive. But in terms of investment, I think that would be another investment in the Northern Agency, is that a restaurant would be created here in the Shiprock community, especially since we are drawing in tourism as well as the movie industry. And we have other community events that happen here in the Shiprock community that could also draw in the money back into the nation. But again, I will go ahead and Mr. Sapp, if you can assist me in answering the question of how much of those funds that the gaming enterprise will receive for the Shiprock Hotel, how much will that be? How much money will go back into the Sihisin funds? Mr. Sapp?
Thank you, Chairwoman Charles Newton. Yes, direct answer is we don't contemplate any going back into Sihisin at this time. It's in the form of a grant. The financial feasibility doesn't. We have in our projections making about operating income of about $800,000, and we didn't want to be burdened by a debt payment on it. It's currently how it's drafted. But related to the return on investment, which it's really what you spoke to most of these, I'll put some numbers to them, but our projections have $368,000 annually going back in the form of sales tax and general tax. We believe it is incremental tax revenue, meaning that money is most likely just going over to Farmington right now for hotel stays and sit down restaurant. The question from Delegate Slater related to the employment is a big item because many of you know this, restaurants are very labor intensive. On an ongoing basis, a hotel is going to employ about 25 to 30 people, and a restaurant of the size, 150 seat size we're contemplating, is from 70 to 75 people. So you're looking ongoing every year about 100 full-time equivalent employees that are going to be on Navajo. As far as you had another question related to construction, I'm not good at that. I don't know the number of jobs there related to construction. Obviously, it's significant. We just make sure Navajo preferences apply and that they're Navajo jobs that come in. So the rougher part of it is related to that the Sahisin funds are granted this time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. I'd also like to include, I know there was a question regarding whether we have looked into other forms of investment or possibly reaching out. There is a company that did reach out, Medallion, I believe is the name of the hotel industry that has reached out. I know that they are also reaching out to other delegates region. Medallion is currently the company that is building the hotel in the Shanto community in President Naz's area. And I know that they did sit down with Shanto and they are the ones who will be building that project. Medallion is a company, I believe it's out of Phoenix. They are not Navajo owned, and they have come and talked about, taking the project. However, they are still requesting Navajo funds. I turned down a meeting with Medallion for a few reasons. Number one is I believe that it would be a violation of ethics for me to sit down with Medallion, especially in light of the fact that we do have a Navajo enterprise that is willing to take over this project and will employ 100% Navajo here in the community in the Four Corners area. And this hotel would be owned by the Navajo people and not by a private industry. So for that reason, I did turn down that meeting, and I have not sat down with Medallion because and I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is we do have Navajo Nation laws that are currently in place that say that if there is a company that is interested in building, that they have to go through the proper recourse of applying for a bid, going through the bid, being selected, and then moving forward with the project. Now, I understand that Medallion was hired by Shanto community. Shanto is an LGA certified chapter. Shiprock is not LGA certified. And so I know that Shanto does have the right to hire who they want to, and also make the investments as they see fit with the funds that they have. With Shiprock, we are not in that, we're not in that same footing. And so again, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful in any way. I just think that ethically it was not the right thing to do, to sit down with a private company who is hoping, and wanting to take over this project when we have many Navajo businesses and we have many of our Navajo people who could benefit from this project staying with Navajo. And then the last thing, Delegate Slater, thank you for asking me about the feasibility study. I believe I stated that it was a market study that was done by Gaming Enterprise, and I can ask them if they have a copy of that. It's a market study to have that sent to you so that you have that for your records. And then the last thing that I do want to point out is in terms of the traffic count. So the Navajo Nation doesn't have anything in place right now to do a traffic count. And my understanding from our last discussion with economic development in terms of a tourism report is that the tourism report for the Navajo Nation is still being compiled and completed. I believe that there was somebody hired within the Division of Economic Development to put that together. However, I haven't seen anything yet, but that tourism report is supposed to be submitted to Navajo Nation Council. We do have the traffic count that was submitted to the Shiprock community by Mr. Paul Brasher with the New Mexico Department of Transportation, and US 64 west of Shiprock from milepost 0 to milepost 21.97 and the average daily traffic count is 5,134. US 64 east of Shiprock from milepost 22.83 to milepost 36.82. The daily traffic count is 14,453. US 64 through Shiprock from milepost 2197 to milepost 2283. The daily traffic count is at 20,345. US 491 south of Shiprock from milepost 47.34 to milepost 67.11. The daily traffic count is 3,445. US 491 in the proximity of Shiprock from milepost 67.11 to milepost 91.32. The daily traffic count is 11,381. US 491 north of Shiprock, milepost 93.63 to milepost 107.46 is in 2018, that daily traffic count, that's the only one that was done in 2018, and that was around 4,393. US 491 through Shiprock, milepost 92.18 to milepost 93.63. The daily traffic count, it was 12,262. So as you can see, colleagues, we did ask those questions. We did do our homework on this, and I understand that there's still a lot of questions pertaining to the Shiprock Hotel, but I still truly believe that this is a great investment for the Navajo Nation. And not only the Navajo people, but the Navajo Nation as a whole, and most importantly, the Northern Agency here in the Shiprock, Arizona, and also the Utah communities. Thank you. We stand for more questions.
Okay. With that, colleagues, thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor.
Sorry, Speaker, I forgot to answer one more question. I was just now text on it, so I apologize. Can I answer that one question?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Carl Slater did ask whether the Navajo Nation Investment Committee was looked to, and the answer to that is yes. The Investment Committee was contacted, and they were actually the ones who did review the PT, the Permanent Trust Fund income, and they were, from my understanding, this happened prior to me becoming a council delegate, but they were the ones who did give the blessing to give the 8.3 million. From the Permanent Trust Fund, which is the grant money. So with that, Speaker, that's all the questions, and I believe that I've answered them all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go ahead and continue back to the floor. I do have Honorable Vince James in the queue. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours.
Yat nale speaker ado nana shanand anothniki baseball sa Naabik'íyáti akot ai Nihit Jido ben Hatel and Benachella lately ko to shell hasi lo kodo good afternoon hidini dole ado kodo da shanale sa betanahit ahi in hitatonil souls ko legislation 0258-21 ako kwaiki na dikhitin liniki anil ko peshman sa anani liniki khalit AAD kodo legislation back in 2021 nihitatonil souls kodo inta kade also nanaha ne ohol jisho in that 2022 then that job banit ako hat ilad iya kodo banachin sa case ikunza bihol jishla ko jokot if this legislation is before us and it was adopted and dropped back in 2021 I think as legislators we need to say that this is prolonging for what reason, and then we have platforms by rerunning for our positions. Economics basis. I stand for economics. Di no hahoshi yahil tieko. Shindet ahunst ako. Ako kunza de adole be jenahil nado be adole iya do be ke ni kata ako. Ako di ekot ako. Kalit konit ela ot on some banses case ako. Ni economic it edo ni peso yahanei ni dole. Do I thought hot on his whole just ako. Di ko do en all time. Nehilia higi at and it hot nas nelebichin hotal ako. Okay, so with that, if we stand and say that our platform, one of our platform is for economic jobs, we shouldn't be going round and round discussing and giving each other difficult times as being delegates, because that's our platform as economic. And at the same time, we do receive sales tax at the chapter level. Every chapter, 110 chapters. So not one of us delegates should be saying we don't receive any sales tax. We receive sales tax based off how it's generated throughout the whole year. And that's how we operate the chapters. That's how we operate our chapters under the budget line item as beautification and other projects that are allowable under the sales tax. And so where do we stand? And we should all be supporting one another to say, hey, this is a revenue generated economic legislation that's before us. Hey, we should understand that, we're going to end up getting more funds at our chapters for our Navajo people. It will assist us in some way. Akot la nil ingo yat itorle chokot au iban sas case nle ako. Ado lache ado lebe ilki its esto ado lebe kot hiti nini dot abe ha abe adang honit so yat ako. Na dal kait hatatin the yembezat nal sostahit alben hit sotazen dits Ado nana nihiyin da holondo akot achi nil onko. Kondin hinan hidden bata hajo pa. Hala ado la eden tanle di no da it's a deal zintle ako. Akoko hot out kudo peso yahani nilto lihbena kwaiki. Ka deal wato ka dicha chokot out bansas case in leko. Ado nana o hayu ni henat dan linigi at na yolte ba at na yolta so that o hayu ni henat ani dan linigi not ani nes tote akot au na han da au da wel ji sli do konza da wel ji shle ako kwaiki yen hije hada to khalit au ito to lato papan si case la Northern Agency has anje khalit au hot at al lato pa ni zon that ayat ito le chokot ako ado the quid sheet hot au not ani that le hot au ni not atas le do honzad hot atila bistawel jishin le ako. We had a lot of different former and present leaders from Shiprock area. Gave us a lot of time to the Navajo people, to the Navajo nation. We should be appreciative and at least provide some sort of economic back to their work that they have provided to the Navajo nation or Northern Agency, Shiprock. We have always had some kind of a top leader coming from Shiprock area. And we need to respect each other in that way and say, hey, at least give each other strength. What on hinat on it, the whole the whale G. A hot elder, bonds not the case of show, ya, na, wings and a had ela binia, adol a bit in a yilna. When it comes to economics, joke the Lord, bonds this case in Lenko. Ado, nana, quado, had egita, had neatly, behanate zisle. By Navajo, by local, the noko, or what yield title. A codid not on it, lineagishin the qui. Hahoshik, Atahoshik, Shiprock fair ban not that he didn't know the bill check your bill tickle. Hashta hot aid or hashta ned lamp base or Yahane Nilo listened a the Aje Nancha has Aunt Holiago Hotel Eliago the Shite out base or Yahane Nil Jokota hot echo. Condia the hat egida Edit Nile. I'm worried about taking funds to the border towns. The no kote konza den he holds just the kodo hotel Shiprock ba ni hitato nil sozo. Kot he did no konza he holds just since 2021. Chokot out is just a zendo in bonds this case halate out konit ela halate ado ba Baba honits and dollars, but that honits and dollars also. Kodo or Eason's art leco. Question net docket ahasti. What ahasti or that's a point of order should it only or the non instant alla ani. Late that la in has tweet on his ani de credodo. An let it the hash cow. Don the point of order that be did nego. Dan hotzi don hit hata otzi hon hiata ho apta has leko be honza de hiat eho deini ka beyat eho konza de dan hitzilo deini ka ko klatet o hona instantly quite good aba hana jotzi on sende kodo economics nini ben nachet ya be casey zone ya etoli khala somewhere down the road we're going to eventually take part of that revenue at the chapter level. Jo kot out the na has all hanela she ban sus case ako o kodona o kan lenigi be kate di ka had ishi economics ha ishi base ya hanegi nito le hi be case zon la ya eto le jo kot out bana os kanton hit na inch kantole shinat no lenig a big a heat alcohol. O could job but Linigi, Nihij na ado lit hun shane that the she had this the jodo yo yadishkilla jodo yo quite cut at the schnee that ishin also stane dehigi ado lab so the zen the dinsent should the net up a hand so that tachedo yo cut at the schnee that doko ashin the quite get the hands then gon has uncle. What over so this Naabik'íyáti or the Kojish Igatos so this indeed startle. Adot a honjono bella as late or that the snow the what ben he cates a zinc echo. A put not in Linigi nas law, but a honey zinc so that Arnil spoke on not on Lini. Okay, what Sad Lenny Behastito, he had Quinzago Yastio, she's not out, would not say a whole Gijaco. Quadidoli, a Hationale speaker, Quadidoli, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ben James. Let me move on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Chairman David, put me in the queue, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much, Speaker of the Navajo Nation here. It's Anapayan Kiran Trustin. Thank you. I would like to say thanks to all my 24 colleagues, Kororo Chair decisions, Madam Chair, Honorable Gina Charles Newton. Thank you very much for this very important. Put up the plans for Shiprock to our dream come true. We'd like to put up Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project to be completed. On the way there, I can't Madam Chair, which is Eti Kati Tibi Haye Hotel that it that was my dream. Well, there's due to that COVID-19 pandemic, it's really hurt our everywhere in the world. It messed up and interrupt with the economic development. Even it's just like common sense to me that right there in the vicinity area, Shiprock Hotel, it's a prime area. There's people on the side. At all, no cases. I don't the traffic count. I've been there. There's a lot of traffic going through. What else? I don't, you know. You hit the nether or the many free market. Today we need to add something at this hotel and restaurant. Will make it very improved. Shiprock, we are very far behind. Cuba City and Hilada, they're ahead. They should increase the restaurants and the 2 or 3 that he's on it. He's put our economic. Said it out on the article that oh, by here for a open the Jahado on a kin loan see kido. Halaton Nita hat nota. It by it, Edo Yashada. Yat a ilna yat is a bonet zanki ilna out of the nest only form intended the motel than a Shiprock fair. But it's the next kid the car out of it. We need a motel. We like to see our people in the community Shiprock because I don't live at they don't stay and hit the neck here at Kennedy. We need to move on our economic growth. Share the cases of economic growth. Aro let oton nikli haton ni era was cases in Naya AGA Nakasla Banti Kisajon Kel Natan Spirit had a thing that I had the other cost 8 to the dark but today we are 8 or now Shiprock Fair without the go now or unitly. I got a cases all of the entity check us not on it. The Bonet not at let's vote and approve it. Always put 8 or less not on it. I'll request for a seat debate speaker if I'm the right order. Let's move on. Go ahead. Away my time.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Fortunately, there's no cease debate at Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
So here about Chairman Damon of the Naabik'íyáti committee members of Finnegy. Everybody now to hear this legislation. I think it be salado, bladed that this what that agi, that you hit Naabik'íyáti. Okay, they hasn't though. They see the yam Ajah Bendo Nisto ala the bonita a night kid. So we could just kid a leader. Oh, night kiddo, but not ship be as and though not amba bahajle. Laid out his arm, night kid. They hotel dot after when they land yam. Called they have station Digi Exhibit H because August 30th, 2021, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. No, 11,400,000 Asa Hudson. Ako di at ego and they 3 pots. Because I see 2.8 million sales tax. Although Permit Trust Fund, Ebacha Badia, 8.3. Ako at ego ite soko. It's going to come up to $22,450,000. And when they la AGL hotel dot without Bahadole, without Gidita. A condition and being laid down. Not Ani Nazda, 100-year flood. But she don't ask him the Beninado, what Ada, Skidam Bahane. Superintendent, not Ani Nazda, not your Bishop Badia. No, Bakan later, there's a book Nishtra. There's a 100-year flood. This investment, Iggy, is going to be something that's very valuable. And I do like the fact that later hotel, the meeting room, so that Tanigi, Akonda, Navajo Hospitality Enterprise. Could we think about flood insurance just in case that there is a flood and we don't lose 22 million because of that flood? Hey, this is going to be a big investment, and the big investment is to protect our interests in Adishnatida. Naidi Kibisula, Hashnela Bahado, Leto, Alate Akin, Dot Aslo, Ishbigedo, Nimle, put the Donde, not Ani Nest, oh, you had not play. The oldest and greatest of the fairs, Nikla. Although the delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, you had see. Oh, you the movie stars, oh, what we need a place for us to eat and sleep and have a good place to be at. Cool. That's my question on that part. Could that be part of that in there to say maybe I could make a directive on this behalf, Chairman Damon, to protect our asset, that we get some kind of flood insurance, fire insurance. And I know in this area could just we use that permanent trust fund for the Nahat Edzil shopping center, the Fire Perco district, could you? They said if that ever went up in flames, we don't have the manpower, we don't have the resources to put it out. Because that's something that we don't want to hear. We use that permanent trust fund to build that, and that permanent trust fund is part of this 8.3 million that's going to be transferred to hospitality, which is good. Hospitality wants to take this over. I'm for that, but just to protect it, just to make sure that there is protection on that. And I know that Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton is the chair of Law and Order Committee. Like to make sure that there's fire coverage and there's flood insurance. In my area, I don't think we have that for that investment that we did. So that's one big thing that we need to also ensure that when we do invest. Crown Point is going to be getting a hotel. Shanto's going to be getting a hotel. That's good. I like that. I hear those things. And that's why I was asking these questions. How is this going to all pan out to be? How much is it going to be? And the investment. And it's here in the legislation, I'm just concerned about the possibly having a 100-year flood. And you know, the water level that we've seen over in Page has really dropped. And one of these days that the rain's going to come back and it's going to hit us very hard, and we're going to see things that water is a blessing. And just want to make sure that we do have that Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project covered by insurance. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues?
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Chairman Nez, good morning. Actually, good afternoon. The floor is yours, sir.
Honorable Speaker Damon, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, Pero Chel, Bishop, Pitya, Alneto, Bela Lehiki, Eolia, Shanant Anan, Notheni, Nahat Hait A Peso, Yahanahan data less hate Yaha economic development. And that how do we generate revenue? For that Egoban Saha Keshigi that I'm glad that you approved my legislation for forest carbon credits. Eolian hat asto. Peso Yahane Nistopenia 20 million annually. That's going to help a lot of programs. Even though you voted red, you're still going to have your chapters get money from this. We need to support it. No, yeah, yes, okay. Joban sits case go. Joban Sakis Nila at Egin hat. So have open that the Negit Ada. Albert Benas and Hashi case at Bishop Nichenko. Adult Ada. What ended the at Egit a hotel? Not only Nest Torhas Archer. But I ran Shiprock Marathon for many years with my brothers. We created a team one year and we won that as well. And a lot of people came from different parts of the country. And I'm most likely they stayed in Farmington. And things like that, they could stay here in Shiprock. Somewhere something is getting improved on the Navajo Nation. Slowly, but for sure, there's improvements happening. Roads being constructed. In my community here, San Juan chapter, we're finally having 2 road projects almost completed. The next Honorable Smith le Sasa Andabani Krenatna Abalia. Ayo dokke go beso shana no National Wilson Stewart beso panel. The old Galen had Adolf Khan Jutja. And nature. Yat eho. Hushed at a horn. And also in Shiprock throughout the county and throughout the Navajo Nation, we have church groups that come in during the summer. Vacation Bible School down Noharashindaka, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas. And they enjoy being on the Navajo Nation. And I'm sure there's a few churches here in Shiprock that they would like to stay in Shiprock nearby and be among the people and learn about the culture. Santa Fe Indian Market is coming up the 3rd weekend in August. Go over there. I used to show there for 30 years. last 2 years, COVID, and haven't showed anything. Mr. JT Willie shows over there. Go over there and look at that art show that weekend, the third weekend. Look at it. There are so many people that come in, famous people that come to see that show. We could have something like that on the Navajo Nation. And we have some beautiful places. Monument Valley, Besa on Hilchandla, Antelope Point, all little Hojawanda has a beautiful canyon. One man took a picture, a beautiful picture, and he sold it for over $1 million. Why is it that we're not able to do that? It's a good project, and I support this project. Somewhere on the Navajo Nation, we need to really start doing things, generating revenue. Just want to say that I do support the hotel. They have a good flea market in Shiprock every Saturday. Oh, people come in from different places just to go. Beadwork, jewelry. So, she's not thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, let me go back to sponsor, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you, colleagues, for the support. Delegate Vince James, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and Delegate Rick Nez. Thank you for the support in this project. As I stated, I've done my homework. I've been, I'm not presenting a legislation here without going out and looking for other options of sources. Again, as I stated, we could possibly talk to this medallion to see what they can offer. And I know that based on the information that was given to me, they did state that they could build a hotel and have the Navajo Nation pay back within 5 years. But as we all know, and we do have some very, I guess, business-minded colleagues on council right now, that it would be a payback at a larger price. And what I worry about is the possibility of not employing our Navajo people. I see what is going on here in my community. I know that a lot of what is happening, not only with our youth, but also the people who come through the Shiprock community, they're looking for jobs. They need jobs. We know that. We hear that from all of our people. Many of them have left the Navajo Nation to go to the cities like Phoenix and Denver, Salt Lake City, Albuquerque, even as far out as Chicago and California, to work. And this for me is an opportunity to provide to the Northern Agency or any Navajo who wishes, to work here in the community and to provide for their family. So I see that as one of the biggest returns in investment, is allowing our Navajo people that opportunity and having them stay here in the community. And I support 100% the hotel there in the Crown Point area too, because I know that they're in the same situation here as Shiprock. In terms of the support, I do really appreciate what was said, and also the way that it was said, and also how we do have to think about how are we going to be generating revenue, how are we what are our plans. for doing that. And I really appreciate, the delegates who have come out, to provide some, I guess, input. I have been listening to the presidential forums that have been taking place around the Navajo Nation and even off the Navajo Nation. And we are hearing all of our presidential candidates right now talking about, building the economy, bringing jobs. But what I really haven't heard is the plan to do that. And I did state at one point that it's so interesting that only one presidential candidate has come out to say, I will work with council. And as we know, as council delegates, it's going to require all the elected officials to come together to start thinking about how are we going to generate revenue? How are we going to create jobs here on the Navajo Nation? And what I'm worried about is the aftermath of COVID and what that's going to mean for our general funds, what that's going to mean for the revenue that the Navajo Nation is currently getting right now, and the potential shortfall. And I say potential because I think that word has been brought up several times by the Controller's Office of, we don't really know at this point, how impacted our economy is going to be because we're still kind of in the midst of COVID right now. So I really like the idea of, presenting these ideas. I support the C-store that's going, that was talked about with the work session there in Delegate Nathaniel Brown's area. These are businesses that we are investing in that will, again, create jobs, but also create some revenue. And then also taxes. And then when we think about tourism, making it a little bit easier for our tourists to have areas where they can actually stop and take a look at the community and take a look at, our beautiful Navajo Nation and what we have to offer. So I just want to state that, for the record, I do appreciate the comments that were made by Delegate Vince James and Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair and also Delegate Rick Nez. Delegate Raymond Smith, I do appreciate that you do support the hotel and you are concerned about the flood. I'll go ahead and let Mr. Stan Sapp, answer that question. I think it is a requirement for our businesses to have the fire insurance, but the flood insurance, I'm not sure. And I think that is an excellent question. Mr. Stan Sapp, can you assist me with that question, please?
Yes, I can. Yeah, real quick, we have flood insurance on all our properties. The location depends on how expensive it is, what the insurance company is going to charge you for it. But we will absolutely have flood insurance at the Shiprock Hotel. That starts, the minute some construction starts too, just so you know, not just upon completion.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. So with that, Speaker Damon, I believe that I answered and addressed the comments that were made, and I also answered the question that was posed by Delegate Raymond Smith. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. And with that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. If there are any other comments or questions, seems like this legislation is not getting any opposition to support, and there was questions about some concerns. If there's no other comments, colleagues.
Chair Smith, Chairman Damon.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Yes, I'd like to make a directive after we vote on this, if that's all possible. I don't know if we have legislative counsel on board to listen to my directive. I'm kind of in a dilemma with my internet right at this point in time to request for language on it, but it's quite simple. Maybe I could do that after the vote on the legislation here, but I do support the fact that we do need economic development. I'm not against any development as long as we are doing it accordingly to how we understand that this funding is being utilized. Because I'm looking at that book I've been reading, and it's in here, and it still haunts me, and it's written by Peter Urvison, Dene, A History of the Navajos, and it talks about William Shelton, who was the superintendent at the time, and he was a very tall man. That's how they got the name of Ani Nez. And there was a Shiprock fair at that point in time. And the rains came, and it was as high as the horse's back on behalf of that history that was during the time that this happened within Shiprock. That's why I want to make a directive to have the hospitality explore and get flood insurance, because I know that's going to go there. And I just want to make sure that we cover our valuable assets in behalf of having that hotel over there. I'm not against it, so don't get me wrong on this. I just want to make sure that we do have adequate insurance. And if we don't have insurance, then we may lose out on that if it does ever happen. It's for preparation purposes, Chairman. Thank you.
Let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. There's nobody else in queue.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Once again, I hope that I was able to provide all the information that has been requested in terms of coming before RDC and Budget and Finance, and then also the questions that have been posed today here by my colleagues regarding this legislation. I hope that I do get your favorable vote in this. As I stated, it is a return of investment here, not only for the Northern Agency, but for all the Navajo people on Navajo Nation, as the funds will be coming back to in forms of taxes and other ways to assist our Navajo people. So I appreciate the support, and I am in favor of the directive that has been posed here by Delegate Raymond Smith in terms of the flood insurance. If that will alleviate some worry, I'd be happy to help assist in any way to make sure that this hotel and this investment made by our Navajo people is protected. Thank you, Speaker Damon. Mr. Stan Sapp, did you have anything to add before I turn the floor back over to Speaker?
No, nothing here.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. That colleagues, ready to vote then on legislation 00. Oh no, Honorable Otto So.
Speaker Solon.
Floor is yours.
Just to make it quick, I don't think we need a directive on the flood insurance. It's normal business protocol because the businesses are required to have certain insurance. This is a legislation that's just transferring the duties that Navajo Gaming Enterprise can't do right now. So Hospitality Enterprise is going to pick up where the Gaming Enterprise left off, and then also requesting for the additional funds to finish out the project. And yes, it does benefit Navajo. We benefit from it from the sales tax. And but this is a good project, and I look forward to funding this. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that I do have a new colleague in the queue, Honorable Halona.
Oh, thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good afternoon, everybody. And I just have a few things to add to that. Just like I want to find out on the return of investments on this project that you're talking about. Is this we were talking about including part of a casino in there, and now we're just talking about just the hotel. And for the return of investments, I understand we'll get some back from income tax and other stuff that being produced for the motel and services. But my question it would be, how long before we get any revenues coming back to the nation from the motel itself? Will it be 5 years, 10 years, or is there any numbers that you have calculated on how much the return of investment on the motel itself would be to start delivering revenues back to the Navajo Nation? That's my question right now, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we'll go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you, Vice Chair Otto. So regarding the directive, I'm going to leave that up to council. You are correct, and Mr. Sapp did state on the record that as a business, he is required to have that type of insurance, as many of our businesses on the Navajo Nation are required to do that. So whether we have a directive in place, I don't know if that would be required, but as I stated, if it will help to alleviate some of the worry that's coming from the delegates, I would be in favor of making sure that we do have that in place. As far as the question posed by Delegate Halona, the return of investment with the casino, I mean, the hospitality is taking over this hotel, and there is a casino in the Hogback area, Telecommu, which is probably about a good, I want to say like maybe 7 miles from the main intersection of Shiprock. And I know that at one point there was plans to bus, if people wanted to bus from the hotel to take them there to that Telecommu, the casino. There is no plans right now as of this date to build a casino here in the Shiprock community, at least none that I'm aware of. And as I stated earlier, Delegate Halona, that the gaming enterprise has lost all of their extra revenue to do any type of projects. And I believe that when they did come before RDC, there was a possible projection of gaming to recover from COVID, probably maybe 5 to 10 years down the line. So as far as I know, there is no plans of a casino. And again, as I stated, there is a casino in Delegate Rick Naz's area in the Telecommu area. As far as how long will we see revenue? I think that is that's a good question, but I think the question is, when can we actually finish the project and open the doors? Because that's when we know, revenue will start to generate. At this point, it is, I can't say, because I'm not an engineer, or I'm not in construction, and I can't tell you how long the project will take to build out. But I do know that when that first day of opening, that's when we, when money starts coming in, that's when we start to see the revenue coming in with taxes. But as far as the time frame goes, I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Stan Sapp. I don't know if he would have an answer for you, Mr. Sapp.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Charles Newton. So pre-development for the actual groundbreaking, including the architecture, and a big part of that's getting into UA to upgrade the utilities to the site, which needs to be done, is about 6 months. It's just a little bit, maybe a month or two over 12 months for the actual construction of it, and another 2 months to get the FF&E going. So what is that, 18 months from now, when the legislation passes for the doors be open and earning revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. Does that complete your answering of Delegate Halona's question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. Speaker, I turn the floor back over to you.
Chair Damon, Delegate Daniel So wishes to address the issue.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in queue, but I did hear Chairman Dan. So, Chairman, floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, the system keeps putting me on mute, so but we'll get through it. Other colleagues of the committee, Aldo Shiaza, Honorable Chair Virginia Charles Newton. Thank you for the legislation. I just want to clarify to the council that this particular item is a grant. So that concept of a return on investment is not applicable here. What we will get from this development is taxation revenues, sales tax, hospitality tax, and they do have a gift shop, and they do have chips and pop, the junk food tax. So that's the part that I think we need to make clear. And since it is free money to the hospitality enterprise, for myself, I'm concerned. I guess at the 23rd Council, there was an effort to just give away the citizen fund. I remember there was a grant to Crown Point Hotel because of several extenuating circumstances. It's not feasible. And so in that aspect, that's where we I guess, are wondering. We're giving free money and we're expecting enterprise and economic development that would come in conjunction with the development of a hotel. Increase in tourism, increase in the ability to rent the conference rooms and, of course, the rooms. And so that's the part that I think the hospitality enterprise is trying to paint the picture. And so that aspect, so in the future, since it is a grant money, and we know that there's been times where the enterprise has really just made bad decisions, and some of their efforts have really almost flopped. And that for me is a concern. it will depend highly on management to make this a successful endeavor. We hope that the hospitality board recognizes that, and hope that we do have a good organization to run this particular hotel conference center. That would be the concern that I have. And again, I think for the committee as a whole, we're not being critical or trying to stop it. But what we want are putting guideposts along the route to the development of this hotel. And so in that aspect, then what I'm seeing is it was an idea and design that the gaming enterprise had. And now, basically, are we just taking that set of blueprints, handing it over to the enterprise with the money, and then the enterprise is now going to do the actual construction? And so those are some things that it's like, okay, the enterprise couldn't do it. Now we have somebody that's coming up off the bench and wants to be the point guard in this game of economic development. And so in that prospect, we sure hope that they bring their A team. Hope they bring their highest levels of customer service, because that customer service is key to getting return business. And those are, for me, the guideposts I put along the way. Thank you, Chairman Damon, and thank you to the other Honorable Chair Charles Newton for bringing this legislation to the committee. That would be what I have to add to the discussion. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So, any other further comments or questions at this time, colleagues? I don't know if there was any questions in there, but I'll give Madam Chair Charles Newton a chance to respond if there's any response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. And also, thank you at this time, Chair So, for making your comment in terms of, free money given to hospitality. I guess that would be one way to look at this. But I think that as a whole, this council, Navajo Nation, for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and then also, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, one of the biggest dilemma that we face here in bringing businesses onto our Navajo Nation is whether we continue to invest in the enterprises that are owned by the Navajo Nation, thus, owned by the Navajo people. And I do agree with you, Chair, so that there are some enterprises that have made bad decisions, and there are some enterprises that should be brought, forward to answer questions. I know that I have had my concerns with a few of the enterprises, and I make it very clear to them the concerns that I have, and the reasons why I have those concerns. So I think that, that you bringing that forward is, thank you for doing that. I think it is true. In terms of this project, however, the dilemma that we're faced with is, it's the overarching question of how do we create businesses on the Navajo Nation? And I think that, the answer is in order to bring private businesses onto the Navajo Nation, we will be required to waive our sovereignty. There's no doubt about that happening. We don't have private businesses investing in the Navajo Nation because we don't want to waive our sovereignty. And I, am guilty of that. Whenever there is a sovereignty question that is being brought up, I make it a point to ask questions of what is this waiving? What is that going to mean for the Navajo people? What is it going to mean for the Navajo Nation? What is it going to mean for the funds that are available here on the Navajo Nation? So the dilemma of, bringing in businesses to build the Navajo Nation is first addressing the question of, do we waive our sovereignty? Because no businesses are going to come onto the Navajo Nation and not ask us to waive our sovereign immunity. A lot of the businesses that you see on the Navajo Nation are businesses that are owned by the Navajo people. And if you think in a larger context, waiving our sovereign our sovereign immunity means that, we subject ourselves to state and federal courts. So I think that, until we address that issue, we're creating a bigger issue of then in that case, how do we bring businesses here to the Navajo Nation? And so that I think is where we're left with having to invest a lot in our enterprises because we can't find anybody else who's willing to do it. I don't know if you were on the line, Chair, so when I talked about Medallion and how they did want to meet with me, but I felt, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I felt it was a violation of ethics because it is a private business. And I always remember what was advised to us as delegates, which is, to be careful meeting with private businesses, because then the mere appearance of, of what it would look like could be called into question with ethics. And because I am, seeking re-election, I dare not meet with a private business that is not Navajo owned. So in terms of going back to this dilemma, hospitality is a Navajo Nation enterprise. And without, having that clear approval of meeting with private businesses, and especially in light of the fact that Shiprock is not LGA certified, it puts us in a very difficult spot. In addition to that, it also means that, we could either wait a few more years to see what's available when this project has been on the books for several years now. And I just want to correct you, Chair. So when you said that, gaming is just giving this to hospitality, no, they're not. I asked for the assistance of hospitality, because I knew that I could not go out and, I can't meet with Marriott, I can't meet with Hilton unless I get, DOJ to accompany me, Office of Legislative Counsel, more than likely Speaker Damon and his office and other delegates to sit down to see what we can do to accommodate those big chains to come on into our community. And as I stated earlier, Shanto, is working with a private company building, a hotel, but they're LGA certified, so they can do that. And so I think a lot of it is just the situation that the community is in, the unfortunate situation that the community is in, and then also moving this project forward. So in terms of the, the statement that gaming, just gave this to hospitality, they didn't. I asked for hospitality's assistance, again, because hospitality is a enterprise that is owned by the Navajo Nation and it's owned by the Navajo people. And this investment, I believe it is an investment in the community and the Northern Agency, and then it's also an investment to the Navajo Nation. As you stated earlier, Chair, so, there are the taxes, the potential taxes that will be coming in, and then the junk food sales taxes that will also be given to not only public safety, but also chapters as well. So looking at it from that standpoint, it is easy to say, yes, it is free money to hospitality, but I look at it as being an investment. This council, we have made decisions to invest in businesses off the Navajo Nation, and to invest in buildings off the Navajo Nation. I think that this is a really good opportunity for us to invest in a community that shows a really good potential of bringing bringing revenue back to the Navajo Nation, and most importantly, employing our Navajo people. So I don't really know at this point, what other options to do. Again, if we can enter in with private industries, we have to understand that we would be required to waive sovereign immunity. Either that or get a Navajo who owns a chain of hotels and ask them to invest in this project. And at this point, I don't know of any, which is why, for me, reaching out to hospitality was the right choice to make. And then, in terms of gaming, I will tell you, I kind of feel uncomfortable with sharing this, but I think it needs to be shared. And that is that when gaming was initially approached to build this hotel, there was some hesitancy. And the hesitancy was because, gaming made it clear that they, although they have the Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort, they were just a little bit afraid of what it would look like, especially in terms of a casino. And I think that that's what everybody, had in mind was, gaming is going to build this hotel, and it's going to, they're going to build a resort, and they're going to bring the casino to Shiprock. I don't know exactly what the plans were. At that time, the plans were made with President Russell Begay and gaming. What I can tell you is when I came in 2019 as a new council delegate, I kind of picked up where the project was at, and I did answer questions to budget and finance because of the permanent trust fund income money that was spent. But I also was working during that time to see, working with gaming, asking, if there was some hesitancy, whether they really felt comfortable moving this project forward. And at that time, they did feel comfortable, I think, because there was a lot of the expectations that were lifted. Now, again, I don't know exactly, the discussion that was had between President Russell Begay and gaming, and I don't want to speculate or assume that, that there was some type of dealings that were made. But what I can say is, after gaming reported to the Navajo Nation Council that they depleted all of their project funds, I worried because the question was, do I wait 10 years for gaming to recuperate that revenue and in the process let my community know that we're going to wait 10 years for a hotel? Or do I look at alternative resources that are available to me? And thankfully, with the help of Speaker Damon, we were able to identify hospitality taking this project. Hospitality was willing and able to take the project. However, because of COVID, they also ran into the shortfalls that they had to face. In addition to that, we're also looking at inflation. So I think that, this to me was the best option that was available. Maybe 2010, 20, 30 years down the line, we can look back and we say, well, either that was a good investment or that was a bad investment, or maybe that was a good idea, or maybe that wasn't a good idea. We don't know. But what I do know is that I see the tourism going through my community. I see, the stars who come through our community, who have told Santa Fe that they wish that there was a hotel that was closer. Many of these stars, who did make movies here in the Shiprock community had to travel either to Farmington or some of them went and traveled as far out to Durango, because I know that at the time when a few of the movies were being made, that the hotels were actually booked because of other events that were happening. But they, traveled in. And one thing I did joke a little bit with actually, I never got to meet him, but I did get to talk to him. And that was Joe, what's his name? Mr. Jack Black. And I teased him and I said, that is the distance that many of our Navajo people drive just to go to work every day. Because he had to drive in, I believe it was him who had to drive in from Durango. So I think that the potential is there. Shiprock is a big community, and we are working, to try to address what's going on here in our community. And I know that there has been a lot of comments regarding the abandoned buildings. And as I stated to my community already before, the hard part is over in getting the funds to address the abandoned buildings and to demolish them. Now we're working on the timeline of Navajo Nation and BIA to bring down those buildings, but the money is there. And we didn't come to Sihisin, we didn't come to the Navajo Nation. I sought funding outside of the Navajo Nation. I'm working specifically with Bureau of Indian Affairs and the federal government to get the fundings to address the demolition costs here on Navajo. A lot of the projects that have been pushed through since I've been a council delegate, I always sought funding outside of the nation first. And this is probably one of the first projects that we're pushing through that is requesting Sihisin funds to help with completing this project. So in a lot of ways, as I stated already before, I've done my homework. I've looked at all of the options that are available out there, working with Speaker Damon, and then also working with Office of Legislative Counsel. We have had several meetings and, years now, it feels like it's been years to try to get this project going. And so in terms of free money going to hospitality, we are asking for that, but also know that we did explore other options out there before coming here to council asking for Sihisin funds. So I'd like to ask Mr. Stan Sapp if there's anything that he would like to add to that before I turn the floor back over to Speaker Damon.
Yeah, thank you. No, nothing really to add except just to emphasize the point you made. So that's really all.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. With that, Speaker Damon, we turn the floor back over to you and we stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time, as I don't have anybody in the queue? Ready to vote? Going twice.
Speaker Freeland.
Good afternoon, Honorable Freeland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Thank you for this legislation and sponsoring it. And good afternoon, Mr. Sapp and members of the Hospitality Enterprise. Just in regards to if Mr. Sapp, if you could make some clarification on materials and how far out do we anticipate garnering materials or gathering materials for this project? Do you anticipate any rate increases on materials? I guess I'm bringing this up because of inflation, and overall across the industry, it seems like materials have gone up and inflation has hit every part of development. I hope at some point that even per square foot costs don't go up. So I hope, I guess, do we anticipate any rises in prices because of the inflation, and any rises due to the square footage as well? So that's my question this afternoon, Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you. With that, I don't know anybody else, so I'm going back to you, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. I think that that's a question that every single delegate probably has had, on their mind, or maybe has even asked with other projects that we are looking at. And overall, we have seen a rise of costs going up regarding inflation. I wish I had a crystal ball to say, that by the time we start, that the cost will still remain the same. I don't have that, and I don't really know, aside from maybe an economist who may be able to answer that question. I'll turn it over to Mr. Sapp to answer, but I just kind of feel that may be a question that maybe our new economist, who we do have on board on the Navajo Nation, maybe they can answer that question. But I don't know, because I think that the Navajo Nation is very unique in that, we're not close to really any big cities. So we also have to factor in the cost of transferring materials here to our community. Fortunately, and I say fortunately in a positive way, because I think that, we are about 25 miles to Farmington, which is not that far away in terms of what we're seeing with other projects within the heart of the Navajo Nation. But I think that that's, on a positive note, something to consider. Mr. Sapp, do you have the answer posed by Delegate Freeland?
Yes, thanks. Yes, we have factored in quite a substantial inflation factor. You're absolutely right, as probably everybody knows. It's been very high. We have a factor in that, but that's as of, say, 45 days ago, 60 days ago, and it will change. We will be protected quite a bit in our estimates, because we're not doing a design build in any way. When we put it out to bid, the general contractor, it'll be a fixed bid, and then with a time frame that's be met with kind of penalty provisions that prevail. The risk on that, we just need to manage. For those of you that are familiar with construction, it's change orders, and that's why they try, and I'll call it gouging. That's why they try and get you the money, and projects are delayed. So the idea is to have a sound design at the front end with a fixed fee, that then it's any change in inflation are on the general contractor, and he combats that by purchasing ahead of time. So right now we feel comfortable with our numbers. I do feel that way. We really looked again at them just yesterday to see where they're at with some construction experts. But if it's delayed, or maybe we start 6 months from now or something like that, things could be different. So, and I just don't know the answer on that, certainly, but I don't know that anyone does. So that's really my answer. But we understand it, and we'll protect ourselves to the extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. With that, Speaker Damon, I believe that we answered all of the questions. We're turning the floor back over to you, and we stand for questions.
Thank you. With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Colleagues, any further comments or questions at this time?
The Vice Chair Smith has a question. Chairman
Vice
Damon.
Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon. I was looking at the Exhibit I, and in Exhibit I talks about the funding, the hotel, and the construction site improvements. My question under the site improvements, $700,000, is that including the fact that the area in that particular, is it going to be raised up, or is the soil capable of holding an 80 room Navajo design, and then a indoor pool and meeting rooms and restaurant? Is that been done, or I don't see that, just as use of funds on that behalf. The other one is, when will this building be completed? Once this funding has been allocated, $22,505,000. Thank you, Chairman Davis.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to you, Madam Chair Charleston.
Thank you for that, Delegate Raymond Smith. I'm going to go ahead and allow Steve Sapp to answer the question regarding the $700,000 site improvement, as he may have more information than I do. And then anything that he doesn't fill in, I'll be happy to cover. Mr. Sapp?
Yes, so real quickly, the site improvements really, it's a minimal base that we think we need, but that a lot of that includes, the 700,000 includes utility work. When you do utility work for the relocation, it's really a joint venture between you and NTUA. NTUA just doesn't do everything and move it all over for you. You do about half the cost and they do the other half. We've got some issues on a water line where it runs on there, and the sewer line has got to go downhill in the major electrical upgrade. Besides the fiber, and we got to run it up by the street as a site currently. That's why it's very expensive. But directly, I think what you're getting at is it's not, it's only a minimal amount to raise the site normally like you would for a pad, not some significant amount to avoid like a flood, perhaps where you raise a lot of it. The engineering has been not done. We haven't spent the money on that. Obviously, we would, of course, turn over. That's a civil engineering thing, and that have to be done before the construction is done and all the rest. At this point, it contemplates no major, I'll call them major issue on the actual site for that 700,000. As far as the completion date, again, it's what I ran through previously. You're looking right now at about an 18-month project. That's from funding to the very end and opening up for customers. We're committed to it. We have staff ready to work on it, and we'll be pushing everybody to the extent possible and move quickly but legally on the required bidding and getting it all commissioned. So I hope that's answered your question.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sapp. And again, the 700,000 is just to just do a pad, as Mr. Sapp indicated. But there's also some trees along that area that also need to come down. And I know that that's part of that site. The site improvement is to address some of the trees that are in that area. And I know it has the utility relocation, the upgrade required by NTUA at 800,000, but also that site improvement also includes the possibility of, and again, we kind of, thinking of everything that we were told based by NTUA, and then meeting with hospitality, and then also meeting with tourism, meeting with economic development. We have had so many meetings in person and then also through teleconference, but my understanding with the site improvement is to not only do the raising of the pad, but also to address the overgrowth or the trees that are in that area. And then there's actually like a small cost for protecting the current electric lines that run across that land. And so we just want to make sure that everything is in order. And we would rather overshoot with some of these costs than come in under and then have to come back to council for additional funds. So hopefully we're able to answer your question. Thank you, Speaker. I turn the floor back over to you and I stand for questions.
Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Smith, I have another question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charleston. That I don't have everybody else in the queue, but I did hear about Vice Chair Smith has another question. So Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and the Naabik'íyáti committee members. My question goes to the Legislative Council or maybe DOJ. Under Exhibit F, it has the resolution, and the resolution number is 2010-0 21-4. And in the now therefore be resolved, it says that the management board hereby supports the transfer of funds in the permit trust fund and assignment of responsibility in approximately 12 million, which is necessary to complete the project. And signed by the chairman of the management board, Lorenzo Max. So is our council delegate also a member of the board? Is that going to constitute something to the fact that it may be, what they call it, conflict of interest? Just to be sure that we're not stepping out of our bounds here. That's why I'm asking interpretation on this from Legislative Council and Department of Justice, just to be clear on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarification and for everybody who's listening, I am not a member of the board for hospitality. I just want to make that clear. So I don't know if there would be a conflict, but I'll be happy to have Office of Legislative Counsel and the Department of Justice answer that question. If Department of Justice is on the line, I know that we have Karen Oglesby, but the person that we have been working with is Catherine Balzowski. And we've also been working with Ms. Dana Barbara from Office of Legislative Counsel. So Speaker, I'm not sure if they are on the line. And I'll turn the floor over to them to answer that question.
Ms. Barbara?
Good afternoon.
Oh,
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bob Ross. Ms. Tapaye Laureline has really done the heavy lifting on this, so I'm going to defer to her right now on this question, but while she does that, I'm going to be doing a little bit of legal research. Thank you, Speaker. All yours, Laureline.
Mr. Speaker?
yes, go ahead.
I'm looking at Exhibit F and the provision that Delegate Smith read. This resolution of the management board was signed by Lorenzo Max, who's chairman of the management board. He's not a current council delegate. However, the certification of the resolution was signed by Otto So as secretary of the management board. I am trying to recall how the Navajo Nation government or the council is represented with the hospitality enterprise. I believe because the enterprise is wholly owned by the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Nation Council does have a delegate who serves on the management board. And in this case, that's what I recall. At this time, I don't see a conflict, but Ms. Bobroff is doing a little bit of research, and I'm going to be doing that as well to clearly answer the question on the conflict situation. We would need a few minutes to take a look at some provisions within the code and other things. So if we could have a few minutes, we'd appreciate that. Mr.
Yes.
This is Laureline again. It appears that the board of directors is different, is a distinct entity from the management board. I'm looking at the authority for the, let's see, well, no, I'm not able to find anything specific regarding the management board of the hospitality enterprise under the code. The code talks about the hospitality enterprise under Title V, Section 1841, but it only mentions the board of directors. It says nothing about the management board. So I'm thinking that Mr. Sapp or Ms. Belzowski with DOJ might be able to answer the question because we're not finding anything regarding the management board under the code. So I would like to ask if either of them can answer this question.
Hi, good afternoon, Speaker. This is Catherine Belzowski from Navajo DOJ.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bazowski. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I have not looked into this issue, so I would need time to look into it to provide a response to the question. So that's my that's my response at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Stan Sapp.
Yes, Mr. Sapp.
In there's only one board to answer your question on the term management board is taken from our plan of operations, Exhibit B to the enabling legislation. When Legislative Council looks at it, please look at that.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I'm a little bit confused with the question and why it's taking so long to answer. Per the Navajo Nation Code Title II, Section 191, conflict of interest is defined as, when a committee member who has personal, family, or business interests in matters before the committee or joint committee meeting shall not participate in the committee or joint committee proceedings or vote on the matter. So I'm not sure if the question is whether Delegate Otto So has a conflict of interest because he was the one who did sign as the secretary on the management board. And I guess, in that case, it would just be a question of whether delegates, would be considered as having a personal, family, or business interest in the matter. And so I guess I'm a little bit confused as to the question regarding the conflict of interest. I know that as delegates, we are by law required and assigned to have extra duties. And so I just don't understand, is the question that was raised by Raymond Smith, by Delegate Raymond Smith, is the question whether Delegate Otto So whether he has a conflict of interest? Is that the question, Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Let me go back to Vice Chair Smith to clarify. Vice Chair Smith?
Chairman Damon, Vice Chair Smith here.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Chairman Damon.
Yeah, the question, did you hear Madam Chair Charles Newton's response?
Chairman Damon, the question is posed to DOJ and also Legislative Council, so they're reviewing it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Lurleen with OLC.
Yes, Mr. Tapahi.
Thank you. Looking at the code, Title 5, Section 1843 states the business and affairs of the hospitality enterprise shall be managed by a 5-person board of directors, and the members are to meet the qualifications established in the plan of operations. So we are looking for the plan of operation at this time to be able to get an answer to this question. We're working as fast as we can, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Then there was a question in response to Vice Chair Smith to clarify, but I guess there's your answer, Madam Chair.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay, with that, going back to the floor, I don't have anybody in the queue, so Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours as a sponsor.
Yes, Speaker, I guess again, I'm confused and I just don't know why the question wasn't answered. And I think that, everyone who is listening, as well as all of us, as delegates, that is a question that has to be answered. And that is, is what Delegate Raymond Smith saying is that Delegate Otto So there is a conflict of interest because he was appointed by law to serve as a board member on the hospitality board, again, by law. And now there's a question of the conflict of interest that has been raised. And I just don't understand why that couldn't be clarified. And, number two, I know that that Office of Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice is searching for that law. So maybe, Speaker, you can help by pointing us to the legislation that appoints council delegates as, the extra duties as assigned, whether I know that I brought this up at one time and I did share with my community, being a shareholder and what that means, because there has been a lot of question of what a shareholder does and what their responsibilities are. And I have all of the laws pertaining to that because I too had questions regarding that. But as I understand, Speaker, all of this happened when we were brand new delegates, and to question, whether we have a conflict, I think that then that questions every single one of our votes when we vote for legislations, when we are shareholders, or when we are appointed, to subcommittees. There's always going to be that conflict, especially when it's dealing with enterprises. So I guess I'm just a little bit confused as to what the issue is with this. If it's a simple, yes, there's a conflict, then I think that Vice Chair Otto So is, he has been a delegate. He knows what his responsibility would be, and that is to not vote on this legislation. If it's an attempt to hold up this legislation, then, I think that we need to understand exactly what the question is before we start, we're having our attorneys running around trying to find an answer that, they should have asked from the beginning. So again, Speaker, I need clarification as sponsor of this legislation. Is the question, does Delegate Otto So pose a conflict of interest in voting for this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Go back to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me clarify, and I do have a question for Chairwoman Charles Newton. The reason it is taking Office of Legislative Counsel and perhaps DOJ a little bit of time is because we cannot identify how Delegate So is sitting on the board of directors. But apparently Chairwoman Charles Newton has been able to find that law, because she did mention that he was appointed by law to the board of directors. But we have not been able to find that law. Certainly delegates that get appointed to be shareholders, that is different from sitting on the board of directors. So as a starting point, we are trying to locate that as to the law that appointed him to be on the board of directors. We haven't located that, but if Chairwoman Charles Newton would be so kind as just to send me a text or such on where that's located, then we can proceed. So that's where we're just a little bit stuck. However, we would like to continue this research, and apparently Laureline just sent me a plan of operation. Let me look through that, see if that, and then we'll go from there. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Hold on, I got two individuals in the queue right now that want to ask questions.
Okay, well, I think that the what I did was I went back to DIBS and I looked at calendar year 2019, and in the search box I did hospitality. And it looks like there is an action relating, there is one here to Resources and Development Committee appointing and confirming the council delegate committee member to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Management Board. And that is RDCJY-029-19. And it is in DIBS. I did pull up the legislation, and within the legislation, it does cite to the other laws that would allow for the 5-member committee. And under Section 2 findings, it does state B, the term of the council delegate from the committee is for 3 years. And it does say Exhibit A. And if you scroll down to Exhibit A, it does state the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Plan of Operation. But this is specifically for RDC. But it does provide information on that legislation, Dana, that may be able to help assist with finding, how that's comprised of through legislation. I haven't found the one that's specific to Delegate Otto So. I just found the one that was approved by RDC. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. That, let me go to the floor. Honorable Otto So, then Chairman Nez. Honorable Otto So.
That's it. Yes, I take Mr. Smith's comment as Otto So is in conflict of interest, and kindly trying to dish it off to Department of Justice and Legislative Council. So I think that's where Mr. Honorable Smith has his question. But yes, I am appointed by law. I was appointed to the board by Naabik'íyáti committee. And so as of now, I still serve in this capacity. But this role is the same as our shareholders, where I believe the former Attorney General, Ms. Branch, has had has conditioned and brought information, shed light to the delegates that serves as shareholders. And as shareholders, yes, you cannot act on the Navajo Nation business. You act in that capacity for that time. But at this time, there's no conflict of interest because I don't benefit from this project of the Shiprock Hotel. I think that's what Mr. Smith is probably alluding to, that maybe I will be getting a dividend from hospitality enterprise, but as shareholders and board members, we don't get dividends. We get our stipend for going to the meeting to act on the interests of the business of the enterprise and the board. So first of all, I would like to ask Mr. Smith, maybe see where he sees that I get a dividend. I may be benefiting from a dividend from a hospitality enterprise on this hotel project. Maybe he could shed light to that. Maybe he can shed light to that and expand and answer the question directly to say yes or no. Am I in conflict? That way, instead of trying to dish it off to the, thank you.
I guess there's a request, Vice Chair Smith, in clarification, so I can turn the floor over to you.
Well, thank you, Chairman Damon, for the floor. The question is posed to Department of Justice and also Legislative Council to clarify. That's all I'm asking. I'm not accusing anybody. I just want to make sure that we're getting the answer and interpretation as provided from Department of Justice, Legislative Council, and that's the bottom line of it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go into Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much. And Speaker Damon, what meeting base was Charles Newton. I really support your legislation here, but I also want to make a statement here. I'm not Senate 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm on the NTEC shareholder as well as NET subcommittee, and by legislations were appointed to this. I'm also on the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Board of Directors, Board of Management, and the Board of Directors. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. It's a legitimate question to me. We as we all know, and we're very transparent in what we do. So I have to come forward and say to you all, I am also a part of the Hospitality Enterprise Board of Directors with Mr. Lorenzo Max, Lawrence Latero, Alan, as well as Shetsu Aroso, myself. Ako ahot abehas anik eko. Sa betana hadit ahibe landa itleko koko. Ahot idobehas. The only time, as I understand, is if you have something to gain from it. For me, I don't have anything to gain from it. I don't have any relatives working for hospitality or the hospitals. The Shiprock Hotel's not built yet, so I don't have any relatives that are applying for those positions. I don't bend or Pero height she ishin hato desko ajiko ishin igise ahitnesto. I don't hate a nego, whether your spouse by affinity or relatives by consanguinity, na. What our she happen that a husband hila bench the dog left or de la hila ben ya when I had a dachin. But or testoids are a piece or is either yake at our class. No, they ha. Ein Hibahnossen, Bahonits, and Doneda Honeliana. We're old enough here. We're wise enough, Shinanta. I'm not going to push my relatives in there or want to gain something from it. There's nothing I could gain from it. But if we could start doing this to all the legislations and vet them and say, okay, is there a conflict of interest? No, she's a bit. Maybe when we are seeking money for our projects from our communities, maybe that is a conflict of interest because our communities are going to gain from it because we're there as a sponsor for these legislations. But someone has to sponsor these legislations. We're lawmakers. This is where these subjects come up. And it's good. What is the definition of conflict of interest? What are the violations according to ethics and rules law? I would like the recommendation, Speaker Damon. Perhaps we as council need to have a work session on conflicts of interest. Where do we stand on all this, whether we're a shareholder, a subcommittee member, or a board member? I see NECA has former delegates on that board. I see NAPI, board of directors, who have former delegates too. It's all done within the law. I am ready to vote, and I'm ready to see this hotel go up. Thank you.
Thank you. That any response now back to Office of Legislative Counsel or Department of Justice?
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana at Office of Legislative Counsel. And I want to thank Chairwoman Charles Newton and also Stan Sapp for forwarding various plans of operations and such. The one thing that we have not been able to find, but I think it's something we'll look into a little bit further. We did find a 2015 resolution appointing delegates to the Hospitality Enterprise Board. We haven't found a more current one, and it may just be because of internet problems and such. But after our review, the Hospitality Enterprise does have delegates as part of their management board, also called the Board of Directors. And I want to point out, just while I'm talking right now, that a shareholder representative has different tasks and responsibilities than a member of the Board of Directors. But in this instance, he is within the Board of Directors. That was established by law. So I think, I feel like that there is no conflict of interest as far as him getting any type of economic gain or having any special interests, getting any extra money. I see none of that. I think that I don't see any of it. I would say there doesn't appear to be a conflict of interest there. However, I'm going to, just while I have a second, I'm going to read the general prohibitions against conflicts of interest that are included in the Ethics and Rules Act, and that's at 3745. General prohibitions, conflict of interest. A, no public official or employee shall attempt to use any official or apparent authority of their office or duties which places or could reasonably be perceived as placing their private economic gain or that of any special business interests with which they are associated before those of the general public, whose paramount interest their office or employment is intended to serve. With the information that Office of Legislative Counsel has, we don't see a conflict there in paragraph B. There is a paragraph A, there is a second paragraph, that's paragraph B, and it reads, it is the intent of this subsection that public officials and employees of the Navajo Nation avoid any action, whether or not specifically prohibited by the standards of conduct set out herein, which could result in or create the appearance of 1, using public office for private gain, 2, giving preferential treatment to any special interest, organization, or person, 3, impeding governmental efficiency or economy, 4, losing or compromising complete independence or impartiality of action, 5, making a governmental decision outside official channels, and 6, adversely affecting the confidence of the people in the integrity of the government of the Navajo Nation. Now, the question would be, as we generally say, whether conflict of interest whether there's a conflict of interest. The first person to opine on that should be the person whose interests are being questioned. Delegate Otto So very specifically said he did not see that he had any kind of conflict. The only conflict that Office of Legislative Counsel could even perceive in this situation would be that in B2, and that would be giving preferential treatment to any special interest, organization, or person. And of course, that the special interest organization that would be in play here is the hospitality enterprise. So my recommendation and how I believe Delegate So needs to just approach this is while he is making decisions as part of the management board, he does that for the benefit and for the success of the hospitality enterprise. When he is acting as a council delegate, his loyalties or such, he's acting in the interest of those who elected him. Going back to the oath you took, you're also acting in the interest of the Navajo government. But because his appointment to the management board is established by statute, approved by council delegates, that is not in any way a per se violation. It's just something Otto So and any other delegate who sits on a board of directors needs to keep in mind when they are making decisions, either as a board of director or as a council delegate. Long story short, while there may be some there might be some questions, obviously enough that a question was asked. Office of Legislative Counsel does not see a conflict of interest with the information we've been provided. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Now, colleagues, we can go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time?
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Honorable Otto So, then Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Otto So.
So we have, it was clarified as that I don't have a conflict of interest, but we have 3 veteran legislations coming up. Will that be a conflict of interest if a delegate is a veteran? So those are just some of my thoughts, some of my thoughts that, maybe Vice Chair Smith has, I'm not too sure why he's bringing this issue up, but he served as a shareholder also. So under oil and gas. So, not too sure what the main intent is here, but through our clarification, through our legal, and then also appointed by law, if Honorable Raymond Smith has an issue with it, drop a legislation, change the law. The shareholders and the boards are appointed by law. And hadith ego da hadith agoko behes anik at beho katniki niltos akoi do hadith ada ba ol tatande di kodo da shintagon hinanish il behes anik aho do oto no behes ani do bik ahunil odo da hunit la. There's policies and procedures that are legislated by law. And I think, again, if he has an issue on it, I urge him to just drop legislation so it could be addressed and the policy could be changed. But right now, we have policy in place, which we are following the current governing system. And basa agada. It's just like the Nahabik'íyáti shopping center. We funded it, and it's in this area, and it's benefiting people in that area, which may be family, which may be friends, relatives, and so forth. These personal projects that are funded through CIS and especially the $100 million project in the bridge, those are all the delegates would be in conflict of interest because we're utilizing whether it's infrastructure, we use the restroom facilities. So, I advise that he just move forth with legislation to change the law. But again,
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, go down to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you again, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members. Don't get me wrong, the question was posed to Legislative Council, DOJ, to get a clarification. And this question was to make sure that we are not doing something outside the parameters of being within our enterprises, our shareholders, or anything like that. It was just a question to make sure that we are covered by that. And Legislative Council did express exactly how this panned out and how the question was posed and what was brought forth. So therefore, Chairman Damon and the Naabik'íyáti committee members, I'm not making an issue of anything regarding the council being a shareholder or anything like that. Just want to make sure that we're all covered exclusively. And if it needs to be changed, then yes, we'll change it. And yes, I am a veteran. yes, there is going to be veterans issues that's coming up and things like that. But this question was clarified and was presented, and it's a good question. Though it's ERA. And I wasn't accusing anybody particularly. I didn't name anybody when I brought this up. I just said there is a concern. Is it a conflict? And it was explained right on with the executive or the legislative council. And yes, things do come up, and I was going to ask Chairman Damon, since this was brought forth, could that be placed in documented on behalf of what was interpreted? So if this comes up later on down the road, it took some time to research. It took some time to look into the laws and regulations, and it was brought forth saying, so Chairman Damon, could I have legislative council put that in, writing so that we'll put this in. All I want to know is, are we okay on this behalf? There was no pun intended on this. There was no attack on anybody on this. And let's move forward, Shananda. I do support this Shiprock Hotel. I just want to make sure that we were in line with our laws and regulations, and because we are legislators and we have that legislation authority to do this. So, Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That request can come from any delegate, and you can work together with the Office of Legislative Council to get that completed. You can request that in writing. All you have to do is fill out a form, Vice Chair Smith, and get that memo out.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. School board on the main motion on legislation 0258-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. That legislation is destined for council 028258-21. That, moving on down, colleagues. Number C, legislation 0065-22, sponsored by Honorable Brown. That, could I get the legislation read into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0065-22, an act relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $13,215,000 from the Citizen Fund for the completion of the Kayenta Judicial Complex, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. You do have committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. There's a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, There's a motion on legislation 0065-22.
Motion, Daniels.
Motion by Honorable Herbert Daniels, second.
Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. All right, colleagues, any comments, questions on 0065-22?
Vice Chair Smith.
That Honorable Brown, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Please add me to the queue.
Honorable Brown.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Hadith Aish, can you hear me?
Oh.
Bira. Okay, yeah. Best sponsor Anshan and Ado Naabik'íyáti Chair, Speaker Damon. Yate Ado my colleagues, the Naabik'íyáti Lini. It's an honor and a privilege, right, to represent our people of the Navajo Nation, and it's great that we have great employee staff with the Navajo Nation. I'm talking about the Kayenta Judicial Court. Wonderful court administrator there, Ms. Laban Yazi, who is online working with the Kayenta Township. Right now, before Mr. Gabriel Yazi worked a lot on this, and then currently Ms. Geraldine Lasser, the interim township manager. Ado with the Navajo Nation Court, the Judicial Court Complex in Window Rock as well, Mr. City. Thank you. Excuse me. So this has been in the works for quite some time, and this is not the first we're doing this presentation. Excuse me. We did come before the Law and Order Committee a couple of times, once in Sanders, Arizona. So unfortunately there, it was just the report section that was accomplished there. But however, Law and Order Committee did come out to Kayenta, to the Kayenta Township building, and they did tour the correction facility and the police station. So we did that tour. So the need was explained at the community level. I'm also just finished the Kayenta chapter meeting right now, and right now the Kayenta Veterans is meeting in the chapter house. So these are the updates that I give to our people and what we are working with as the Beshbahasa'an, the Nebenant'an, Lini. So I'm glad to report that I do have the support from the community and the veterans that are here. During this time of the pandemic, our people continue to struggle, and that's something that I've heard from our people, our elders here in the chapter meetings this morning. And as far as our Navajo Nation employees, they're very deserving of this. It is the work, the time, the data that I've sent you in the zip drive that was forwarded to me from Ms. Yazi. You should have a copy of that. And before, we did have 3-wing binders a few times that was passed out to council and the previous council as well. So we have done our due diligence, and we could not wait any longer. Right now, our content, and Ms. Yazi will go over this in much more detail. And it is her work and her staff, our Navajo people that are working there during this pandemic. They have been really impacted. Yet they were the one Navajo Nation court who's able to still serve people the best that they can with the small building that they're in. And also, I really like how Ms. Yazi has reported to this council a few times, and some of the creative ways they bring the court to as far as the Nahatsasan, Navajo Mountain, Utah area, and the Arizona side as well. The Arizona. So very creative. I'm very proud of our team who are putting a lot of work into this. I cannot thank them enough, and they are very deserving. This is, again, our people. The CHSN dollars is our people's money. The community of Kayenta and the surrounding areas, the peacemakers, the advocates, the prosecutor's office. This, with the approval of this, and ultimately the signature of President Nez's signature, it will bring the spirit and the morale of our people during these troublesome times, during this pandemic, during this virus, during this drought, during these hard times, during this hardship. It would be great if we can continue to support them in a big way. And the reason why I'm asking for this is we're asking for it is the work is already, we are shovel construction ready, the building's ready. And also, you know, as Delegate Freeland gave his report to Naabik'íyáti 2 weeks ago, $2 million is allocated from the state of Arizona, from the leadership as well. So that funding is there, and that documentation was emailed to all my colleagues there. But before I go any further, I wanted to give time to Ms. Lavon-Yazzie to, as she has been in the forefront in working this, she can collect the data, the reasons why we're requesting for a new judicial court complex. So, Speaker, if we can give time to Ms. Lavon-Yazzie and her team there. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Ms. Yazzie? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Delegate Brown, and I'd like to thank the 24th Navajo Nation Council for your continued support and time. And right now, looking at the clock, I have exactly 13 minutes to report what the legislation means to the community of Kayenta and the 7 chapters that we serve. But as Delegate Brown mentioned, we did send 3 zip files that has all the information as far as the proposal. There's 6 sections, 1 on the project proposal support letters, section 2, the support resolutions from the 7 chapters, Kayenta Township Commission, the Western Navajo Agency Council, the Navajo-Utah Commission of the Navajo Nation Council, section 3, the Judicial Complex Project Manual and Construction Documents, section 4, Environmental Assessment, 5, Land Survey, Site Track, and the Kayenta Township Master Plan, and 6, the District Statistics. But as mentioned, we've been working on this for quite a long time. The Kayenta Justice Partners, the Kayenta Township, Kayenta Chapter, and community has been proactive in addressing their local building needs since 2001. In the 21-year effort, the community obtained a new police department building, criminal investigations, and corrections building. But with that, we still need to finish addressing the criminal justice complex. When this project first started in addressing these particular buildings, in 2013, the estimated cost was $9 million. And then moving forward to today, it's now at $13,215,000. And since between 2013 to the current date, it's increased 14% at $4.2 million. So the time has come where we can say that we are ready, construction ready for this project. And within the binder, as I mentioned, there's construction documents in there. And there's a letter dated October 2nd, 2020 from Dyron Murphy Architects that verifies that the facility design is 100% complete as of August 20th, 2020. And it's ready for bid. The documents are not sealed with the professional stamps on the basis that the construction is due to the lack of funding for the construction, but it is ready for bid to general contractors for construction. And at that time, they will date and stamp the documents accordingly. But as mentioned, the facility is designed with 17,000 square foot, not only for the courts, but it includes peacemaking and probation services and the prosecutor and public defender. And this is just not a judicial branch project. We include the other two offices that we work hand in hand with here at the courts. So with that going into the building, why is it that we need to, we're saying that we do need a new building. In previous presentations to the council, we do mention that the current district court building is a 29-year-old 56 by 54 modular building, and it holds 12 district and family court staff. And if you walk into this front building, there is a very small lobby that holds only 9 people when we're in full operation. But with the pandemic, once we open our doors for the public to come back in, it's going to only hold 3 people. In the courtroom, it normally holds 30 people. But with the pandemic, if the restriction 6-foot spacing is still in effect, we're going to be only able to hold 9 people in there. And we only have 1 courtroom for the entire district with no jury deliberation room or space for attorneys to meet with clients. There's no inmate holding areas for adults and juveniles. And the lack of separate areas makes it necessary to mix adult and juveniles at times.
Set up that meeting there.
And the acoustics in the courtroom is very poor. And once somebody comes in through the front door, you can hear the door closing in the courtroom. So with that, the building is not sufficient at this time. And then probation parole is in the same boat also. They're in a hand-me-down building that was vacated by criminal investigations. And they're doing the best they can from that particular building. Kayenta Office of the Prosecutor sits across from us on U.S. Highway 163. So when their staff have to attend to hearings, they have to cross the 4-lane road to get to our building. And it's scary at times. You see the prosecutor dodging the traffic and trying to get across to the court building. And they are also in a donated 2-room modular building. And they don't have separate office spaces and no barriers to protect themselves on the COVID-19 if it's in the air. They don't have adequate spacing to meet with the public separately to discuss cases, and especially the juvenile cases, since they are really case sensitive. And the Office of the Public Defender, they have no building in Kayenta. And they have to travel in 1 hour each way from Tuba City to meet clients here or attend hearings. And at times, we see them sitting outside at the picnic table or in their vehicles because the small lobby does not accommodate the parties. And in the binder or the zip file, as I mentioned, we have the Kayenta District statistics in there, and it will show that one of the primary concerns of the council is criminal cases, crime on the Navajo Nation. And during the pandemic in FY 2020 and 21, Kayenta had the highest criminal filings, and that shows that the offices of not only the courts, probation, peacemaking, public defender, and the prosecutor, we work hand in hand to make sure these cases move forward despite the limitations that we're up against and the lack of space. But we make do with what we have. But the shortchanging is with the public. We have to be select as to who can come in. It should be an open court for everybody, but with this limitation, we can only let the few people in. And as I mentioned, the project is construction ready. All the land withdrawals are made. The FONSI environmental assessments, they're complete for the 21.22 acre Kayenta judicial and public safety site. And all the infrastructures are on site with the recent construction of the corrections and police department buildings right next to us. And as far as the funding, Nikki, in the current Navajo Nation Judicial and Public Safety Facilities Priority Fund listing for fiscal years 2021 and 22, Kayenta is identified as Priority 3 to receive funding. And then as far as requests for CEHASEN funding, we do have funds that were used by the Kayenta Township Commission. They approved a grant where they spent $897,771 to complete the design and engineering of these buildings, this building that we're trying to fund. So they themselves put that funds out there to use for this. And then as mentioned, since 2019, the Kayenta Judicial District has been pursuing funding from the state of Arizona. And through the endless support of the Navajo Nation State Task Force Subcommittee of the 24th Council, Arizona Senator Teresa Hatovely, Arizona Representatives Jasmine Blackwater Nygren and Myron Sosi, the Kayenta Judicial District received appropriation in the Arizona 2023 fiscal year budget for $2 million under House Bill number 2858. So I'm glad to report this time around, yes, we do have match monies of $2 million. And I really would like to recognize the state task force members, Mark Freeland, Vice Chair Paul Begay, Key Ellen Begay, Pernell Halona, Herman Daniels, Charlene So, and our own local delegate, Nathaniel Brown, for providing the support. And let's go approach a state not, we would leave at the last minute, and I'm glad to see that this was fruitful and will add to the cause. So with that, as far as documentation on the state funding, they're all in the binder. And as I mentioned, the statistics from the district is very important. And what's your justification, Hatnisha? All the numbers are in there, and we work hard to provide judicial services to the public. And Kayenta is a highly traveled area because of US 160, and then the Monument Valley being nearby, we get a lot of visitors in our area. So we do keep pretty busy, and I think that will pretty much provide the reasoning to fund this building. And from the beginning, I mentioned that the cost has increased through the years by 14%. And the longer we wait, the much more the Navajo Nation is going to have to pay for this building. So that is my report, and I appreciate your time. And if you have any questions, and if you have.
Thank you. Honorable Brown, does that conclude your presentation?
Speaker, I just wanted to add another something important information.
Go ahead. You have 1 minute and 43 seconds.
Okay, Speaker. We did also the Navajo Nation Judicial Court under the direction of Shema, Miss Joanne Jane, and Mr. Stephen Attiti. My understanding is they did submit this to the ARPA funding, the American Rescue Plan, that will be signed tomorrow. And my understanding is, that was immediately denied, or it is not approved through the guidelines. For us on Navajo, in Western Agency and the Kayenta IHS, we were the first hit on this pandemic. Right now, when we had a meeting in Chochimbito yesterday, just the one community alone that comes to Kayenta a lot, one of the residents reported to me they have lost over 170 people in a very small community. How could this not be COVID related and we were denied? Our people here, our IHS employees, had to deal with this immediately. When we got the first positive case, that's what these fundings were set aside for. Not the CSN, but the ARPA dollars and the CARES Act dollars. So we have done our due diligence. And right now, we're before this council, this committee, Naabik'íyáti committee, for the CSN dollars. And the CSN dollars is exactly for, we are definitely in line with the policies and procedures on what's allowable. And we, reporting to Law and Order Committee, and we understand there is a listing, but everything is increasing. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, colleagues. Honorable Brown has timed out on his presentation. With that, let me go ahead and go to the floor, colleagues, as I do have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Daniel, second by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours, and then I'll go to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Chairman Damon, and the Naabik'íyáti committee members and those that are listening on board. Kayenta Project Judicial. Thank you, Honorable Brown, for bringing this forth and going through the committees, and sounds like it's ready to be under construction once the funding is provided, which is good news. My question is Dyron Murphy Architects of Albuquerque, have they been paid out? I guess that's one question. You know how much blueprints usually cost, and it says 90% construction documents. The question I have too is, as you well know, there's ranking within the buildings. I'm not sure where Windrock and Shiprock is at. If Shiprock is number one, or if Windrock's number one, or if one of them's number two. But at any rate, my question to Honorable Brown is, in these documents that like blueprints on Exhibit D, could we use them, or would that be something not applicable to building for, let's say, Shiprock, or like say Windrock? Because you know that Windrock's all closed up now. It just has the jail section. I went over there at one point in time to talk to the chief of police, but they said they 40 fines because I see the building Dutch. So that's one thing that the multi-purpose, multi-justice center. Yeah, it's for the court system, and maybe that could be tweaked out to be utilized as headquarters. I look at the way the cities and metropolitan are. They have judicial buildings, and they have public safety buildings, and they're almost, I guess you could say, identical. Maybe they use like the same plans to build these facilities, because like you said, it promotes morale and it promotes employees to, be proud of where their office space is. And it was articulated that the current situation is too small and it's crowded, and it's something that we really need to do in order to provide efficient services for our people that are facing unhinhuelte. And we need to update our Huelte too to have a good facility. So those are my questions on that. I do support the fact that we need better buildings. And I did mention this to the maintenance folks. Is there talk about, 5 agencies building new buildings out there, including, judicial and police departments and stuff like that? I guess we could look into that in the future, but this is something that we need out there for our folks. And I know that Kayenta is really in need of a building space. So citizen. So it's a good investment too. And that's all I want to say on that behalf and my question on that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go back down to the queue. Madam Chair Charles Newton, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker and colleagues. I asked to be in the queue to provide the committee an update on what has been transpiring in terms of public safety and justice. I want to inform you that right now, this project, the Kayenta Court Facility, is on a list that was submitted for possible bond. So just let me step back a little bit. The Law and Order Committee was, when we came in 2019, we were informed of all of the communities that were in need of public safety facility buildings. It is, I will say, it is not that straightforward, and it's not that easy to start moving towards requesting some of these buildings. What we did during that time in 2019 is we sat down with the various communities, Kayenta being one, the Kayenta Judicial Court being one, to look at what the court or what the communities needed in terms of public safety and justice. We did sit down with Director Delmar and also Chief Justice Joanne Jane. During that time in 2019, we then proceeded to move forward with, there were only 4 projects that were identified, but what we later learned was there was a lot more. And so what we did is we did meet with a lot of the chapters. I want to say it had to have been at least 2/3 of the chapters on the Navajo Nation, looking and hearing about public safety and justice. During that time, we did drop legislation. However, as you all may recall, in January of 2020, prior to COVID hitting the Navajo Nation, we did have a work session. During that work session, various delegates started coming out saying, my community needs something, my community needs something. It was also during that time that we were tasked as Law and Order Committee to look at the operations and maintenance and who would be covering the operations and maintenance for the new facilities. We were also tasked to look at the manpower for the new facilities that are being proposed. We were also looking at the cost of construction as well as what the 638 contracts covered. In addition to that, there were other questions that came out. One question being whether there were alternative sources that we have looked at. That was our task in January of 2020. And so we did start in January. We met with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. During that time, our Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services, we do have 638 contracts currently in place that does state that facility replacement is part of that contract. We started working with BIA. Unfortunately, BIA was only given, I believe it was 30 million that year to cover facility replacement throughout the entire country, throughout the entire Indian country. And so at that time, BIA did introduce us to this 105L lease, which I'm sure many of you guys have heard me talking about. The 105L lease, the best way to describe it is basically Navajo Nation can build it and BIA could possibly enter into a lease as long as the building stands. We did task Department of Justice to look into whether that language was available in our 638 contracts. We've never gotten official word from the Department of Justice. However, we did find out through BIA that it is covered, that Navajo Nation is covered, and that we could enter into a 105L lease for those 638 contracts that we currently have in place that does have facility replacement as being listed in the contract. And then in February, we met with the BIA Office of Justice Services and the 105L lease team. During that time, I was in Washington, D.C. With the Tribal Interior Budget Council, the delegates during that time. And we, during that time that we had our TIBIC meeting was when I did get to meet with BIA Office of Justice Services to get more information about this 105L lease. During that process, because the 105L lease was still a brand new program, there wasn't very much information that was provided to us. Just as we started to gain momentum in looking at this possibility, COVID hit. And as many of you, the 7 or 8 delegates who were in Washington, D.C. with me at that time with, participating in TIBIC, as you may recall, we experienced COVID in Washington, D.C., how it was there in D.C. We came home to the Navajo Nation and we were put into a 14-day quarantine. The delegates who were out there in Washington, D.C. May recall this. But during that time, everything shifted. Our priorities shifted and went towards COVID. But I did still keep in touch with BIA Office of Justice Services. They couldn't give us as much information during that time because, again, their focus was also on COVID. Now, fast forward to last year, where we've had a lot more information that has been provided to the Law and Order Committee. We learned at that time that Navajo Nation would be getting ARPA money. We were told at that time, before we got the ARPA money, that there was a possibility that we could use that ARPA money to replace some of the facilities that needed to be replaced for public safety and justice. Unfortunately, it was determined by President Nez and Paulson Chaco that these funds were ineligible for ARPA money. And what we learned actually was the last couple of months, we found out that technically they were eligible for ARPA money, and those funds could have been used as leverage to get a loan or a bond because it would have been considered encumbered. Unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to make those changes with the ARPA money. And so that led us now to looking at our last option, which is looking at a bond. I have been working with Speaker Damon, with Chair Hanyo, with the Law and Order Committee and the Investment Committee on the possibility of expanding a 2015 bond that was approved by the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. We met with Key Bank in November of 2021. During that time, we were informed, and I say we as in Speaker Damon, Chair Hanyo, myself, Delegate Vince James. I think we were the only 4 delegates that did meet with Key Bank. We were informed that Navajo Nation, during the entire COVID, did very well in paying back the bond. And so as a result of that, as many of you know, when you pay your bills on time and you have a credit card, they give you a little bit more credit. So that's what Key Bank did, is they came back and they said that they would be willing to expand on that bond and give us a little bit more bond money to help assist. During that time, sitting down with Key Bank, we also learned that if the Navajo Nation does approve this bond, it does make us eligible to enter into a 105L lease with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. During this whole process, I have been in constant communication with BIA Office of Justice Services, making sure that we have everything covered. The last meeting that we did have with Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services is that they come in once the building has been built. But they also made it very clear that if we do go with a bond or a loan, it makes things easier to enter into the 105L lease, which is something that we are looking at as a possibility. Now, we are looking at over $500 million for public safety and justice needs to replace just the facilities alone. That does not cover the operations and maintenance. However, if we enter into this 105L lease, if the Navajo Nation enters into this lease with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, our operations and maintenance will be covered under that lease. And right now, they're looking at possibly 80% of the costs, was what we were informed of at the last BIA OJS meeting, is if the Navajo Nation gets the bond and we enter into this 105L lease, about 80% of the operations and maintenance costs will be covered by BIA OJS through that leasing program. And the reason why that money or the amount increases because Congress gave them more money under the 105L lease than they gave money to do the facility replacement. I know this is a lot of information, but let me get to the point here. There has been a list that has been submitted to Key Bank with the buildings that are ready to go. Right now, the total cost to replace all the public safety and justice facilities is over $500 million. However, with the list that has been created by Director Jesse Delmar and Chief Justice Joanne Jane, with no assistance from Law and Order Committee, I want to make that very clear. We weren't a part of the meetings when they put together this list. They came back and we have a total of $260,354,000 worth of projects that are ready to go. The criteria that Key Bank made very clear to Navajo Nation in November of 2021 is that these projects have to be, at least the starting of construction within the first 3 months of receiving the bond. So with that in mind, Director Delmar and Chief Justice Joanne Jade, and with the assistance of Dolores Gray Eyes, went in and they came together with a list. This list identifies, I believe it's 11 facilities across the Navajo Nation that is ready for construction within 3 months of receiving this bond money. Now, the bond requires first that I get the blessing and the votes from the investment committee. So that's like one of the first hurdles that we're running into at this point. Is it's very difficult to get the investment committee to put together a meeting. They were trying to do a meeting for today. However, we informed them that we have the Naabik'íyáti meeting today, and we wouldn't be able to do the investment committee because part of the investment committee is budget and finance committee delegates. So they have pushed it back. At this point now, we are looking at the beginning of August as we move forward to have a meeting with the investment committee, which also includes the controller's office. It would also include Key Bank Budget and Finance Committee members, Law and Order Committee members, and also Speaker's office. So that we can all come together and we can get that information. Because what KeyBank said was they were just guesstimating without having all of the numbers in front of us, and they were guesstimating that they could look at possibly 170 million. However, they came back and they said, we could possibly give you, what you guys need for those projects that are, ready to go. That means that they have to start construction within 3 months of the bond coming down, being signed and given to the Navajo Nation. So with that in mind, we do have on the listing right now the Kayenta Court facility at 17,000 square feet. It is 95% complete. We have 95% for all of the projects because we are still missing maybe one document. Kayenta has submitted their documentations on the land that has been withdrawn. We do not have a chapter resolution or a resolution from the Kayenta township. So that one right now is still unknown. The complete documentations are on file in terms of the environmental, cultural, and then also the geotechnical reports. And then we are also pending NTUA's approval on the availability of water, because part of the projects that we have identified is whether NTUA has the capacity to build these, to have these facilities have water, electricity, and broadband. The last thing that we also looked at for each of these projects is the availability of staff. And right now, they do have existing staff, which warrants, the new court facility to be built. They are in the listing at $13,220,000. And again, this list was comprised by Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Director Jesse Delmar, and it was given to the Law and Order Committee, which is what we have been pushing to move forward with. In addition to that, there are a few substations that have been identified, and I've contacted the delegates who are currently on this listing to receive a substation. And so I'm hoping, that we do get this approved and moving through the process. I just want you all to know that the Law and Order Committee has been working diligently to try to address the public safety and justice, facility needs of the Navajo Nation, and also working to get the operations and maintenance covered cost, to get that taken care of as well. I don't know how it would work if we did approve the citizen funds today. I don't know. I don't want to say that we will cross them off the bond list, which would then mean that Kayenta would have to look at other sources for their operations and maintenance. Because I don't know, if we can use the citizen funds and enter into the 105L lease, because one of the problems that we ran into is that government money cannot be used for projects and then the 105L lease be entered into. That's why they told us that we could leverage the ARPA funds and use it as kind of a collateral to get a loan or to enter into the bond. But we never got to that point of getting more information, as we never had the discussion regarding the ARPA money. So I just want to let the delegates know that, at Law and Order Committee, that has been our priority, and it's been our goal in finding, these funds. I have been to Washington, D.C., as you all know, countless times, meeting with BIA, Office of Justice Services, making sure that we are on the same page with getting these facilities replaced. I also have our various senators from two of the states, the state of New Mexico and Arizona, who are aware that we are looking at this as an alternative. I've also informed our state representatives and our state senators as well, because I did go to the state requesting public safety and justice funds as well. And we did get a little bit, but not a whole lot. I know that as chapters and state of New Mexico, some of the chapters did get some funding that can go into the designing portion. But at the same time, it wasn't really enough to make a huge dent in this. So I just want to inform the committee of this. Again, I'm not talking against the legislation. I think that they do deserve, that the court does deserve to be built. The other alternative that we did look into with BIA OJS is that the Kayenta corrections was overbuilt. It's too big for the numbers that they currently have. And so one of the ideas that was given to Law and Order Committee was to remodel the corrections, the downstairs.
Thank you, Charles. Hold on real quick. Honorable Brown, good afternoon. What is your point of order?
Delegate Charles Noon is going into a different subject. We're talking about the judicial court complex, and we're talking about CHSN and not bonding. So that would be separate legislation. And as my legislation, we have worked on this. So we've been through this. We've had numerous conversations. We are ready. I believe that, I know that we have done our due diligence. So it's a completely different subject, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Madam Chair Charles Newton, I know you're explaining a lot about what the Law and Order Committee is currently doing. But in that, I guess, as you know, as we all know, even Honorable Brown yourself, that this is Naabik'íyáti committee. Naabik'íyáti committee, we can discuss information, but again, the point is to keep on task on the legislation. But Madam Chair Charles Newton, I know you're giving the information about what your committee has been doing to help assist in trying to allocate some funds for these projects. Madam Chair.
Yes, Speaker, I don't believe that it's out of order because Kayenta Court Facility is listed on this bonding project. So how is that out of order? And then in terms of the recommendation or the possible recommendation that was made is to, the court didn't want to do this. They didn't want to remodel the detention center to include the court in there. It was going to cost less money. They wanted a brand new building. And we did try to compromise with the court. And the court is well aware because we have been working directly with Chief Justice Joanne Jane as well as Stephen Etzity. So I am letting my colleagues know, and I've already stated, I'm not saying vote against this legislation. What I am saying is that Kayenta is part of the list that we submitted to Key Bank to include within their bonding. So I don't know if this legislation is approved, if we remove them from the bonding list, which would then mean that Kayenta would have to cover the operations and maintenance cost. And I don't know how they would do that. So I don't believe, Speaker, that it is out of order. Everything is about the facility and Kayenta is part of this. Delegate Nathaniel Brown is aware of this as he was also included in that email. And again, working with the judicial court, I don't believe that, we were secretly, making this decision when the court was involved. And they were the ones who provided the recommendation to the Law and Order Committee. I'm just trying to set the record straight and inform my colleagues that this is what we have been working on and that we are working with Key Bank as a possibility to do this bond and that Kayenta is on that listing. So I'm again, Speaker, I don't believe it's out of order. I think it is important information for our colleagues to be aware of. In addition to that, we also have the Delcon Justice Center, and we have been working very well with Delcon chapter, and they are aware of them being on the listing as well as Pinion. I know that they have been asking questions as well. And then the various substations, but all of the delegates who are set to receive these public safety facility buildings have been contacted, and they have been made aware that they are part of the bonding list, the potential bonding list, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Brown, do you have any response?
Yeah, Speaker, yeah, thank you for the questions, Naabik'íyáti, to the Kayenta Judicial Court Complex, seeking funding from CHSN dollars. I know I will defer to the other questions to Ms. Lavon Yazzie, and also Exhibit D would be, I would like to hear from, or to have Ms. Geraldine Laughter, the interim Kayenta Township manager, to respond to Delegate Smith. But I know that he asked about Byron Murphy, if he was paid, and then the ranking. I'll speak to the ranking part of it. I think the other part of the ranking that should be included in this is which one of these judicial court complexes are really shovel ready. And I know that a lot of these documents, as far as the blueprints and the plan and design, cannot be forwarded until it's paid for, with the other projects that we have been working on. So I know with Chilchimbitosi store, that was the case with the architect firm that we've been working with. But as far as the ranking system, I know that through the Budget and Finance Committee and the 24th Council, we have deliberated this many times as far as how do we rank this? It's kind of like the other CHSN dollars on the capital improvement projects for chapters, and that was that part was more the revenue generating. But on this part, we're talking about the judicial court complex, and also, so I think, Sanand, please, and also consider. I know that there's a lot of other court buildings that are close to shovel ready, and again, the state of Arizona, who rarely, as mentioned by Delegate Eugenia Charles Newman, the state of New Mexico has a luxury. The chapters there, they do get funding. It might not be the whole funding, but they do get a lot of seed funding for their projects. And as before I stated this, in Utah, as a representative on the Navajo-Utah Commission, I'm very well aware that, the Utah funds are only used for Utah chapters. The Utah Trust Fund dollars cannot be used in Arizona, and also the New Mexico TIF funding cannot be used in Arizona. However, Arizona, we have been very generous, our union workers, putting funding from here and sharing it with all the 3 states, and not leaving anyone out, the other chapters that are in the 2 other states as well. So we have, our people who have their lands who have been disrupted and who are still in the same situation on Black Mesa and the Chi area, the surrounding communities of Chilchimbito, Chilchimbito and Kayenta, Shanto, Forest Lake. All of these communities are directly impacted, with the other as Kaibito. So we have been working on this, and that has to be taken into consideration. So aided by ST, and again, as mentioned, it was the start off cost was a little bit over $9 million. Now we are at this 13+ million. So I know that other delegates have pointed this out, and it's a really good valid point. The other point to the bond financing is, at this environment, how the volatility of our investments, and that's my understanding. I also I did not attend the Key Bank meeting. As sitting on budget and finance, I was not aware of any of the meetings, but I must have missed it if it was through an email. But I did follow up with, when I did attend NAFOA, I did meet with Mr. Jeff with Key Bank, and I did follow up for my information as well. So I did, I did my due diligence on that part with Key Bank as well. And I'm not sure where, that would be an investment committee meeting. However, time is of the essence. We do not want to lose that $2 million. We want to show the state of Arizona, the leadership there, that we can use those fundings. We have so much funding that are reverted at the federal level. We hear about other funding, and this is the last thing that we want to show the state of Arizona. We don't want them to say, see, we gave you all this money and you're not spending it. So this legislation is very critical and even in expressing and showing the state of Arizona. And historically, they have not given us much funding besides the Diné College and Navajo Technical University. So a lot of capital projects that have been sitting, we have been advocating, we have introduced legislation. As we're all aware, the state of Arizona is very Republican, and the way the nation is and how we vote as Democrats. I'm not saying all, but that's what the election reflects. And then because of that, it also reflects on how we're treated. Within the state of Arizona, we do have other legislations that they fight against us on some of these projects. I have even, had numerous meetings asking for the gas tax funding to come back to Navajo Nation. And in the Arizona state leadership, we have been denied over and over. And this is previous leadership when Senator Albert Hale was there, when Senator Peshlikai was there, and even before that, other previous leadership. I believe when Chris Cheney was there, and others who have served at the Arizona leadership. So that has been an ongoing, and you could see our Arizona chapters, we don't have that luxury. So this is one time that I think we can show, as of today and council next week, if we can, I'm asking for your Senanda to vote in favor of this. So I know that we are being closely watched. So we got to spend that $2 million, but we have to do our part from the Navajo Nation side for these fundings from CHISN dollars. So 80 with Aban's kiss, and the other legislation that my Tilchimbito was not as table, but my community are pretty upset, and we have been the work session was scheduled, but again, this legislation, we have heard this, and I do appreciate the work of the Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee. As you're aware, also the Law and Order Committee, I did join them, myself and the Kayenta Township Commission, to one of the trips in Washington, D.C. right before the pandemic. So we have also traveled on behalf of this Kayenta Judicial Court Complex in Washington, D.C., and numerous times to the state capital of Arizona and Phoenix. So we have done so much. There's a lot of work that went into it. I do appreciate, and I think once this is approved, the simple fix would be just to cross off Kayenta Judicial Court Complex on the bond financing. The other part that I'm really interested, that I would like Ms. Lavagna to respond to, is the part with the operation and maintenance part. Right now, Kayenta is already, they have the current funding for the operation and maintenance part. My understanding is that will continue with the current funding that is there. So not on this to less Winston. Ako sanand de ya kudon kitane daos do kudos si kudinsen the natin. Nasiat ehundad nishi kisi kato less Winston. A daos do hajo but Winston. So we are really far behind Shinanta. My chapters have been thinking creatively also, and we're also seeking other funds, but it takes a lot of work and effort with the short staff that we have. So we are doing and thinking outside the box, and I believe that, you know, if any type of we don't want this to wait any longer. Our staff have worked so hard on this, and you can see in your documentation that all the work is showing there. We have not expressed everything. There's a lot more to talk about. But again, right now, Speaker, if we can give some time to my agents so they can respond to some of the unanswered questions from Delegate Vice Chair Smith and Chair of the Law and Order Committee, Eugenia Charles Newton, Delegate Newton. So if you can have give them time to respond, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Honorable Brown. Let me go to your agent.
Good afternoon again. This is Lavanya, the Court Administrator with the Kayenta Judicial District. I will answer all the questions with the exception of Delegate Smith's question on the Dyron Murphy billing. We will have Geraldine Laughter, acting Kayenta Township Manager, answer that question. But as far as when the documents were being inspected for the Key Loan Bank packaging, there was some documents that were missing that was pointed out. But if you look in the zip file that was sent to your offices this morning, under zip file 1, there's a section on support resolutions, and in there, the Kayenta chapter resolution number KY-19-196-01, dated January 14th, 2019, a copy is included in there. The Kayenta Township resolution number KTCM-16-19, dated March 11th, 2019, is included in there, so there's copies in there. And then as far as the question is if there's adequate water that was defined by NTUA, what I can explain here is during the time where we're going through the design and engineering phase, the staff at the Kayenta Township Commission took a really great lead role in the examination of these documents as they progress. And there was a construction manager company called Veneer that was hired by Kayenta Township along with Dyron Murphy Architects to review the plans as it went along for sufficiency. And they did meet with NTUA. They went over the plans, local management, and they did deem at the time that there was sufficient water availability. During the time of the construction of the Kayenta Corrections Facility, there was an issue with the water with their building for fire suppression, but ours is not required. And when they reviewed the plans at the time, NTUA did say that we did have sufficient water to address this. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. As far as staffing of the buildings, our building is 17,000 square foot. In the planning phase, they say plan 15 years down the road. Thinking realistically, looking at our caseload, the number of cases where they've topped and went up and down through the years, there's a cap that that you can see as to, in the long run, how much more cases are going to be coming in, what's the trend. So with using that particular outlook, Nickel, this building design was put together to make sure that, as the term that was used, overbuilt. I don't think that's going to apply to this particular building because I think as far as maximum number of staff that we're going to be able to employ down the year, we've reached that max based on outlook on funding with the Navajo Nation. So with our complex, it's sufficient to meet the needs here locally. And as far as the prospect of moving into or redesign of our local corrections building to have the courts moved in, I know that was mentioned before, but as far as the courts, we have a very fine line as far as how we handle the juvenile cases when it gets to the court. And by all means possible, we do not mix the juvenile cases being scheduled at the same day as the adult criminal hearings or any other day, because with the juveniles, it's a very delicate matter. And we do not see ourselves going into an adult correctional facility to bring juveniles into that facility for hearings. And Grandma and Che coming in, what if there's a breach of security? We don't want to put people in those circumstances. And from what I looked at, the statistics from the corrections that they provide, they do use that facility to full capacity through the years because it serves as a holding, not holding, but a facility that the other districts used, Chinle, before they came up, Dilcon, Shiprock. We had some of the defendants that were sentenced from Kayenta sent to the city because there was no room. So the overbuilt, I'm not sure who's to point the finger at that one because it's an executive branch building that was funded by the BIA. But with this particular facility, it meets our demands, and as I say, so that's what I have to tell on some of those questions. So as far as the Dyron Murphy bill, Geraldine Laughter is on the line. Thank you.
Hello, this is Geraldine Laughter, the acting town manager of the Kansas Township.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yazzie. Honorable Brown, I'll turn the floor back over to you. Honorable Brown.
Oh, yeah. I believe that Ms. Geraldine Laughter is Ms. Laughter, are you online?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Honorable Brown.
Yes, if we can give some time to Ms. Laughter for her response to the question.
Okay. Ms. Brown.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay,
I
keep
hear you,
unmuting
anybody
myself.
else, so.
Okay. Ms. Laughter was on the line. If we can give her some time to respond.
Ms. Laughter?
Good afternoon, 24th Navajo Nation Council. My name is Geraldine Laughter. I'm currently the acting town manager for the Kansas Township. And just to answer Honorable Raymond Smith's questions in reference to payment to Dyron Murphy Architect. We do not have any outstanding debt that is owed to Dyron Murphy on the work that he completed on behalf of the drawings for this judicial district here in Kayenta. So I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That, we'll go ahead and go back to Honorable Brown. Does that conclude your response at this time?
Yes, that concludes our response. Yeah.
Okay. That, colleagues, if you're just joining us, been with us, we are on, we're having a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, a regular meeting. We are on legislation under new business item C 0065-22, sponsored by Honorable Brown. I do have a motion by Honorable Daniel, second by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I do have at this time Honorable Yellowhair in the queue. Honorable Yellowhair, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Jimmy Yellowhair. I want to say thank you to Mr. Honorable Nick Brown for helping your court up there in Kayenta, not just for Kayenta. For all the Navajo Nation, anybody in trouble with criminal crimes, or we protect criminals and the victims, will protect both. Anyway, but I supported this legislation 100%, and then I vote green on it. But I said one thing is I'm missing my Pinion Court, the complex building. I haven't get anything yet, so I have not heard nothing yet from for Pinion, one of the highest crime up there in Pinion. I hate to say it, but they're a good community, but we need help up there. That's all I want to say right now, but hopefully Pinion comes around sooner the better. But I support us the Kayenta. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and also Yvonne, the former staff. I work with her. I'm the former staff over there with the judicial branch as technical director. Yes, Lavon helped me in Kayenta administration court building. Yes, often so yeah. When the over the shika over. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker Freeland.
Good afternoon, Honorable Freeland.
Nice to speak. Speaker?
Yes.
Chairman? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Shanta, Chairman, colleagues, Naabik'íyáti Committee and staff, good afternoon. Honorable Brown and Ms. Yazzie and the staff at Kayenta Judicial Complex, thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate you all and on behalf of the Naabik'íyáti State Task Force, and thank you for your advocacy and your proposal and everything that you submitted that what was asked down in Phoenix. And you know, it was a huge endeavor and a part of what we were able to advocate for, and really it was a matter of bringing the Democrat and Republican leadership together in a bipartisan way on a budget that, knowing that the state had some extra dollars available. I want to thank, of course, my colleagues on the state task force, my brother, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., thank you, brother. My sister, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Herman Daniel, thank you, brother, and Honorable Pernell Holona, as well as all of my colleagues that were down there numerous times during the legislative session in Phoenix. Of course, our hats off to our legislative District 7 leadership, Senator Hatasi Dalmar and Representative Blackwater Nygren and Representative Sosi, of course, and a thank you to the Appropriations Chair, Representative Cobb from Kingman, and of course Speaker Bowers as well. And you know, coming together as a group we were the go-between, kind of the messengers between both sides of the aisle. But the role that we were able to fulfill and the obligations we were able to put forth, and really the dialogue from my colleagues and the chapters and those that were represented at these discussions really played a lot. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. $60 million is significant. First time from the state of Arizona. And my little brother mentioned that we're fortunate and blessed on New Mexico side. Yes, Travel Infrastructure Fund, as well as the New Mexico Capital Outlay. Those are severance tax bonds. And of course, Utah has the Utah Trust Fund. And there's always a fight for Arizona, but I appreciate all of the discussions that we had. Of course, working with our lobbyists, Mr. Mike Bolecki and Mr. Carlisle Begay. Thank you to those two gentlemen as well. When we're able to bring Democrat and Republican leadership together, good things happen. And this is a result of that. And, you know, Arizona's always been a challenge because of how conservative it's been in the past. But, you know, working with the Republican leadership on the appropriation side, on the House side, and bringing our LD7 leadership into play, really got a lot of attention. And I'm glad we were able to do that and bring the two together in unison. And this is the result, the $2 million. Congratulations, Kayenta. And, you know, I'm very thankful and proud of, we're all thankful and proud of all of what you all did. And of course, to all my other colleagues that are able to receive money through the state budget. And, you know, it speaks a lot. We may never see this again. I don't know. It's a one-time $60 million. But I'm glad we're able to put it to issues or put it to a project like this. Now we've got to continue that momentum and build upon it and continue to really continue to advocate. And, you know, I think that's what's most important is how can we build upon a significance of this? And a legislation like this, you know, says a lot to Kayenta and the community and the surrounding communities as well. I know my brothers up to the north in Ojeto, and, you know, Honorable Charlene So is just east of there, and, you know, others, Honorable Paul Begay to the west, and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is just right to the south. And, you know, I really am appreciative of all of your efforts, colleagues, and every one of you had a role in this. And, you know, as a state task force, we get to lobby and we get to advocate and we get to speak on behalf of our communities when we go to Phoenix or Salt Lake or Santa Fe. And this is one of those results of our labor. And, you know, I just want to say that much, Speaker, and congratulations and thank you, colleagues. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm feeling that, colleagues. Go ahead and move on down. Honorable Herman Daniels. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Kudo, Mr. Chair, Kudo Shatayaza, Ikiha Kudo, Arun the Kudo Naabik'íyáti committee members, staff, so Kudo, Arun the Kudo. That's not so nana say way Kudo the Delegate Brown Kudo. Thank you for bringing this legislation before Naabik'íyáti committee today. Hashin Slay by Yale Kido by night kid. Your agent I just heard Miss Laughter I get Nelson see just what I was gonna say my brother Delegate Freeland the courthouse I see don't have other. Especially when I go in there, he shout the whole other. I need to lobby you with that. It's easier. I don't know courtroom and all that was easy. So this is a very good legislation because this will help Kiyenta and the surrounding chapters. Utah chapters, I think for to the west, all the way to Navajo Mountain, Kaibito, Tonalea, out in that delegate Yellowhead area, out in the should the delegate Slater area. So I think so as it should out Rock Point. So what Ecuador is going to serve multiple chapters, communities in that region. Ecuador, even National Ecuador, Vice Ecuador. Now, as Ecuador legislation, Papa na Oshkato, Ecuador. Ecuador, I see baby candy, Kato, never caught each other. I don't know, Senate Nash, Magay, that for the Nash, as Hanford of Cottage, Adriat, Echo, Ado, Ecuador, Magay prosecutor's office, that Hegi. So I asked how can I eat a data. I don't know, Ecuador, Magay Laba Ganda, so I yearn for Aliala Noda. But I see about it's enough to hold, because he gave a Dalia. I call it Ecuador, I see Ecuador. I don't know, Ecuador, or Hinge Kate or Ecuador, Naabik'íyáti committee members of Seneki, Sin Hikato, Aja has Aniki. I see Ecuador, Hajo by needs and Hito Ajaco. So at Echo, I don't know, Ecuador, Hilka, ye date Ecuador, or she Hilka, the Japan Hikato, Jacodo, this was unknown Seneki. I don't know, Ecuador, Hilka, Nailabo. I don't know, Behahon Mehato either. It don't be Hahin either, it don't over that, Hiko. The cheese, I don't know, it'll be how in either. Yeah, that in Mexico. So it would about this. But Quito, I think got to Jacob Hini Kato, Lescoto. I don't know, the snake, don't not get the Nosh Kanakodo. Senat Senegi, Hikato, with this legislation, could have in Hill Hasin for Hika is get or let's go. It would about it, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Steyer.
Thank you very much. That, any other comments or questions, colleagues, at this time?
Speaker is Delegate McKay.
Well, Elmer Brigade, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair White, Speaker Damon, adult members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, adult Delegate Brown, adult your agents that are there with you from Kiyenta, the Yat-Eko. The people that are all on the line, though, Yat-Eko. First of all, that thank you let to congratulate the money that you received from the state called Shahado and the Shinzi. Probably prayers and faith in the people from Kiyenta, Kodnishi, the Asian, Asian, just listen, the Shahado. My next one is I know I think I have a little concern regarding the way the public safety and judicial complex and is being prioritized in the way it's being handled. But I commend with the I commend on Kiyenta for doing what they can to move this legislation. I I have a similar questions and similar concern that you have had with the mine with the Dalcon Justice Center, and requesting for $34 million for sales and funds, and we've been almost 2 years now trying to get moving, but we were. I know that you all these judicial and public safety complex. At one time, we got to Naabik'íyáti, and then we were referred back to Law and Order Committee. And at Law and Order Committee, we did some research and we did some reports to them again. But I know that what Delegate Brown mentioned about that being there so many times, reporting to them what we have. So right now, as I look at the new listing, which is the wrong information that we received again, we're trying to get who was the person that that compiled this information again. So I know that with Dalcon Justice Center has been construction ready since about 2014, and today it's still like that. So we've been told that there's going to be funding for using the that investment committee regarding the loan that we can get for that. So today, that's the only report that we get. So we're trying to get out some law and order, and we even sent emails numbers of times, and they haven't even responded. The last email that we got to them about 3 weeks ago. So there's no response on it. So we're just got stuck there. I don't know how we can move forward again. So I believe that what Kayenta Township are doing, the concern of moving forward. So I support this. So I'm not sure that my question would be. It seems like down order. I don't know what the authority they were given to all the judicial and then all the public safety complex or justice centers. If they could be giving them which fundings they can be they should be considered with. So I get down. I should say we got confused. I got confused. My community got confused and they're frustrated about how they're being handled, and then being ranked from number 1 down to number 8. So it was so frustrating, and they still do. They still have that towards the Law and Order Committee. So I know the advocacy that the and then the committee of the community of Kayenta is moving. I support that. I think we have as a delegate, I think we have our own way of advocating and which funding, if we want to use it. I think we have the legitimate reason which one we can use. So it is, I think so I just want to commend you to know that community at Kayenta that what you guys are doing. So even yesterday, we'll be moving ours. Hopefully that if we could just pick it up and then if we could get some answers from law and order. But I'm really concerned and the community at Telecommu asking to just take it and go before the committee again. So I know that how you guys are handling your proposal is, and also we got $3 million for the Justice Center too. So even go forward, meeting Shoko. This is so when it comes before us, your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brigade. That, let me go back to Honorable Brown. I don't know if there was any comment or if there was any questions, but if you want to respond to any comments or Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
And this is Delegate Charles Newton. Please add me to the queue.
Honorable Brown.
Yeah, Delegate Paul Brigade. Okay. Thank you, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Ado Kwegisinant da Kidigi. Ado thank you to my agents and the staff who are there in Window Rock also. Thank you for the support, and the biggest one of the point again is the advocacy part on behalf of, yes, the state task force and the leadership in the state of Arizona to make the $2 million. $2 million is a lot of money, right? It's Hugo peso, excuse me, that we want to, and the wonderful part is that we have, the work is done. And again, this is an investment for our people. It's not just the staff that are working at the Kayenta court. It is actually for the people. It is the safety for the people who have to go through the court system. Some of them are vulnerable people. You know, these. If you look through the email, the binders, you have the information on how many of the sexual assault cases that have been reported, the domestic violence. We are very well aware, and this is something that I brought up to Law and Order Committee and other committees about how, our laws don't have the teeth that they need, that our people do not feel safe on the Navajo Nation. The last place they should not feel unsafe is in the court. Let's give them that little peace of mind when they're struggling. When sometimes, and I'm saying this, is sometimes when we work on the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee and the work with human trafficking, the suicide prevention, all the work that we have done, that we hear over and over from our people about how we need to make the laws stronger. And the court building has a big play in this. Imagine, again, we did have the leadership here in Kayenta looking at the court building. So I'm glad that I'm getting the response of supporting this resolution. This is not a Nate Brown legislation. Yes, my name is on there, but this is really to the people who have done all the work. They have put a lot of effort into this. Ecuador, Winston, Auto Navajo Nation Council, Auto President Nez Bond Scandal. Is he going to approve it or not? And it will be dependent on what he does there also. So we still have a few hurdles to jump through. This today, Naabik'íyáti, and then next week in council, and then it will go to President Jonathan Nez, and according to this timeline. And again, everything is getting expensive. some of them are still here. And also, in the chapter meeting, what I've heard, I just heard from one of the elderly ladies telling me about her safety. We want to create those safe spaces for them. To the point where her kids had to put up cameras. The safety part, the public safety piece to this is huge on Navajo. And we can continue to work on, I'm not saying, and this will not stop the bond financing project in any way. This will just add to that. If you take off $13 million from the bond financing, I'm sure that will look really good on the credit rating. I'm sure that's going to lower the interest rate of how much Navajo Nation has to pay back as well. So there are some good areas in that. So, and I think with your help, Craigie, let me, Speaker, if you can give time to Ms. Lavon Yazzie, if they have any additional comments here. Sorry about the background noise. So, Speaker, if we can give time to them, to my agent. Yeah.
I'm around with that. Over the floor to the agents for a response at this time.
Thank you again for allowing me the time to respond. As far as Delegate Elmer Begate's question, I believe his question is, where does the public safety priority list comes from? What gives them the authority? I believe the best person to answer that would be our LOC chair, Eugene Charles Newton. But in just looking at the document that I have, the authority, Naabik'íyáti, the Navajo Nation established a Law and Order Committee as a standing committee with the authority to fund public safety facilities from the Navajo Nation sales tax revenue, Navajo Nation Title II, subsection 600A, under CJA-03-2019, and it approved the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund Management Plan in 2011. And the Navajo Nation Council establishes the Public Safety Facilities Fund, and allocations from the fund are pursuant to the Judicial and Public Safety Facilities Fund Management Plan under 24 NNC subsection 620B, and that the Law and Order Committee approves a fund priority list which shall identify and prioritize 5 judicial branch public safety or combined judicial public safety facilities at specific locations that may receive funding from the fund. So as far as what I know about this priority list, Nikki, it's an agreement between the Chief Justice and the Public Safety Director. Once they come to an agreement, it goes before the Law and Order Committee for approval of the priority listing, and it's updated every 2 years. So that's my response to Delegate Begate's question on how this priority listing is brought about. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to clarify again that I'm not opposing this citizen project. I am only informing my colleagues what you guys tasked us to do when we had a public safety and justice work session on January 10th, 2020. And so, you know, I at that time, whoever attended the work session, and I'm trying to pull up my notes on this, but whoever attended the work session at that time, we were directed to get more information. Now, it was not the Law and Order Committee that held up projects. I want to make that clear. I also want to thank the court administrator there in Kayenta for clarifying, because as delegates, we all have the Title II and title that is in front of us. It's been sent to us multiple times. In Title II, Section 600 lays out the responsibilities for the Law and Order Committee. So if you are a delegate questioning the committee, you are a delegate who is admitting you've never read the law. And so I want to refer any delegate who has questions about the committee's work to go to Title II, Section 600. And thank you so much, Yvonne, for covering that, because you did an excellent job with what the committee is doing. I made it very, very clear. I was emailed by Delegate Begay's LDA on the 5th, and I did respond back on the 8th. I didn't respond directly to the LDA. I just responded directly to Delegate Begay on the listing. And I went back just to make sure there were only 2 citizen legislations that were going through the process for public safety and justice funding. It was Delcon, and then it was also Kayenta. And so the Law and Order Committee does not have the authority to table, to hold, or to refer a legislation back. And so I want to make that very clear. And just to be, just to be even more clear, when we looked at the legislations that were going through the process, any delegate has the right to drop a legislation. And so the 0130-19 regarding the Delcon Justice Center, that there is no priority listing. I don't know how many times we have to tell delegates this. The listing that was given by Division of Public Safety and by the judicial branch is just a listing. It's not prioritized. They debated, they said, should we alphabetize? Should we do it by the project that needs the most money? I just said, I don't know. Your only job is to give it to LOC, which they did. So I don't know why, why Delegate Begay is always talking about priority. There's no priority. I don't know how else to tell you that. I've told you at the chapter meeting, I've told you in person, I told you in email, but there's no priority. So I just want to make it very clear, Speaker, that I do support this legislation. I mean, it's coming out of citizen. I guess, there was a question of, well, we can save the bond money, but that in either way, it's still coming out of the Navajo Nation funds. And so I just want to let the delegates know again that on January 10th, 2020, we held a public safety and justice work session. And it was at that time that a list was created by all of the delegates who were in attendance of, what was needed, the questions that got asked, and what we were tasked to go get answers for, and we did. And so we can go forward And I would be happy to sponsor a legislation for 500 million for public safety and justice out of citizen. But I think our job is, to look at other alternative funding. And so that's why I'm saying I don't disagree with this legislation. It's still Navajo Nation money, regardless of whether it's a bond or whether it's through citizen. But the point of this whole thing, I think that we should also be considering is, as delegates, when the ARPA money came up, there was not one of you delegates who talked about public safety and justice. So, we had the opportunity to address the needs for every community, but not one of you came out to say, what about the public safety and justice facilities? So I just want to make that clear and put it on the record at this time that, as chairwoman for Law and Order Committee, I am doing what the law says I have to do, and I am doing what I was tasked to do by my colleagues on January 10th, 2020. And also working with Bureau of Indian Affairs, because we have contracts in place that makes BIA responsible for doing these facility replacements. So again, I'll be happy, Speaker, to drop the legislation for 500 million coming out of citizen. But I don't think that delegates, you're going to approve that. And so, the alternative is the bond and only looking at projects that are ready to go. And emails did go back and forth. I believe that I did answer the email. Delegate Begay, I made it very clear to you on Friday, January 8th at 4:55 p.m. that you would have to contact Jesse Delmar, Joanne Jane, and Dolores Gray Eyes, because they're the ones who put that project listing together. Law and Order Committee, we didn't have nothing to do with it. They just gave it to us and they said, this is what we need. And that's what we have been working with. So I just want to make that clarification. I don't know how many times I've got to tell you this, but it is on the record now that I have been communicating with you as well as your DELCON chapter. I'm trying to keep you guys up to date on what is going on. And now letting the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council know that the Law and Order Committee right now, we have basically two options. We can go to citizen for the entire 500 million, or we could stick to the 260 million minus the Kayenta, or we could try to look at this bond and enter into the 105 L lease, which will basically kill what is the expression, two birds with one stone, because it will address the facility replacement and the operations and maintenance. That we know the Navajo Nation, we don't have the funding for operations and maintenance. So I just want to make that clear again, Speaker. I feel like it's just getting up on Law and Order Committee, but again, read the law. Please just read the law. And that should be able to answer your questions in terms of what the Law and Order Committee is responsible for. And if you want to change Title II and take that responsibility away from council, you as a delegate have that right to do that. And I believe Delegate Eugene So did drop legislation to create one committee for all of the issues on the Navajo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, let me move on down. Honorable Otto So.
Don't give a gate to.
Thank you very much. Dida ani behas ani bikahi onish adon da adi nailta so kodet alit alato sha bahuint ida hatne. The public safety judicial branch and public safety listing is a list that comes out from the administration, not from the committee. And public safety, the executive director, or the division director, Mr. Delmar, and the police chief, makes their recommendation for the build outs of public safety and the substation and the fire department. The judicial branch, so the readiness of the projects. When you look at that priority list, and it's proved through a resolution of the Law and Order Committee, when you look at that listing on it, it's not a listing that is generated from the Law and Order Committee. And when you look at who signs off on it, it's an Navajo Nation letterhead with the current administration and the judicial branch jointly signing that document. And that document would have Jesse Dalmar's signature on there. And Madam Chief Justice, Vijay Kai. In the audit law and order. It's not a listing that we select. And I think that's what that's how I understood the conversation from Honorable Begay, and then the tail end of the discussion from Mr. Brown. But that listing, yes, I did. I don't build out. A lot of the issue comes down to the O&M. You look at the facility, that the current facilities, I believe there's only a few facilities on the current build out has the O&M covered by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Such as they're scrambling. Just for instance, Tuba City does not have the O&M to operate or O&M money to really keep the O&M up to par. So they have to find monies within their budget to try to offset that cost. Right now, the Tuba City facility, as I speak to you, the air conditioner, or that facility in the police department, Joel, the CIs, the air conditioner is out. And that's the O&M costs. So the Navajo Nation and public safety is trying to secure monies to try to pay for that part down that air conditioner. We have employees in there working in heat conditions. Ishi call earlier, and here chairwoman the O&M. Ko joban so ko she yen he zi. Those, that prance on Navajo teaching. Arula joban so kos. And that's how I would like to see that I would say that I guess public safety list, which was indicated on the record that Law and Order Committee made that listing. No, we supported the listing that came from public safety and from the judicial branch. The other thing too is that there's two facilities that are on the build out process, and the OJS, we have the Winter Rock Police Facility, that's on the current replacement list from the Office of Justice Services. It's on the first, I believe there's phases of the first phase of the current one. I believe it's a 6-year build out plan. The next build out plan, another 6 years, that's where Shiprock lies into. So the Navajo Nation has two facilities that's locked in within the next 12 years. But the issue is the Winter Rock facility is ready to be condemned. Shiprock facility It's probably partially condemned now. But we're dealing with those issues. And that's the reason why, Madam Chair, earlier y'all had met pertaining to the bond financing. At behas ani kahige ade the current judicial build out that's out there. The current facility, we are paying on that bond. And we're talking about another bond that's gonna build out the next phases. And there, that's where the issue of the LO5 leasing comes in. We build a facility and the Bureau of Indian Affairs can release the facility. So there we at least make revenues and have monies to cover O&M. So, not too sure but that's just my thought of Madam Chair's synopsis of what she spoke about earlier. But we do support this project, you know. But but I really hope that when budget season comes in, that when the facility is built, that the O&M car portion is really fought for, because not all the judicial buildings out there have O&M costs. I can speak on Tuba City. They don't have O&M costs, so ape judicial branch O&M yana kai. The employees are the maintenance worker over there. Those for the police department. He had to keep up on your O&M, your oil changes and your minor things, gas and things like that. But we know that in the I'm not too sure if the 3-branch chiefs agreement was signed, but I guarantee you the judicial branch got probably the least amount of money again. And I guarantee you the O&M money, the adjustment, Chief Justice is just told, oh, you're getting this much. Right now, Shiprock facility is closed. Winter Rock was supposed to be closed down soon. These are realistically happening with the nation, and we're trying to address the ones that are going to be really, that's going to come to the forefront. What will happen when Shiprock's closed? So the inmates are going to Kayenta. Inmates are going to Tuba City. When Winter Rock closes, where are they going to go? They're going to have to divert them either to Crown Point, or they're going to have to divert them to Tuba City or to Kayenta. Chinle too. Chinle has a facility. And I guess that's just the planning that you know, Madam Chair could again, the build-out facility is not something that the Law and Order Committee creates. And Honorable Elmer Begay should know, because he served on Law and Order Committee in the 22nd Council. That list comes directly from public safety and the judicial branch.
Order, Speaker.
Hold on real quick. There's a point of order. Point of order by Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, my point of order is I've been mentioned it two times regarding my question, and these questions doesn't apply to what the way the answer is coming in. You know, that I can re-explain what my question was. They wanted to know more about it, so I think they understood.
Okay.
Misunderstood that.
All right. Well, Honorable Elmer Begay, I'm going to. I do have you in the queue, so when I come back to you, you can respond to the questions or re-clarify your position. Honorable Otto, does that conclude your response at this time?
Almost done, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
So that's just something that I just wanted to inform, because that's how it came out. And that's how we understand it, Honorable Begay. Please read the policy and read the law. That's all I'm going to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I'm gonna go back to the floor. We do have Honorable Paul Begay. And then I'll go to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Shata, Chair Damon, other colleagues of Naabik'íyáti Committee. I don't care if you get legislation in so the Bashas. A call the Antagoda law of the it's a pretty big sized building. I don't understand the Toda Hotel. One I've heard a number of times. It was overbuilt. No, you focus on.
Right.
But I keep hearing that the year was no. But I least out New Zealand some year. And my first thought was just to remodel and use some of those unused areas. But that's just my thought. I do support this legislation. I do the response only can get hotel. If you can't need the on tickets, so I do on see what I think. You get the in Khadi Kishingo. Maybe Keko, you could need that part to go on the house. Allow you don't have Mr. Lessigi. We're in the same situation in the northwest corner of the Navajo Nation. We wish there was just even a simple substation. We have, when something happens, it takes quite a while for the response team to get to us. So, substation, you could cover all the western areas, all the way from Marble Canyon, Bitter Springs, Cedar Ridge, Gap, Ottaway, Copper Mine, Honolulu, King Shantou, not this on. And Hachi is situated right in the middle where the response team, where the response to these areas is about the same time in any direction that you go. Ako hata. Idaro taheko bansaskis. Hado iya nke sazin dole shige. Hala in city bishmasa in kange hata. So iya أنا بحنا أنا بكتني تيجي دو إيدي يا بيش بعصا أنا كيدا هات هندي نزنت إلى بقى نزنا إيد بيش بعصا أنا كيدا هو تعرف كأني جهاشن يا تيدولس تيدو ساعد إيه تو بها تيدولس دو إينا إديك شدا عشان يدو هي ينعد دو تسيبي هولندا تيدو نبكادو إيدي إيسي اللانج اسم سكيسكو وطبعا سكيس مكو دي شخصيات تشين هول جسلو لفونسن نهو كتو because anger perhaps in due time we will have the public safety public security building also within our area, but again we as delegates need to work together and help each other out. So that'll not finish yeah, people don't know about this case some of that. I'll be happy to see so the fair statement. What I mentioned that I'm in support of this legislation. So yeah. Sure. Yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker Senior, put me to queue.
Thank you, Speaker. Other members of the Naabik'íyáti. I think we're talking about the Kienta judicial complex. I'd like to consider your community and then your agents there here now. I know that you mentioned about that funding that you received, which I heard it was that you are all happy about that in Kabakshan in Shidong. So and then also I know that continue your efforts to request funding through CSC funds. Okay, yeah, my thoughts, that I know we mentioned it before, that that both of ours, we have our legislation in CSC funds. I know at times the misunderstanding of my space bounce on I think but like I said, that numerous times, that we try to, like I said, this is probably the second year that we're trying to get this funds through DALCON Justice Center, but we always mention that there's funding that law and order and judicial that they're working on bond financing. No, but this bond financing, to my understanding, it's been in a long discussion since in the 22nd council. It's not by yet, and it happened. It's still in the top discussion about it. So that's one of the reasons why that's where we like I said, that we have this our legislation that I was talking about mine that we had it to Naabik'íyáti, it was referred back. And then at the same time, the only response we get is we're going before the way the email is just we're going before investment committee. That's how so through my thought they're talking that they're keeping this. I don't know what the whole we need to get out of the law and order and start moving it. And what I can do today to the whole thing we're talking about is to refer or to recommend that all these judicial and public safety facilities should be refer or to be recommended to use the investment committee bond financing. But it's just a recommendation. I think that the thing that's where our question is the authority. And I think the authority that lies with us, each of us, where we want to use the funding. We have a project to understand it for equity. But I think today the way the leadership is, it others against Twitter. We start thinking of each other like that. So that how was being put in place, that I should know the law about that since going on at your 1,000 so it is so that's why I wanted to clarify that, and then so I'll be I'm supporting this legislation, and I think bond financing, everybody, any projects if you want to put on there, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, let me go ahead and go back to sponsor Honorable Brown. If there's any response at this time, then I'll come back to the floor. I do have you, Chairman, in the queue. Honorable Brown.
Speaker, Chair of Naabik'íyáti, Ado Shananta. The main thing is, I thank you for the clarification from Law and Order Committee. Although we do appreciate you did say the Law and Order Committee that has spoken, they do support this. So it sounds like, and then other delegates, they do support it. So Speaker, I think we're ready to vote on this. The only other point is just, with the bond financing, officially, if there's any documentation that could be emailed to me that Key Bank is in fact gave us written language that is going forward. And the reason why I'm asking for this is that because we are shovel ready and the CSN dollars is there. And again, back to that it was pointed out that either way it's Navajo dollars. So it's kind of now looking back the other way, it is Navajo dollars. So I'm glad that you pointed that out. That's a really good point. So thank you for making those points and the other explanation. So, and I think it sounds like we do have a unanimous so far. You know, we do have the support from my colleagues who do support this. So again, I am here at the Kayenta Court building right now, and I'm just looking around, and I'm looking at how small and tiny it is. You know, the other thing is, you know, we can't put the court inside the Kayenta correctional facility because we'll be breaking laws as well, and that's protecting our people, especially our youth, and then other individuals as well. So I just wanted to clarify that, and that's been asked other times as well. So thank you. We do appreciate all the creative thinking. With all the creative minds coming together, again, this is where we end up. We have continued to do our due diligence, and this is where we ended up. So Naabik'íyáti. And the other point was, you know, I understand that the Navajo Nation Judicial Court did apply for the American Rescue Plan, and we were denied. So so we did try that for the Kayenta Judicial Court. That's one of the other questions that I asked to Ms. Yazi, and that's my understanding also. So we have covered the basis in all those areas. But right now, Speaker, if we can allow time to Ms. Yazi for her, or do you have any response? Okay, actually, that would be, there's no other response right now. I do appreciate the points and the creative thinking. And again, for myself and we do represent the whole 110 chapters. And then the other ways that we're thinking creatively, you know, this week my team is here, and we are finding other ways where the deficits are, where the nation cannot cover these funds. You know, the other thing, never mind, I won't mention that. That's not on this legislation. But so thank you for the support from my colleagues. Although, you know, we also have the Navajo Nation Council session, and then the president. It will go across the street to president's office as well. So there's other hurdles, and so I believe that I did respond to some of the majority of the comments, and some where you know, you expressed that they were just merely comments. So so I do appreciate my colleagues' support and thinking creatively. Let's keep that momentum up, and because there's a lot of other needs that we need to tackle. There's big issues, and I'm glad that tomorrow, you know, the ARPA legislation will be signed, and so so I'm glad that I'm here in Kayenta in the court, you know, with all the restrictions, following the guidelines.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go on down back to the floor. I do have Chairman Henio. Chairman Hino?
Hello, Speaker. I just got back on the line. Our phone line went down.
Okay, did you want to continue speaking? Are you done or?
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the floor then. Chairman Hino? Chairman Hino going twice. Chairman Hino going 3 times. That, colleagues, is there any more questions on legislation 0065-22 at this time? Have anybody in the queue? Going twice. This legislation is destined for council colleagues. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kiala votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote.
Sam votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
did not vote. Excuse
Green.
me, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote
Honorable
green.
Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Point of privilege, Speaker Eugenio.
Hold on, point of privilege while we're voting, Chairman Hino.
Okay, I listen to the Speaker Damon, and just one thing, maybe for your staff to get information on the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund, what the balance is on that account before we go to Nomination Council. Maybe before that, just have them email it to the 24th Nomination Council so we can have that handy, because
That was going to be my question by lost signal. Thank you again, Mr.
Okay, we'll get that information out. Have that ready by council. Continue voting, colleagues.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, on legislation 0065-22, we have 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number D, under new business, legislation 0066-22, sponsored by Honorable Brown. Mr. Rico, you mind read that into the legislation or the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0066-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $7,650,000 from the Citizen Fund for the construction of the Chimito multi-purpose building, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, could I get a motion? Motion going twice. On legislation 0066-22, this legislation goes to council.
I'll motion Freeland.
Motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second?
Second. Daniel So.
Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Going twice. Or 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles
Honorable-
Newton votes green.
Honorable
Get down.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lorna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green was red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates that voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, we have 21 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting on legislation 0066-22. Motion carries. That legislation moves on to council, colleagues. That moving on down, item number E, legislation 0021-22. Sponsor is by Honorable Keon Begay. Mr. Rico, could you read into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0021-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, amending the selection process for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director and amending 2 NNC Section 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036, relating to the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0021-22, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Motion by Chairman Nez. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Brown.
Second by Honorable Brown. Thank you. Any comments, questions, colleagues? This legislation goes on to council. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable
Okay.
Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Vote green. Hello.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Sierra Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0021-22. Again, colleagues, that legislation is destined for council. Moving on down, item number F, legislation 0022-22. This legislation is also sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0022-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending 2 NNC Section 1033 to establish a program manager to administer the Veterans Housing Program. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
And thank you very much on that, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues.
Second by Charles Newton.
22-22 is a motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, is there any comments or questions on legislation 0022-22? Colleagues, this legislation is destined for council as well. Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
I'll get Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Media votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0022-22, sponsored by Honorable Keon Gay, the vote is 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. Again, that colleagues, 0022-22 is destined for council. That, moving on down, item number G, legislation 0024-22, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay, co-sponsors by Madam Chair Karate, co-sponsors by Honorable Slater. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0024-22, in action relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC Section 1176 to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo veterans organizations. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knazba-Crotty, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment, a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment, and a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment, a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Second, Eugene So.
Thank you. With that, the motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, on legislation 0024-22. Is there any comments or questions? Colleagues, this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council as well. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Did you see my truck?
No.
Thank you very much. Someone's just, I'm a freelance background. Okay, thank you very much with that, colleagues. There's 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. Sorry, colleagues, I was distracted on a horrible feeling here. With that, moving on down to item number H. Legislation 0092-22 is sponsored by Honorable Otto So. With that, colleagues, or actually, Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0104-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $25 million from the Citizen Fund to the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation for its long-term care cancer and rehabilitation facility, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay Jr., Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, Honorable Edison J. Wanika, and Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Wanika.
Motion. Step.
Second,
Daniel
Charles
So.
Newton.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0092-2. Colleagues, I'm gonna go back to Mr. Rico.
Correction, Speaker. This is actually tracking number 0092-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, amending 15 NNC Section 302 to 308, the Plan of Operations of the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that, let's see, that recommend a due pass with no amendment. There is also a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for
Motion.
that.
Delegate Daniel So.
Colleagues, on legislation 0092-22. Is there a motion?
Daniel So.
Chairman So. Is there a
Second,
second?
Charles Newton.
Second by Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions on legislation 0092-22? This is a plan of operations amending for Navajo Nation Labor Commission. So this legislation is destined for council, colleagues. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board on legislation 0092-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Thank you.
Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Excuse me.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0092-22. Vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Again, that legislation is destined for council. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number I, legislation 0104-22, sponsored by Honorable Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona, co-sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Juanica. I do believe that Mr. Rico already read this into the record. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the floor, colleagues. That on legislation 0104-22.
Motion, Daniel So.
Is there a
Second,
motion?
Juanica.
Chairman Daniel So, is there a second? Huh? Second by Honorable Edison Juanica. Colleagues, on legislation 0104-22, this legislation is destined for council. Is there any comments or questions on legislation 0104-22, colleagues? Going twice. Wonder if it's gonna rain. Going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Honor votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
She has a delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is so?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy
Go get
Yellowhair.
Yellowhair. Go get Yellowhair, votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. On legislation 0104-22. Again, colleagues, that this legislation is destined for council. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number J under new business legislation 0107-22. This legislation sponsored by Honorable Eugene So and Mr. Rico. Myself.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0107-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance, Health, Education, Human Services, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $13,334,871 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the renovations necessary at certain Navajo Nation government facilities to provide access to persons with disabilities, and waiving 12 NNC Section 820M regarding OMB review. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. You do have committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a table without amendment, but is moved on to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Motion by Charles Newton.
That, colleagues, on legislation
Second by Delegate Brown.
0107-22. There's a motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second? Second by Honorable
Delegate Brown.
Brown. That, colleagues, on legislation 0107-22. Is there any comments or questions? This is a UUFB legislation, so it's appropriation. This legislation goes to council, colleagues.
Delegate Henio.
That, Chairman, good afternoon. Before I turn over the floor to you, let me go to the sponsor. Honorable Eugene So, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Good sir.
Oh,
Other question, so a decon he does need sorry. I go. I had to pass the yana na khas adni khe. Oh. In the hat in the on the way good. Organize the buildings now the go to Nahaya has that you hold church at never seen that Kari. The way you hunt as Sahabun. Arbitron down. I'm ready to make out that stuff. Okay, I got start on those partners now, boy. And sit on chick in the Sidoa chick in the tile. And it's no able, giddy. Nah, on I never care for car on it in the even yet. Could I sit in the kid? A Kodoshi is sponsor now. Sa husky in the reflex of the Farmington down. Sa Marcus in Arenal. Issue for Italia has to solve this. If Sutter Husky Benali is on, can you assist me? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Eugene So, Speaker Damon, all members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. My name is Hosky Benali Jr. I think the name is was it Hutchini, this is a Dobit, and this is the additional. That's in the age of the I'm visually impaired. I've been blind for the last 50 years. I also the president of the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disabilities, which was established back in 1979 by the Navajo Nation Council to be the official advocacy body for Navajos with disabilities and to ensure that there's no discrimination against Navajos with disability, as well as identifying and addressing disability service gaps. On the Navajo Nation, there's about 40 to 50,000 Navajos. And so this public building accessibility back in 1979 as part of an affirmative action plan, Navajo Nation Council passed a mandate for public building accessibility for people with disabilities. Then from that time, we're standing out with this Jiki, we dishin hata his ani anadaria. I need nadaria do or hata holdish. But there's been no real concerted effort to address this disability issue and need. And the recent Civil Rights for Individual Disabilities Act of 2018 also what includes public building accessibility. I'm also the community government liaison for the Native American Disability Law Center, which provides technical assistance to the Disability Advisory Committee. And back in 2007, the Law Center, the Disability Law Center, conducted a comprehensive needs assessment for Navajos with disabilities to find out what are the needs and from those who have a disability, hearing from family members and service providers. Public building accessibility was one of the top 5 needs and issues identified by Navajos with disabilities themselves. A survey so this need and issue comes from them. As a result, the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disabilities, also the Disability Law Center, Office of Special Ed Rehabilitation Services conducted building surveys throughout all 5 agencies on the Navajo Nation, 3 in each agency, totaling 15. And those buildings were found to be very inaccessible from the time that the person with disability reaches the parking lot, gets out of the car, walks across the parking lot, or in a wheelchair across the parking lot. Very sandy, gravel, uneven surfaces, so it was very hard for them to maneuver. They got to the sidewalk. The sidewalks were higher than the parking lots. In some places, there was no ramps. And if there was a ramp, it was either too steep or made out of materials that were became very slippery during inclement weather. When they got up to the door, that they had doorknobs. People with or in wheelchairs who have spinal cord injuries lose a lot of their strength in their hands. They cannot turn a doorknob. So if they're alone by themselves or they can't open that door, even the fact that in some cases some doors were heavy. To go into the building, to attend a meeting, and a lot of the conference rooms were inaccessible and very congested. Go into the bathrooms, there's no accommodations, no grab bars. The turning surface was very small, and then the sinks were too high, the dispensers were very high. So those were the findings that were clear across the Navajo. So we're asking again that you pass this legislation to the Navajo Nation Council, and I see it. So I refer to back in 1979 when this mandate first came out. 43 years later, we're still at the same place. There's been no concerted effort. There's been hardly any improvements. There's been some minor improvements, but not enough to serve those with disabilities. And if they can't make it into these buildings, they can't access services. So I just like to ask you to consider us with disabilities. 2 years ago, we started a campaign called the Shiprock campaign because a lot of our disability issues and needs are not being met in a lot of different areas. Employment, housing, transportation, accessibility to polling sites. We're still experiencing all these kind of barriers. So, what I want to present here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benali. With that, Honorable Eugene So, does that conclude your presentation?
Should say, Marcus, up on us, but us, Marcus, too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Choli?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the council. And I do extend my appreciation and thank you for your efforts in addressing the Navajo Nation needs. She'e Marcus Tuli and Shias Ado Tatnesan in Shlon to Hitlini Bashishin Ado Totsoni Dashiche do Polich in E Dashinala Egisan Ashado Episto Tishin Dishkish Holy Ado E Chishikeko Ado. I work for facility maintenance department as the manager for facility maintenance, addressing all of the nation's building. Several years ago, we were asked to assist in installing handicap or accessibility features for those that are with disabilities. And so our office has been diligently trying to address a lot of those features, but without the funding, we're not able to complete a lot of that. We conducted a building assessment report, and the legislation has a list of those buildings that have or require disability or handicap features to access the buildings. As Mr. Hosky is saying, that a lot of our Navajos with disabilities can't access a lot of the buildings. As you know, we've been reporting over the years that Navajo Nation buildings, majority of them, don't have those features, especially the older buildings like the BIA buildings. They don't have the door entry clearance. They don't have grab bars. Even in the restroom facilities, you can't put a wheelchair in there because it's too narrow and it's too small. So our office has been trying to address some of those added or required features that need to be done. We were also presented a resolution, CJY 6318, Navajo Nation Civil Rights of Individual with Disabilities Act of 2018, which compelled our office to try to address the disability accessibility to all of the government facilities. And I'm very, very familiar with some of the constraints and some of the frustration and some of the challenges that people with disability have, because I have a spouse that's in a wheelchair, and I hear it from her, and I see it, just the frustration. People, they want to be independent, they want to be able to do things on their own, but they're being prohibited by the lack of these features. And so our department's been trying to request funding from the Navajo Nation Council to fund a lot of these projects, but we haven't been too successful. So I wanted them to ask and to respectfully request your support to this legislation, because it addresses the members of the Navajo Nations that need assistance to get into the building. So just like Mr. Hosky and Honorable Eugene So, I'm sure there's family members that that are with disabilities as well. So thank you.
That, let me go back to sponsor Honorable Eugene So. Does that conclude your presentation at this time?
Oh, je sais, honesta.
Oh, that colleagues, and go to the floor. Good afternoon, Chairman. Floor is yours. Chairman Henio.
Shekana, Speaker Damon, Chair. Naabik'íyáti Committee, I don't listen to 24th Nomination on Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. One first thing is, if you, I think all of us received that report from Barba of the pending citizen and UUSD legislation. And with this legislation, before the end of the fiscal year, we will have zero money in the UUSD. And that's just my concern right now, is that we're joining the UUSD, and what other money will we have if this legislation should move forward. And I understand that the need of it, it's just a funding need. That's my concern as far as UUSD is concerned. And so therefore, I just wanted to make that comment, but the other part is why it was tabled at Budget and Finance, because of the budget forms. And they weren't corresponding with each other. And so there needed to be some budget forms that need to be replaced. So therefore, it can move forward as a good legislation with everything intact. And that's why it was tabled, but it's come this far. So I'm hoping that those amendments are ready from OLC to introduce them as an amendment to swap out some budget forms, and therefore make it good. But at the same time, though, my concern is still there regarding the UFB and the balance. Cannot so speak.
Thank you. That Chairman Henio, are you raising that motion on the amendment?
If that's ready, if the amendments are ready.
Right. There we have one, Mr. Tapahi. Is that the one that you sent out at 5:24 p.m.?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Actually, three of them.
There's a few in one email, yes.
Okay. You're gonna send it out. Chairman's gonna raise the amendment. Yeah, just do it into one. Read it into one. That, Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number one on page 1 at lines 16 and 17 in the title of the act, delete the following. After semicolon or after disabilities, overstrike, semicolon, and waiving 12 NNC section 820M regarding OMB review, end of overstrike. 2 on page 4 at line 1, insert new paragraph I in section 2 as follows. New language, I underscore I OMB's memorandum required by 12 NNC section 820M is attached as exhibit G, end of new language. 3, attach as new exhibit G, the memorandum from Dominic BL, Executive Director of OMB dated July 11th, 2022. 4 on page 4 at lines 4 and 5, delete the following. Overstrike, semicolon, and waiving 12 NNC section 820M regarding OMB review, end of overstrike. 5 on page 4 at lines 12 to 14, delete the entirety of paragraph C as follows. Overstrike paragraph C, The Navajo Nation hereby waives the requirement for OMB review of this UUFB funding request pursuant to 12 NNC Section 820M and approves the requested $13,334,871 in UUFB funds despite the lack of OMB's budget impact analysis. End of overstrike. Also included with this amendment, replace existing Exhibit D with new budget forms dated April 14th, 2022, 3 pages. Replace existing Exhibit C with the Appendix K signed by Paulson Chaco. Renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this act and its exhibits in order to implement the committee's intent in approving this act. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Also included with this amendment are the reference Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and Exhibit G. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, was a motion by Chairman Henio. Was there a second?
Speaker,
Amend.
Doug Henio.
Chairman Henio?
Yes, yeah, that's to the, I withdraw my motion. I don't support the part, because I know this was going to be written this way. Oh, I thought we were just going to be swapping out the budget forms for the others that were inconsistent. To bypass the review of OMB, that was the precedence, and I don't want to be part of that because that's not what I support. As far as I don't know why OLC wrote it that way, but it still needs to have the OMB review and budget analysis. So I am not motioning on this.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Lurleen.
Chairman, I don't believe it says that. Ms. Tabahi?
Yes, if you take a look at the amendments that were sent in the email, there is an amendment to add a new Exhibit G, which is in fact Mr. Bial's review of this legislation in his memo dated July 11th. Yeah. And he indicates in his memo that he wants the budget forms dated April 14th, 2022. And the other amendment here does have a new Exhibit D, which is switching out the forms for the ones that OMB indicates that should be used, the ones dated April 14th. So OMB's review is contained in the amendments that I emailed, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, on the Exhibit G, that there is a budget impact analysis statement that's been completed by OMB, and the revisions on the budget forms, those are the ones being swapped out. So it's just adding in Mr. Bial's budget impact analysis statement. Chairman.
Okay, and that's Speaker Damon. Okay, I'm driving. I don't have access to my laptop to actually read this, so I was listening as close as I can, but I guess my ear to my brain it started going somewhere. But I'll reinstate my motion then.
Okay, that is a motion by Chairman Henio on Amendment 1. Is there a second?
Second, Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1? Twice. Vice Chair Smith on Amendment 1. Go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. On Amendment 1. On page 5, it says on page 4 of lines 12 and 14, delete entirely the paragraph C. The Navajo Nation hereby waives the requirement for OMB review. of this UUFB funding that's stricken out. And what's going on with this? Because it's saying that it's not going to no longer be in there. It's going to be deleted, that entire paragraph. The other one is on 4. This is in waiving 12 NNC regarding OMB review. That's stricken out. Those are my questions for clarifications.
Chairman, let me just try to explain when the original legislation was drafted, it had that language in there to waive that because I guess they were trying to get the budget impact analysis statement prior for the legislation to be dropped, but that didn't happen. So now, because that they finally got that information, and there is a complete budget impact analysis now, so that's the reason why that's taken out. So there is no waiver in here now. The whole thing has been reviewed by OMB. That's the reason why that's stricken out, that language, Chairman. I'm in Vice Chair. Do you want me to go to Office of Legislative Counsel again?
Yes, please do. Clarification on that.
Ms. Barbara, Mr. Mahi, if you guys could explain it better. I don't know how to explain that it's already been. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I did write this. So what this amendment does is it deletes all of the language in the legislation that mentions any waiver of the OMB review. OMB review is required under the Appropriations Act for UUFB appropriations. Because we did not have OMB's memo at the time and this needed to be dropped, we decided that we would put in a waiver language. So that was added. However, we did subsequently get OMB's review, and that is attached as a new Exhibit G. So all of the language in the legislation that says waiving 12 NNC 820M regarding OMB review, and that whole section, that whole paragraph C, the Navajo Nation hereby waives the requirement for OMB review. All of that makes no sense now that we have the OMB memo. So all of that is going to be deleted from the legislation, and there is a new sentence that replaces all of that deleted language. The new sentence, it's actually a new paragraph I that will be added on page 4 at line 1 in section 2, page 4, and it will say, paragraph I, OMB's memorandum required by 12 NNC 820M is attached as Exhibit G. And so then we attach the OMB memo. So the legislation is just taking out any mention of the waiver because we're no longer going to have to waive that requirement, and inserting the language saying OMB's memo is attached and then simply attaching the memo. So that's what we're doing with this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, any other comments, questions, colleagues, on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate
Honorable
Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henny. Excuse me, Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Once more, Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on Amendment 1, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. And chair not voting, motion carries. Let's go back to the board. Main motion. Any other comments or questions? Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. It's not a question to the sponsor nor the agents. We all agree and align with the how can we try to do more for the disabled community. And as the agent alluded to, that the Navajo Nation really does not shed light to that to this community, especially the administration. A lot of these things that we fund through the council, through the comprehensive budget, hoping that our tribal programs address these issues. Doing the handicap, improving their parking lots, or doing handicap accessibility to enter a building, making their restroom bigger and so forth. Hope that our tribal programs have that on the back of their minds. At the end of the year, we have a lot of carryovers. We go through all the programs budget right now and give them a projection of how much is going to be unexpended by September 30th or by October 1st. I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of money that's going to be unexpended. And the fair season's here. And for sure, programs will buy stuff to give out at the fair and so forth and things like that. And that's where I always say that, a lot of these carryovers should be really looked at the program level to make sure that they do expend all their monies on direct services. Parade give outs and handouts, things like that, are not program they're not part of direct services. Well, we had 2 years of COVID, and fair seasons are kicking in. And the other is that so what I'm getting to, we all agree on this. We need to do more. And it's a really good question, and it's a campaign season. Then with the relating to our disabled citizens. Then do it lady presidential candidates. I guess this is a request made to Department of Justice and the Office of the Controller, is that the Navajo Nation Handicap Disabled Trust Fund, can you please get us the balance of how much money is in that account? Where is the money? Is there a fund management plan in place so that the disabled community, so these dollars could be utilized for the disabled community services, such as improving expanding on the restroom, putting in handicap toilet bowls, making the restrooms ADA compliant, accessibilities of the ramps. Restroom. The laboratory sinks are not at what ADH compliance is. Even down to the turning on the knobs. It's the reason why they have levers for ADH compliance. So I worked with plumbers at one point and trying to allow our plumbers to plumb homes for the elders and the handicap individuals and the disabled individuals who project Ani Bajoparo Ani Hujdoshki. Somewhere Wonder Rock needs to turn and shed light to the community of the disabled community. And I hope that this comprehensive budget that's coming through the Navajo Nation Council, that our tribal programs will be looking at this to improve their facilities. Because put yourself in their position. Put yourself when you're in that position when you're bound to a wheelchair for life. Nah. I had a friend, classmate, Bernard from Tuba City. God not get lead it because playground that done it nation. Oban Sahakiso. Bernard Hardy. Chana. Ade Ejonile. Koho. That Oban Sahakis. Koho. Neri. Aje. Yalba. I felt but that need so we should support this legislation. But Speaker, please have the Department of Justice and the Office of the Controller get us that information on the current disability trust fund that we have. What is the balance? Where does those monies go? What is it used for? And is there a fund management plan attached to that? Because this is the area that I think we can tap into to try to get these restrooms and these handicap ramps and these things that will make our disabled communities' lives a lot easier at the public buildings. What up in the ship? What up? See. Here had national so
Speaker, when
Speaker, don't get yellow hair, too.
That, let me go to Honorable Wanika. Go ahead. Floor is yours, and then Honorable Yellow Hair, you are in the queue. Honorable Wanika, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And your sponsor, the legislation sponsor in Lagi, Dani, Shadani, the support. When I was running the election office, this became a real issue. And even the Justice Department, United States Justice Department got involved, the voting rights section of the voting of the Justice Department. And then they came down. They came down to the Navajo Nation, and they went ahead and identified so many chapters that were inaccessible as far as handicaps are concerned. And we had to go to each of the chapters and look at the findings. And they also went to the counties. But the problem that we had as far as the election administration is that those were not our buildings, and we just used them only during elections. Sometimes for major elections, just twice a year for the primary and general. And then every other year, but the thing is, the departments and programs, they're not doing anything for the handicaps. But I think they're doing everything they can to provide services to all the people that come to their office. Just like with the election administration, they come for registration, and usually a family member or somebody
let the staff know and they go down to the vehicle and still provide the services that are needed. And during the election, we make sure the ballots were taken out to the vehicle. It other he card on late Nazin the other a voted that a court out anybody Jenny, but though I think a lot of the programs are like that. Because I said, oh, what and hello, Bayat Hiros Yashhuda. But in the national go now nation, but in the national Eba was because the net is out on Hataka, Eba was Nizon, 8 hours from a Kanjelo. The programs, yet the nation that in the short, Eba when it's on, so yet could I need the answer that it's other chapters, but see what we can do to get the chapters in compliance. Other buildings seem to that could end the deed it's a yard today is not long a by yet a call yet or you don't see yet a call that is and kidnap what need to know that as on is a kaya as a dollar has your bay hat has stayed and out in the Akashit at the is now able car heat what out in the shield in the store, asking what out in the store. A call quite about when it's on at the elimination has speed or little here long.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. With that, let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair at this time.
Yeah, they have good evening, Speaker. Out on the 24 Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation is before Budget and Finance Committee. My points, my concerns, my issues. Why we don't look for money on the other side? Instead, we always look for citizens funds. As council, we practice. Citizens fund. UUSB, ADA, any Glen Hadley. But even now, the program that they have not best, so no, should not honorable Jean so. All the better social had enough hard and none such a it are such a good day that need councilman. But this additional program with the Haloniki SDOJ to legal counsel legislative office. I did not answer from the whole area. Kodoya Navajo Department of Health at the it is a bit of Halon my point to director from the RD done a jail Jim. The shadow to the husband hit that either Navajo Nation. The Environmental Health Protection Program does work with IHS now that to address schools and businesses. But NOSHA has the responsibility over tribal buildings. Ada behovedneho sadadu hada pesos and bida the spells and NOSHA. AFG Khaled Adi Asage Ebenik UUSB Han Edini Ido Cells and Fana Edini. But there is some funding they can help you find a one-time grant, but the $100 has been there. I don't know where we at, but I have not called NOSHA yet. It's a quick city. Seek a best opening thing. I say we have on the to peso to think it. Oh, hey, you see, the best also, and I said so public suddenly in share what but then the team because it's complicated. Roads need to be paid to the school 9 miles. I was a year ago, the national is not high. Year ago, not the Ebes national. Because on this thing, based about the Halonson, if we work with a program like NOSHA, they should be help us to get these buildings to the building on the handicap. But they need to look at it. So that's how I work with this one time to look funding for other programs. They help me out. All they did is take care of a scope of work and also to do progress report, make sure the work has done properly. Maybe knows I should bring this money from a assistance from them. It is this our house by this notion. It's not that kid speaker. Maybe you can help me out and put him on the line. I never demand anybody. This is the first time I'm going to say it. Chicago or those notion that because you respond it or this. But let's not at the speaker. Share certain anybody and by saying the day or not, by your Babka, Lordy, question about your father. They never job by ya. That is something you shouldn't know. Once about her seat or the speaker, thank you for the floor. Maybe you can help me out. Call for Nosha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hair. For that request too as well, we're reaching out to Nosha as we speak, see if they get on the line. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? We turn back to sponsor. There's none. Eugene, so I don't know if you have a response at this time for any. I don't think there was any specific questions.
Sure.
Yes.
So, hey, I just found her that needed that state not with the amendment. But these not the kitty. I about that sister disabled people don't need it. Saturday, get down, a lot of get down. We're trying to do everything we can here and there. Condition of appropriation that daily, directions that daily. We die president veto yield. Our course has been as this. I don't know how to say how long the decrease. As the car just put this money. I say no at the but still, we're way behind time of the disabled people because we're very behind time. Also, not the quit and non hot of it. It's really unthinkable to do that to our people that are disabled. On sonus and the body, I don't President Nez. I'm sorry to say, but if that other he's for it. He's going to sign it. It's all up to us to forward it. But even now, I'm looking at you guys. I'm thinking the shed all this, didn't I? Yeah, but in the house, let's just put our shoes in their shoes. Think that way. If you need something right now, you're disabled. Just to go somewhere or go here and there. How would we feel, if we're like that? I'm 50% disabled American veteran. But this only one side of my eye do. But I do have problems here and there. But so the not disabled go. AGE on Sahaki so go. I see. I know there see elections. Dollar no way. I said this. I said I'm living about being independent. I see I just shot it on there. I thought never tried this shot. I'm in the election area. They want to know that's their tradition. to go in there and vote and be independent. I just that's all you can make a make it done. But that the HOA to put that has for because this legislation has been approved so many years ago, but it became a law. On the United States, even the universe, there's a law. We need to do something. This 13 million, we won't be anything. If some of these people from off the reservation sue us, we hear calls or something. Hold on, such case, if you really look at it, but I really feel confident in you guys. And you know, because I remember the kid in the kite. Some not the from else, yeah, but finance and all she had all this. Yeah, Asia, cut off the Connie had us all high. So in this, in regards, I don't want to wait around no more. On council delegate, I showed it. You can go on that on the register. No, if I'm not, because this has been going on for years. It's now at in right now. So I showed this about what she thought. Don't know. Can't say that even that. So this asking you this question. So I showed it. Could I've been industry also can't not I'd also maybe the doctor hospital now he's got something. Okay, come on.
Sure, yeah, no, that's a chiller. Oh, yeah. And what Mr. Wanika expressed as far as bringing ballots out to the car of somebody in that access that building. If you read the Civil Rights Individuals with Disability Act of 2018, it says that people with disabilities have the right to access that building and to vote just like anybody else with a disability. And that's the way we feel. And it seems like to some degree, if my wife votes for me, I tell her mark this, mark that, and I'm hoping that she's marking my ballot the way I'm telling her to, and I trust her. But if you have somebody that you don't know come out to your car, it could be a civil rights violation. How do you know that that person put it in the ballot box? How do you know that they didn't change the vote? In other words, you're saying to us, trust us. But then at the same time, somebody without a disability goes in there and somebody said, hey, let me take your ballot and put it in there for you. Where's we have the same rights legally and humanly of anybody else without a disability. But to say that to come out to the car and that's okay, you know, that could be a civil rights act. Then you go to you go over to the NEA office in the window room. It's upstairs. There's no elevator. So you're expecting a person in a wheelchair, if it's raining, snowing, cold, or it's real hot weather, to sit out there and wait for somebody to come down. That's not right. And 10 years ago, we worked with Mr. Wanika on this. 10 years ago, he told us that there's some land and we're going to have a building and we're going to make it accessible. It hasn't happened yet. And so in that manner, again, our rights aren't being met. All these polling sites. We went to the NEA with the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors on February the 24th, asking them for a support resolution so that we can use that at these agency meetings and give a presentation and ask all the chapters to make their buildings accessible for those to vote. They asked us for information. We gave them information. And I've been trying to ask ever since then, where is that support resolution? When are we going to get it? And time is ticking because we're trying to get this done before the 2022 election. But nobody's answering us again. We try to get meetings with division directors. Example, economic development, and talking about the business site lease of 2005. Those leases do not contain verbiage mandating that businesses that come on a reservation honor the 2018 Civil Rights Act. So we get left out on that again. As far as personnel, we went 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before the pandemic, and sat down with them, and they were saying that we're rewriting the personnel manual for the Navajo Nation. There's nothing in there to say how they're going to consider people with disabilities. There's nothing in there saying how they can provide reasonable accommodations. And so I keep writing to the director, and she hasn't responded to me again. Where is it? What's the status of this? Because our people need jobs. We have people with disabilities that are highly educated, have a lot of skills. And we're saying that there's a lot of jobs out there. And I hear that by listening to these council sessions, standing committee meetings. But what about that? And a matter of fact, the application of the Navajo Nation said, have a defect that will prevent you from the job. That's discrimination. So that's what we're facing. Just want you all to know that, we're always put on the back burner. We're always last in line for anything. And that's the facts. That's the truth. So I just want to express that and hope that you understand what I'm saying. Yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you add me to the queue, please?
Thank you very much for those comments. Again, Honorable Eugene, so are you? Does that complete your response at this time?
According to unless Marcus wants to add something on Marcus.
Speaker, I don't have any additional comments other than just our department's been trying to do what we can to keep up with addressing the accessibility portion. Because of funding, we're not able to address them all. Although, and the other thing is that the only thing that we're doing right now is just the ramps and then some parking pads. That's not enough, according to what the legislation says. And a lot of, again, just to reiterate, majority of our buildings are either mobile homes, modular homes, and old BIA stone buildings. So you can just imagine back in the day when they were being built and put together, that the ADA wasn't really a priority. So we're doing what we can, and funding is a huge obstacle for my department. So That's just for your information. Again, you know, we've been trying so many years to get funding to address the ADA requirement, and then again we were presented with CJY 6318, Navajo Nation Civil Rights of Individual with Disabilities Act of 2018, and just trying to provide those accommodations. So thank you again.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So now let me go ahead and go back then to the floor this time. Do you have, is that correct?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Smith and then Madam Chair Charles Newton. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon. The NABI committee members and Shinai for this legislation. My question goes out to the listing that was provided, Exhibit E. Under Exhibit E, we have Fort Defiance Agency. And I know that there is the police department. Some of them moved out, but we still have ADA signage upgrade, ADA interior upgrade, AD restroom addition, AD site improvement, and then AD restroom renovation. If they're moved out, then why is this listed in here on that behalf? And then if you look at the Northern Agency, we were just talking about the buildings. It has Shiprock too, the public safety. And there's 3 of them. ADA signage improvement, restroom renovation, and then sidewalk replacement. Adonan, we have building number 2560 in Fort Defiance Agency. It's the Navajo Nation Council Chambers. And we have COVID-19, but hopefully we'll get done with COVID-19. It has seating upgrades, front entry addition, and interior upgrades, and restroom renovation, and then the site improvements. So with these dollars that are earmarked for that, if Winter Rock is closed down over there, where are these dollars going to go? The last question I have, there was a legislation that was sponsored by Honorable Mark Freeland for the zoo, and they were trying to upgrade their whole bathroom, and they needed something like $600,000, I think it was, the neighborhood. I could be quoting it under, or I could be quoting in that ballpark. But could that also be included in there? Because we have a zoo and they need to build that ADA bathroom, which is already shovel ready and ready to be put in place. That's my questions. Shana, maybe your agents can answer that through facility maintenance. I'm not against this legislation, just trying to help out and trying to look out for the benefit of using the dollar wisely so that we could accommodate our people on behalf of their needs. Okay, Chairman Damon.
Chair Damon, okay.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Alma Brigade, I can put you in the queue.
Good evening, Speaker and colleagues. I do want to say to Delegate Eugene, so thank you, Shajat, for sponsoring this legislation. You know, since 2019, I've been working with the disability community with Husky. Husky is actually a constituent of mine, and Husky is also by clan. My brother, we've known each other for many years. Husky tells stories about when I was a little girl and when he knew me. So what I do want to say is that, you know, what Husky stated, I think needs to come out, and that's their motto, which is "Nkisha." You know, we hear so many different groups, you know, who have talked about, you know, how they're being left behind with a lot of, you know, issues. And I can say that the disability community is certainly one community that has been.
Yeah.
Speaker Delegate Jimmy Yellow, here's phone's not muted. And so I want to, you know, I support this legislation, and I will also be a co-sponsor on this legislation, as well as we've met several times regarding the issues. And I will say that right now, we have tried to ask Navajo Housing Authority for a timeline on when they would be addressing the housing issues for our disabled, for our Diné who are disabled. We have yet to get an answer from Navajo Housing Authority. They did make the statement that they have a 5% minimum requirement, but they're not meeting that 5%. In addition to that, we were able to identify other issues with housing across the Navajo Nation that, you know, we haven't even begun, you know, the NHA hasn't even begun to address some of these issues. Not only, you know, are we looking at housing, but there's also, you know, parking lots. I know that, you know, Husky has brought up the fact that there's insufficient space, you know, with the wheelchair lift. What we see at Walmart is, you know, it's a very nice setup. And I have met with shopping center to see if we can get the larger, you know, just kind of what Walmart has right now. And they have been really good. They actually, shopping center, meeting with them the very first time, they were able to replace a lot of the wheelchair accessibility signs that they had here in Shiprock. So it's good that, you know, there are some of the enterprises that are trying to address these issues. But I think what Husky stated is true, in that, you know, in 1979, there was legislation that was passed to help address this, you know, the issues that are happening with the disabled community 43 years ago, 43 years, and we still haven't even, we haven't helped in any way. We continue to see the same things, and yet a majority of people who are disabled because of their age, and a majority are elders and our veterans. So we're always talking about our elders and our veterans, and somehow we have not been able to properly fund this, you know, this endeavor with trying to address these issues on the Navajo Nation. I also, you know, when Husky was talking to me about the voting, you know, that really, it was a little bit, I guess, it made me think. When I go to vote, I have been an active voter since I've been 18 years old. I have voted in every election. And I know that when I vote, there is a sense of I don't want to say maybe not relief, but there's this like sense of knowing when you hold your ballot and you submit it and you put it in that machine, that takes it. And then you hear that bing, and you see the number change on that voting machine. So you know that your ballot has counted. Now, I understand, that that Delegate Juanica, talked about how they have tried to assist by going out. But I think what Hosky stated is really true. We don't know what it feels like, to have somebody come out to our car and trusting them with our vote, trusting them that they're going to put it in that machine. They're going to hear that bing. They're going to see the number change. And that's not something that's available right now for our disabled community. And, we're coming into election right now. And Husky talked about, when I met with him, when both Delegate Eugene So and I had our last meeting with him before this legislation was dropped, he talked about like just that feeling of, what the Navajo Nation makes him go through. And I'm not even going to begin, to talk about, the fairs and how the Navajo Nation Fair, the Shiprock Fair, the Tuba City Fair, the Crown Point Fair, every fair on the Navajo Nation, how they are not handicap accessible. And I say that because I have seen and I have witnessed here in Shiprock with the Northern Navajo Fair, where instead of pushing wheelchairs, we have people pulling wheelchairs and walking backwards in order to get people, to be a part of the fair, a right to enjoy the weekend like everybody else. We don't have that with any of the fairs. And so I just want to add a few more things that, Husky hasn't touched upon with all of the meetings that we have had, since 2019, all of the issues. And colleagues, it's so bad the way that our disability community is being forgotten. I had to drop legislation during COVID in order to ask Indian Health Services to provide equal treatment to those who needed assistance, who needed medical care. And thankfully, this council did vote in favor. And, all of you voted and you said, yes, this needs to happen. But the fact that we have to have Indian Health Services be told by the Navajo Nation that our disability community needs to, that they should have proper access and equal access to healthcare. And a lot of this was because of the COVID-19, oh gosh, it totally slipped my mind, and I'm gonna have to go back and look at this legislation very quickly. But it had to do with the, with the booster shots that people were getting, with the COVID-19 shots that they were getting. That's how bad it is on the Navajo Nation. And so I want to remind my colleagues that yes, there are, there are a lot of UUFB funds that are coming down. In fact, Dana sent out that listing. We have a lot of projects on here that, maybe what we need to do is come together as council and reprioritize and look at the projects that are going to benefit our Navajo people. I'm looking at the list right now, and we've made funding to our enterprises. We have legislation that's going through the process right now, even asking for funding to go off the Navajo Nation. So maybe it's a matter. I know that Delegate Henyo is always, as chairman of Budget and Finance, it's his responsibility to look over the funding and to, keep us updated on what's happening. But maybe we need to go back and we need to look at, what is the priority at this point? And to me, the disabled community, they are a priority. the fact that they have to say in Hishan, that's their motto. You know, just it tells us as lawmakers that, you know, we cannot, you know, we cannot abandon them anymore. We cannot forget them. We cannot put them off to the side, put them on the back burner any longer, because of the things that they have to go through every day just to live on the Navajo Nation. And I think that, you know, I would be one, you know, to want to sit down and say, okay, which one of these projects should we be looking at these last few months that we're here in the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and try to identify how we can find funding. And I believe that Delegate Jimmy Yellow here, you know, asked the question about, you know, can we look at other sources of funding that may be available to us? I think that we have, and I you know, I know that President Zaw at the time, he did put together a disability trust fund that was established. And we did ask Mr. Rob Willie for the fund, you know, how much money we have left in there. And right now we do know that the account is coming off of derived income is all that we were told. And we were also informed that we would have to expand the ADA fund to cover what the needs are for the disabled community. In addition to that, colleagues, I also want to let you know that I am also, and it may not even happen until the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I know that, you know, it shocked a lot of people when I did announce this on my weekly updates on Facebook. But right now in Farmington, they are building what's called an ability playground for our children who are disabled. And this ability playground is only for the disabled children. And the information that was provided to me by the surrounding schools, we have currently in the Central Consolidated School District, we have 773 Native students who have been identified as having a disability. And we also have we have students right now that are visually impaired, who have never, I'm sorry, not visually impaired, who are disabled and in wheelchairs, who have never, ever tried a swing, nor have they ever been on a seesaw or on a, you know, that that merry-go thing that goes around. They have never, ever been on a playground that allows them to be able to enjoy it the way that many of our children who don't have disabilities do. And this ability playground right now is going to cost, the town of Farmington is looking into building this, but they have reached out to the Navajo Nation to ask for help in buying one swing set. The closest ability playground for our children is located in Rio Rancho near Albuquerque, and there is a 6-week waiting list, a wait list for our children to be able to play on that playground. So this is what we're facing as a nation. There is currently no playground on the entire Navajo Nation that is designed for any of our children who have a disability. That's how far behind we are. And the fact that this legislation that Husky is talking about, 47 years, it hasn't been acted on. And perhaps that's the reason why some of those buildings that were mentioned by Delegate Raymond Smith are still listed, because they were never addressed. And it's great that you're pointing out that they're closed, but they were closed and they were never addressed. They were never made, the disability community never got to see those buildings that were supposed to be designed or that were supposed to be renovated in order to assist them. So I just wanted to add a few more things that have been talked about. We do have a little binder with all of the information from NHA. We have the information coming down regarding the various reports that have been made. throughout council. I think that that was all sent to everybody. It might have been a week or so ago. We have legislative, mandates that have been sent down that still are not being acted on. And I think the big thing right now is the fact that we are making it impossible for our disabled community to vote. And that is like the biggest issue right now that we do need to address. So I hope that we can all come together and we can vote for this. And again, Chair Hanyo, if it's a matter of sitting down to try to prioritize which projects, should be going through the process and making us all aware that, that these projects, benefit the entire Navajo Nation versus projects that are community specific, then I would be willing to have that conversation. But I don't think that we can't sit on this legislation any longer. We need to be able to give the community some word about how we plan to address that. And we do need to put funding towards this, towards these projects and start working towards renovating a lot of these buildings and bringing them up to code. The last thing that I will say is I am working on the housing code. I know that Delegate Raymond Smith did at one time try to pass in the 23rd Navajo Nation Council a building code, but it didn't pass. We are working to try to address that. And so I just want the council and the committee to know that this will be coming down the pipeline and it will have the requirements that ADA does have in their federal legislation, as well as some of the requirements that have been adopted by the state. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good evening, Nanakan. I just wanted to ask a question here to Chinan, the Nigita, so I don't attend your agent, Nigita Adam Satuli. I have a question. Navajo Nation has been operated for so many years. Out of these buildings been there for so many years too. So each year these budgets are being these budgets are being made for these departments and then programs and divisions to serve the people. All these buildings, there are Navajo Nation buildings, and like I said, that just like for these departments, programs, divisions, and each year they come up with their budgets. I call it it's for the people, to serve the people. I call it so there's no serving the people. There's no any budgets are being prepared for their building improvement for disability accessibility. They're requesting for some money. So they let the lot go. I don't know that to work with their programs and then like for example, if you're working with elderly, that all these accessibilities are one of the priorities, and there's I'm not sure how these educated people, the educated employees that we have. I don't know why they don't seek grants for that, for their programs. It seems that if you have a highly credential, you would work with other entities besides Navajo Nation budget. As I know that Navajo Nation programs will all say we're limited. This is all we have for employees, and we're understaffed, and then we don't have enough funding to serve people. So every year now, each year we hear from them. But these kind of to serve people, there's grants that are available out there, and then they have grant writers, and then they have if you look at their budgets every year, they have professional fees and consultant fees at that level. Although you could see that there's some new devices, new phones, and new computers that they have that. So even as in they don't invest some of the funding into the for these accessibilities for their own programs. And if they know that if they see that they can serve these disability people, you have to think about them and consider them. Oh yeah, that was the case. Why that they don't really do that every year. And then, like I said, there's I would say my question would be how many programs are out there seeking for any other funds, any funds that are out there, external funds. How many programs are doing that right now? Just keep on go. That's a question. So if they have any, attend that. It's a short answer. That's all I need. I got it.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to Honorable Keelan Begay, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Good evening. It's Shneider Leskodo. Kodor Quida, Kato Batis Tida. Just to get to the point, I do support the legislation. I just want to bring that out first. Baby Nacha Kodor, Batis Hiki, the quick machine cases. The question cases Kodobe has only baby Kelly Kato Ado Belanda Yitle. Some stays at the committee, not committee, Nabi, out of a council, and then out of a set Naja baby that you need to be his only that Haki. A coco decodo. The Naabik'íyáti baby chain has a key quack. When you pay so okay. And yes, it is long overdue. And if you could remember Shnandano Fliniki, if you could read council resolution CO 3519 back in 2019 at the council passed Accessible Public Restroom Act. If you read the veto legislation, it does direct and say that work with the General Service Division Program and Division of Social Service Of course, since then, nothing became about. I don't need. So I'm not sure Jokodo, Mr. So is indicating that he approached and been working with the president, that he is supporting this legislation. Akoko Jojo Kwaki Lachit Elan son Oban Saskisha. So no watan a national show. Well, Jesus, it didn't get anywhere. At the end, the need this for other purposes. I don't know. We talk about in general, overall. Remember, this is only for the public. I mean, the Navajo Nation facility. To some extent, because I have several of them. Oh, that needs wheelchair, ramp, to accommodate once they are confined to a wheelchair to maneuver inside their house, especially to the restroom. We're accommodating them to get the service to the government, but yet has added at the Yego which in the haunted or little did the net with Albany in the haunted Niniki. And I guess it's the one thing with all veterans and not a cook at 3 times I've sponsored Veterans Direct Service. A cook in the Ahot and hitting it's a lot so. Yeah, a lot of them are disabled. But yet, even having and passing these recent Veterans Direct Service, but yet a lot of our veterans continue to live in a condition where their situation is not being addressed. Why isn't that a lot of these resolutions that we pass is just there? But yet, when we talk about it, we say that it's important. And then I have been addressing this at the federal level. The latest, couldn't they, the last so long, no. Oyan, Dojo, Nizanal, Mihinal, Sosiki Pans, Sos. Abazaka Adjournment. Because a lot of you are stressing, why aren't you guys looking outside? We, the council, have been approving these resolutions, asking for these type of direct service, but not much is being done to utilize those resolutions. And or even the programs are not doing much on a lot of these area. And then another example is that that I've been pushing for failed septic system of our Navajo people across in my region. Of the 5 regions that I have, there's almost 200. They have a failed septic system. Now, majority of them, I would say, have disabled, veteran, disabled community member, and even elderly. Sani dos twin the has, but yet ton chongi bin najo otahnazi. Eshan to elhit elha to bandit in elha la to deal we references program ISOEH bidat into a bidat neck bidat but could you each by ye did odd nebit in hot in last to chesty ne? A lay hit out of Holanda at all nick. Out of power line that on it. Did a good neb which not it, but has auto the trees which not it, way which not it, Jap ma. Nigo and lay what that legislation can so should not be too earlier. Jobago and the base of Hanahodia and the electricity Ajabatas. A co height all afti netty by Yale Tiki. We're justifying that these are important issue. It is an important issue. What about all of those previous legislations that relates to the disability and the need of this particular area that needs to be addressed? But yet, at it all the voting rights, no the by yet. As you know, during the spring session, that we passed an emergency legislation, voting rights. No, sponsors on the source. And you here, baseball, and it didn't prove it. But yet, as of today, I believe that we haven't even begun to address that at then. Because I can guarantee you, in just 2 weeks, or that every election, people or our Navajo election office will continue to ask for a facility. If not, the state down, they'll be asking for a facility to secure a polling place. But yet, some of our programs, such as Senior Center, we're always, and I'm always being told that this Senior Center is either off limit for polling location. So it relates to what we're talking about to address a lot of these. This 13 million, will it address everything? I don't know. Maybe not. But how was it determined that only 13 million was needed? The broadband, gosh, baby, for example, Low Mountain Dishni. If we're sincerely want to advocate for our disabled individual, why is it that some of our Navajo people have to look for location to find a signal to even talk to their doctor or make an appointment? But yet we're not establishing a lot of these broadband across the Navajo Nation at each of these communities. And that's what I've stressed today. Today in Last, Holbrook, broadband counties, and that's one thing that we've addressed. I'm hoping of what I've started off with. Kodoba Hasigi, CO 3519. Read the law that no hatats. Nihisto Hasha Esto Inuska Ilan. Ako Ila Kait Ala Equadob and Nash Equadobe, which are all Adende Kukat. Almost 3 years later, we're still in the same situation. Is it just because that I'm the one that's doing it? Is because the reason why that people don't want to hear it or listen until another individual or another delegate on that. And again, I want to be on record that veteran service, but though I was told that we don't need council's input, you don't need there for our Navajo Veterans Office. Benefit service, disability, that the shimpi baha the donation dego, Kudoha shot a face of bando, 16 needn't ego. as that of chain here, no watching hit on it. About in the year, there from the Navajo Veterans Administration. So, Jerry Quaggy after is it just me that I'm being treated that way? That don't sponsor these legislations that's going to benefit our Navajo people. So I've been lining up a lot of these legislations that are in place right now. And I kept saying this to the council, what's the purpose of passing these resolutions? But it's just another document that's just there. So the way we're making comments, the way we're making statements, to say that if it truly is the need to be resolved with this funding, how effectively could we utilize those prior legislations that are in place right now? Again, specifically, Veterans Direct Service. Why is it that we have to act on it 3 times? One time to the Veterans Administration, another time to the Minority Veterans Administration, and the latest one was directly to the Biden-Harris administration and the current Congress. So we have been sending message to them to say that there's a greater need of direct service on the Navajo Nation for our veterans population. But yet, at then. So a quacky shishiti ato koto halet elan soya benat acheta to hadis tan sende kabahasi ado koton hicheta housing koto one of the agents. That's the chapter that's where this is where it originated. Touchy Blue Gap chapter then the sun has 12 years handatle the question that last the 11 years ago go check out tashi to ya show dan le housing check out tashi use it on none that net dark go la ho she's do kata card and hit no but now we have to go back the following day. Don't check that the Haki is John Hassap had a window and John hit no eben hit a hard Zurban what I legislation a resolution had the Yado Agency Council became the council the baby largely, but yet the ministry the president's office that veto at the Yila. So a quack a late such a some bound case con. Basically, that's it. Kid, that's a be. Could Dika not eat that's a resolve Elian. So a quacky, what speaker, chairman, Doshman, and Clinic Kodo, Satoba Hasiki, Dosha Hof, I get all here, don't hit me on this. But again, once we pass it, again, it's just only for the government facility. But what about the Latin? And I know that somebody's intentionally unmuting themselves to talk. That's going to give me more 10 more minutes to talk. That's the thought and the shame. I call what in the yes, sure. But what in the shame could do. What Ashisazido, Behasid, speaker, do, other non-hiddish. So I think there's ways I think our staff needs to compile all of these legislations that are being requested on behalf of our Navajo people, but yet we're not truly utilizing it. And I know there's a lot of chapter resolutions out there, and I know there's a lot of agency resolutions out there that talks to the fact that there's a need out here, but yet we're not really addressing it directly at the community level. Request a slate on the speaker. Maybe by next week, while we're addressing this, maybe bring those up. Okay, how can we reinforce the purpose of this particular funding? That there's already a legislation or a council resolution that's already in place that could justify further to continue to seek for funding out the to the state program we would not the ko I done also sanilla hasha a grant bin ye base hat the le ho ko bespenishni ko the machines to arge so what are those lists in so on key speakers I don't know I know that we don't have a point of privilege at the committee level or NABI level. But maybe just I want to reference that or make a notation to say that I might be asking for that when it comes to the session next week at the council session. Kodit ashin kodo hasito la speaker here.
Thank you very much, Che. Honorable Keon Begay. That, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Eugene So. Good evening. The floor is yours.
Ja, das ist alles kann man gerade hat nicht. Da hast du nuevo. Da just. We can by city accessibility a Dinskid. A shown. It is I can't and has the all and has all job I said has all this culture, etc. Age in skate as some of I don't the day I seen that need. Oh, you know, when it's hard or not the hard on condition of appropriation. I don't know directors. Give up basically not kidding. Budget that you're kidding that would have a cut as it's all. It's done as you have to solve. I don't know because our budget now too. Non is I but Aggie, I think I see. And I believe it on leisure. There's a pay dog, I need a question nach. This thing don't have cut that. That is neat or stand constantly down street off. I let I be that see so me cut. I'm a council delegate. I'm pretty sure those were council delegates that did approve it too. So they're and age. So I take their responsibility even so many years back. For even now, 80. I never did it. I don't know. Great. I did. Miss, I was something. I'm pretty sure after Steve Benali has something on top of go after.
So no. We have to start somewhere. And I think that by starting somewhere and it's going to lead us to where we need to go. But we haven't even got started. And at one time, there was a proposal that was, I believe, put before council. And that legislation was asking for 5% of all program budgets to be earmarked for addressing accessibility issues within their own offices and buildings. And it also was asking for chapters that put 5% aside to be making their chapters accessible. And that didn't go anywhere. But I think that would have been a good start. These buildings, and I think Mr. Marcus Tooley said that in 2015, the list that is being referred to of buildings was identified then by a consultant that was brought in. So that is 7 years ago that this list was put together. So probably since that time, some of these buildings have been closed, and probably closed, and it was never addressed as far as making it accessible. As far as within the homes that existed, yes, there's no doubt about that. At one time, the Navajo Nation Advisory Council on Disabilities, we put out an RFP. And one of the things that we did was in the Western Agency, we put out, I believe it was $100,000, and gave that to Assist in Tuba City, which is a disability organization that responded to that RFP to construct ramps where they were needed, to widen doors, to make bathroom fixtures accessible, and that was pretty successful. We ran out of monies. It was only a 2-year grant, and it was a limited amount. So that shows that those all exist. And so, but since that time, there's been no other monies coming forth to do the same thing for individuals in their homes to make it more accessible for them. So those things have been done, these things have been tried, and so we're still back to the same square one again. But I think I would like to encourage Naabik'íyáti members to pass this legislation, and let's start somewhere. Let's begin to show people with disabilities that they are important, as important as anybody else. And if we can show them that, then I think they too will have the strength and emotional stability that they need to show that there is hope for them. That's what happens with people with disabilities. We put out, I mentioned one of the surveys for public building accessibility, but we put out other surveys out there and we got responses. This year, we put out another survey to update all the information, and we're not getting the whole response that we're getting. And what's happening, and what we asking people with disabilities to fill it out, and they're saying, we keep filling these out, these surveys. We keep telling you what we need. We keep telling you what the issues are. We keep telling you how we need help. And all these surveys go in, they're compiled, but nothing happens. It's taken to Window Rock, it's shared with the Office of the President, it's shared with, that last time we put the survey results in all the boxes of the council members, and nothing happened. And so that's what they're saying now. That's what they're saying, and so they're not wanting to fill out surveys again, and we need those surveys to find out what their needs are. So I just want to share that again. Go ahead.
Thank you very much with that, Mr. Benali. Honorable Eugene So, does that conclude your response at this time?
Oh,
Hey, thank you. Now let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Jimmy Yellow here in the queue. Honorable Yellow here. Floor is yours.
Yes, it's the speaker. I know it's kind of late, 7:11 now. You could all basically use key, you could all use another resource. No problem. Could all see Honorable Raymond Smith, Vice Chairman. 88. Could all subside, cut a deep building, cut ready to close already. Like here in Winter Rock, and also in Shiprock. 只能你是知道被是把和这个把和把你呢，还是说你 proposal 你按照这里来当大的考的到考，哎，那是说哎把说的是，我给这是的，你知道来就我把说你个you could proposal make a good actual amount, be precise on your work duty. Outside, for all time, so you come from there, you don't have to see them. No, see, or could outside proposal, unique. Even now, there's other resources that can be used. Instead, only use all the time, USB and also Samsung. Anything, green, should be. I did the order the table, those, those enough steroids, not audio on the kick out outside. I just want to request for table this legislation. Do a good job in the first place, and also NOSHA should be part of it in other programs. We need to look for different funds. Your dog is in the screen. Now it's that the thing has so NOSHA, you know, I couldn't stand that NOSHA, even in environmental. A quaint NOSHA, but don't Jesus. Could have placed a hand, Kanisha, B, what another, she AI, should be out, she not out of anything for compliment out on the other agent of any Jane, Shana, kind of watching. A constable has the table at all, if emotion shape of even. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Yellow Hair. You're wanting to table legislation 0107-22. One, I understand that until you hear NOSHA from NOSHA. The second one is until you find a different source of funding. That's my first question back to you. Is that correct? And my second question back to you is, what is the time frame?
Yeah, it's the speaker here, I guess. Oh, correct. Behind the time frame, I would probably say 30 days.
Okay.
Yes, for 30 days.
Get it. Motion to table legislation 0107-22 for no longer than 30 days to seek the additional information from Navajo safety, occupational, Navajo occupational safety and health administration, to hear from them and to find another possible source of
Other resource within the program, like NOSHA. I think they do have expertise. They do have it. They can do the job.
and to find another possible funding source beside the UUFB. Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
The honorable Yell here. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. That, colleagues, is a motion to table legislation 0107-22 Again, for no longer than 30 days, seek additional information from Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration and to find another possible funding source besides the UUFB. That, colleagues, is there a second?
Second, Alona.
Second, my Honorable Helena. That, colleagues, go to board. We are at committee level. The sponsor doesn't get the 3 minutes. Motion to the table is non-debatable. That, go to board, colleagues.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kialan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kialan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesvacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Continuing with Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 12 delegates who voted in favor, 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Speaker, question of privilege, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you. Question of privilege while we're voting. Chairman Daniel So, what is your question of privilege this evening?
Since Naabik'íyáti is not the final authority, even though there's the tabling motion, does this legislation still go to the Navajo Nation Council?
Yes, the sponsor would just have to request that to Office of Legislative Services. And when the agenda is approved and posted, then it would be on the agenda. It's up to the sponsor. That, colleagues, with a vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed, motion carries the table legislation 0107-22. Let me read the whole thing. Oh, no. For no longer than 30 days to seek additional information from NOSHA and to find additional possible funding sources beside the UUFB. Moving on down, colleagues, item number K.
Speaker Shannon, this is Delegate James. I vote green.
That changes the vote on the last legislation tabling motion on 0107-22 to 13 in favor, 8 opposed, and chair not voting. That, colleagues, moving on down, item number K, legislation 0106-22. The sponsor is my Honorable Elmer Begay. Colleagues, is there, Mr. Rico, can you read it into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0106-22, enact relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Nomination Council allocating $1,500,000 from the Citizen Fund to the Capital Projects Management Department, CPMD, to complete the Tisto Chapter Community Center project, reapproving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend it do pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0106-22, is there a motion?
Delegate Begay, motion.
Delegate Yellowhair, second motion.
Second by Honorable Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on 0106-22? Going twice, colleagues, this legislation is 0106-22. Best for council. Honorable Yellowhair, can you please mute your phone? Going 3 times, go to board on legislation 0106-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines-Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote.
Green.
Honorable,
I
excuse
vote
me,
green.
Honorable Mark
Sorry.
Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Once more, Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Once more, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Yes, sir. Okay, with that, colleagues, a motion. Oh, actually, I didn't even write that down. Oh, yes, Honorable Elmer Begay, motion, second bottom, Jimmy O'Hare. The vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on legislation 0106-22. Colleagues, that legislation is destined for council. Moving on down, we are on L, legislation 0111-22. Mr. Rico, Mr. Rico, could you read that into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0111-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, supporting the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition, a collaborative land management plan for the Bears Ears National Monument. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. There is a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you very
The
much.
motion, Jim So.
Colleagues on legislation 0111-22. Motions by Chairman Daniel So. Second is by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0111-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. It's a good board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Naabik'íyáti votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lord votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, so no.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Oh, excuse me, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Going 3 times, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries on legislation 0111-22. That, colleagues, and Naabik'íyáti committee was final authority on legislation 0111-22. Moving on down, item number M, legislation 0112-22. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record, I'll read the legislation to the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0112-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, supporting the Tochele Community School Board Incorporated to hire foreign nationals to address critical teacher shortages, and requesting the Bureau of Indian Education, U.S. Department of the Interior, and the U.S. State Department to facilitate and approve permanent worker status, issuance of individual green cards, or extension of individual existing J-1 visas pending issuance of green cards for such foreign nationals, provided that no Navajo tribal members and no U.S. citizens are displaced by the hiring of such foreign nationals. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. There is one committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion Henio.
Thank you. With that, motion by Chairman Henio. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown, second.
Second by Honorable Brown. That, we'll go to the sponsor. Chairman? Daniel So,
Thank you.
floor is yours.
Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
We do have an amendment.
Point of, hold on. Chairman Daniel So, there's a point of privilege by Chairman Henio.
Okay, never mind. You didn't ask if there was any questions, but Chairman already said there's an amendment, so
I'll leave it at that. We'll just continue with the presentation.
Okay, the presentation by Chairman Daniel. So,
Chairman Damon, Aroshan, and I, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Secretary, Honorable Chair Jamie Hinu, Speaker, just for the record, Chair Jamie Hinu had signed on to be a co-sponsor. And to speak to the legislation, number one, there is a shortage of teachers. One just has to look on the classified section of the Navajo Times, where many of the schools are advertising for teachers, no matter whether they be BIE operated, contract and grant schools, and even some public schools. And we know that there is, in the state of New Mexico, in the state of Arizona, in the state of Utah, there is a teacher shortage. And nationally, there is a teacher shortage. And it just so happens that we have some well-educated folks in countries wish to come to the United States to use their education goals to expand the education level of young people. And in this case, we have Tohachile Community School Board coming to the Hess and to Naabik'íyáti to ask that we support an extension of the green card status, as the green card holders, their time for the visas are expiring. We're asking the authorities to allow for the extension of these green cards. My agent are the members of the Tohachile Community School. Mr. Lawrence Otero, and then of course the administrator, Mr. Larry Holman. And if the committee would allow, I'd like to give them the honor and privilege of addressing the committee so that they can express the situation in their own words of what they're facing. And again, we have other communities that are facing the same situation. So in that respect, Chairman Damon, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Lawrence Otero, if he's on the call. If not, then Ms. Pauline Abeda, the Vice Chair of the school board at Tohachile. Tohachile is a grant school. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm on the call.
thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So that,
Mr. Chair, I'm on the call. If I can address.
who is this?
This is Lawrence Platero.
Go ahead, Mr. Platero.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon. I'd like to thank the Honorable Daniel So and the Honorable Speaker as well for sponsoring this legislation. I'd like to speak to the fact that across the Navajo Nation, and New Mexico and Arizona, there is a shortage of teachers. There's been advertisements put out in many places to try to get good qualified teachers in. Even at our school here, we have a lack of instructors that have not answered the ads for the teaching positions out here. We have these group of Filipino teachers that have come aboard and have been working with us for the past 2 years. They have been doing a great job. The students in our community school have adjusted well to them and are making the best of their education. But the most important thing is the parents. The parents have been very acceptable to these teachers being here. We have had no issues of liability, no problems of any sort with these folks being here and being on board with our community school. I think the school has benefited greatly from these individuals being here. I would like to also, perhaps if there is possibility, an amendment for this legislation so that all of the Navajo schools can take advantage of this legislation, so that if there is a possibility of them taking advantage of other teachers, if they cannot hire any locally, they can utilize this just as well. We have put out advertisements for any Navajo teachers to come on board. We have had no response. Any Native American teachers, we have had no response. So we're utilizing these folks and they're happy to be with us. And we'd like to extend this time to ask for your support in granting us this legislation and voting in favor of it. Members of the council, appreciate your time and giving me this time to address the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That, I'll go back to Chairman Daniel. So does that conclude your presentation?
I'd like to also give some time to a great education leader, Mr. Larry Holman, if he happens to be on the call.
Mr. Hope?
Holman, Holman.
Holman. Oh, Mr. Holman.
If he's not, then with the opportunity to have a second agent, Mrs. Abeda, the vice president, the vice chair of the community school.
That's a head chair, so I'm here.
Oh. Ms. Beta?
So you have the floor.
Yat a Paulina Beta Yanshia Nakaidina Inishla Besh Bajahi Bashichin Kia Ani Dashache Ado Tali and Dashanale. I'm the Vice President of the Tuojale Community School Board of Education. I'm serving in my 6th year on that board, and I currently have 3 children who attend that school who will be entering kindergarten, 4th grade, and 6th grade. And as a parent and also a school board member and a community member, I strongly support this legislation. Our staff, as well as our chief school administrator, Ms. Walinda Castillo, and Mr. Larry Holman, have been diligent in their efforts to recruit teachers locally within our school, promoting them, encouraging them to go back to school to seek licensure with the state and with the Diné Department of Education. We've also recruited with local colleges, universities, NTU, Diné College, the University of New Mexico, ASU, U of A, Fort Lewis College, to bring our people home to teach in these open positions, and we've struggled with that. We have had our teachers here from the Philippines, like 2 years, as Mr. Platero indicated, and we've had tremendous success. We've done culture sharing activities. We've learned about their culture, and they've learned and embraced our culture. Our children, in fact, my neighbor, he's in the 4th grade, moving to the 5th grade, was a member of one of the classes, and his attitude and his demeanor changed with his new teacher. He was excited to go to school, very open, just did really well this year. And I saw him at the recent awards ceremony receive quite a few achievement awards in his class for reading and attendance. So I believe that this partnership that we have has been very successful, and I know that it will also be successful for other schools. So I'd like to say thank you, Ahiyeha, for supporting this legislation and for assisting us in the best interest of our Navajo children to have teachers in their classroom willing to provide a quality education for them so that they can return to school. Ahiyeha.
Chair Damon, that would conclude our presentation, and we stand for questions and, of course, notations of support for the legislation.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, colleagues, we go to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time, but again, there was a suggestion, that recommendation for an amendment.
Ms. Barbaroff, Chief Legislative Counsel, has resent that amendment. I'd ask my colleagues to introduce that amendment. Thank you.
Hi, colleagues. On legislation 0112-22. Everybody else in the queue at this time? The main motion going twice. On the main motion. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
I will go Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote.
Yeah.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That on legislation 0112-22, the vote in favor of 19, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Nabi committee is final authority on that on particular legislation. That, colleagues, we are down on completing our new business. We believe that. Moving on down. We're good. Moving on down, item number 7, colleagues, receiving reports.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Otto So.
with the time and we still have staff here at the chambers. I'd like to go ahead and
Point of privilege, Speaker Henio.
Opposed to refer this report to the next Naabik'íyáti committee.
Okay.
That way,
Point of order,
we
Speaker
can
Henio.
have that
Thank you.
dialogue there.
Hold
Thank you.
on, so
My motion.
hold on. There's a point of privilege by Chairman Henio. Good evening, Chairman Henio. What is your point of privilege?
Good evening, Speaker Damon. I lost signal. I was trying to log back on. It wouldn't. It just kept kicking me off. I want to vote green before you recognize the motion on 112-022.
Did we get him? No. Okay, with that, voting green on legislation 0112-22. So now that changes the vote to 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and turnout voting. Motion carries. Again, colleagues, that legislation was final authority here. That, moving on down to item number 7, there is a motion by Honorable Otto to defer the committee report until the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting.
Second, Wanika.
Is there a second?
Second, Wanika.
Second by Honorable Wanika. That colleagues go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable
Point of
Kialan
privilege.
Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Honorable Kialan Begay votes red.
Hold on. There's a while we are voting, the point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege, Speaker, is I tried to text you. My phone went out, and I tried to log back on before the call or before you guys did your vote. I know that I just missed my chance, but Speaker, I did text you from my private phone to let you know about my phone. I don't know if you ever got it. And then number 2, in terms of pushing this item back to the next NABI, did I hear that correctly, Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
To your
I think
first question,
sorry.
your question on privilege or your point of privilege, I have not received anything. Jalissa, who has the number, the request to speak phone, has not received anything as of right now, and I did already recognize a motion, so I can't accept your vote at this time on legislation 0112-22 due to the fact that I already got a new motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's fine, Speaker. I wasn't asking to be recognized to do the vote. I just wanted to be clear that I was trying to text you to let you know. I'm not sure what's happening here in Shiprock, but my electricity keeps going out. And then my phone keeps going out as well. So I'm having to keep logging back on. So I apologize. I missed that last vote, Speaker, but I did try to text you on that. So I apologize. Thank you.
That continue voting, colleagues.
Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kines-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Boone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown changes his vote to red. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 13 delegates who voted in favor, 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 13 in favor, 8 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That. Moving on down, item number 8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment.
Motion to adjourn, Callan.
Motion adjourned by Honorable Keelan Begay at 8:12 p.m. Is there a
Point of
second?
privilege.
Point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we have put this issue regarding our veterans on the back burner, twice now. At what point are we as a council going to hear the issue regarding the shortfalls? We are coming into a summer session, which starts next week, and then budget is right after that. And we need to know what is going on with our veterans. We need to know the shortfalls. We need to know how it's being addressed. I know that there was a press release that was sent out by the president's office, Speaker, but I think that this is crucial information that we need to know. We still have not received a Department of Justice opinion on this issue. So I don't know if at this point the Nez Leiser administration, if they're jumping the gun and scaring our veterans, or if there is an actual DOJ opinion that we can read regarding the 50-50 formula and how it's created a shortfall for our veterans. So I'd like to know, Speaker, when are we going to schedule some time to get information about the veterans budget and the potential shortfall that we'll be facing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With your point of privilege here, Madam Chair. Your council, Naabik'íyáti committee just voted on this to hear it at the next Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee, and that's going to be on on August 11th. That's when we will have this report, Madam Chair. With that, colleagues, moving on down. There's a motion to adjourn at 8:12 by Honorable Callan Begay. Is there a second?
Okay,
Eugene, so that, colleagues, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
I'll get Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jim votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable
Green.
Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, Cassius, no, go.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yellow votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Naabik'íyáti did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We're officially adjourned at 8:12 p.m. With that, colleagues, I know that there's a couple of meetings that you guys will have tomorrow. If you're traveling, safe travels. We are what time does the festivities start on? No, on Sunday.
Start at 3.
At 3?
Yeah.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds Sunday, colleagues. That's when we'll be welcoming all the riders there. This is coming Sunday on the 17th. So you're more than welcome. Everybody's welcome to come out. We do have a Navajo Nation Council session on Monday, starting right at 10 a.m. So if we don't see you on Sunday, we'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend. Safe travels.
Oh, yeah. On that.
Speaker, did you say 3 p.m. Sunday?